a very strong teammate in Jezza Huddleston.
Yeah, 131 laps, I believe, was a new amount of lap record that they set. I think the previous was 129. Is that right?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, Rod, but it certainly sounds correct. But look, regardless of just the leaders, I think the entire race was just outstanding. It was run at a very, very high level, and just an absolute delight to watch. In fact, the entire event, all classes, it was great to see sidecars going around, and of course that leads us into the new format for the SRCT Championship, which does include sidecars.
Okay.
So a few changes to our normal format. The Tassie Junior stays much the same, in fact exactly the same. But then we have an over 500cc class, which, as the name suggests, is any bike over 500cc, but it excludes...
I'll just interrupt, Chris.
Yeah.
The session is just coming to a close there, and David Coward just posted his fastest lap there, a 111.13 on the last flying lap. So he's still holding Gus O'Halloran by a very small margin, and Gus is just coming around now. He might get balked here. He's got a slower rider there, right on the apex of the sweeper, but let's see. No, Gus O'Halloran, his time stays the same with a 111.27.
Yeah, that last lap through was a 111.41, so it wasn't enough to pip David. Yeah, so just talking about the over 500cc class. So as I say, that's every bike over 500, but excludes any superbike or supersport bikes with a or B grade rider on them. So that means effectively it's a C grade race.
Okay.
For any bike over 500cc. So it's going to be interesting. I've already talking to a few the entrants down there this morning. Pretty excited, and the chance of giving people, some new people, the opportunity to take a win. So it certainly mixes things up a little. That's one I'm really looking forward to having a look at. Then we've got the reverse of that, or the opposite to that, is the under 500cc class. So that wraps all the smaller bikes together, and it also we're still running Formula 3, and that will be combined with the under 500cc group. So that's quite a large field this morning, and that's a big part of the thinking around the new race structure, to have some larger fields to always give you somebody to race against and have a bit of fun. Then we get our Tas Superbike and Supersport, which will run together. Good field of superbikes here today, and we've got our sidecars. So
I believe we've seen a bit of a swing in the, for whatever reason, but less 600s this year, or certainly in this event, than we've seen in previous ones, where we've had 600s on their own, and we've had 15 to 18 sort of regular entries. And but superbikes have been lacking, but it was a fairly good field of entries for superbikes this time.
Yeah, look, absolutely, and yeah, I don't have the answers to that. I think you'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. But I guess all we can say is it's encouraging to see a good field of superbikes. We know that they are more difficult bikes to ride. They're expensive bikes to run, but nationwide they're the premier class, and it's great to see a strong contingent of superbikes here in Tasmania.
Yeah, and I think we'll see one of our previous regular runners, Chris McGrath, sort of thrown the league over again. He's had a year or so off, so it's good to see Chris back.
Yeah, he's super excited to get out today. I was talking to him this morning, and he was out here yesterday, and despite the fact the track was wet for most of the day, he said he didn't miss a session and absolutely loved it, out there on wet tyres. Same as Scott Honeychurch. Always great to see Scott here. He was out there yesterday on the wets. So look, I think we're in for a great day's racing. Really looking forward to it. So the next qualifying group up is the over 500s. First rider out out on the dummy grid, that is Don Fenton. So he's on a pre-modern CBR 1000. Now he's a B grade rider, but he's eligible for this class because he's on a pre-modern bike. Now, of course, pre-modern's not actually a class in our championship, but it's not a superbike or supersport bike. Therefore, he's allowed in this class as a B grader. So he's got to be one to watch.
Interesting. Mark de Jong there on the wonderful looking Aprilia RSV4. Jeremy Huddleston made a very good point this morning about the origin of the bike, or certainly some of the fruit on it. Said you could buy a block of land or you could buy a pair of forks. What would you take? Push play for forks. Yeah, I believe they're straight off well, the World Superbike spec forks that money can't really buy. So and if you look, have you had a look at the bike, Chris, at all? Let's look at the swing arm. It's all custom made, so it's a bit of a beast.
Yeah, haven't had a chance to yet, Rod, but I certainly will. I'll get around and have a look at it.
It certainly shouldn't have too many issues in a straight line against the rest of the bikes here. But I believe it is a standard engine. It's just got a well dressed up bodywork and chassis. So I'm just trying to work out who we've got coming out here on the another Honda.
I'm just yeah, it's a interesting mix of bikes, because now you've got some modern bikes going right through to golden era, but look, I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to see who's going to set the pace here. It's quite possible. I'm thinking that Peter Bellchambers on the golden era GSXR 750 could be a front runner.
Yeah, I think I know Don Fenton's pretty fast on that CBR as well. Mark de Jong we know is a very capable rider, but this is a first hit out on this new bike that he's purchased. So whether or not he'll be up to pace on it straight away is yet to be seen.
Yeah, we've got Matt Carey in there on the Kawasaki ZX6R. Now he's capable of running in the sevens.
I'm just looking at the bike going up the bottom of the hill. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that bike, and I don't think it's a two-stroke.
You don't know which bike that is at the moment.
No, but just ask the flaggies or the marshals to have a look at it. I can't think which one it is now, but it's the second bike from the back of the grid or the field at this stage has blown quite a bit of smoke. Just have a look and see if we can pick it up on the back straight.
You're not seeing anything.
Oh yeah, they're actually coasting now. So.
Well, is that actually Don Fenton's bike? Oh no, that's the Ducati of Juhu Lee, is it?
Well, that's not a good sign.
No, not a cheap motorcycle. The V4 Panigale.
If that was, I don't know if that's the bike that was smoking though. Let's just keep our eyes out for it.
No, going around it right now.
Okay, maybe it was a two-stroke. I don't know, Chris. I just saw a lot of smoke come out of something.
Or it didn't complete the lap ride. I don't know. But look, who knows?
Well, let's get back on the task in hand.
So first few flying laps about to be completed now. Boyd Witzman out there on the Suzuki SV650. Boyd was telling me he was feeling a little nervous this morning. He hasn't raced for a while. So Don Fenton goes through at a 61.13. Peter Bellchambers 63.4. Matt Coward 65.2. John Allen sneaks in there a third, 63.6. Certainly a good mix of motorcycles. So now I'm just wondering if this bike coming in might have been the one that you saw smoking, right? That's Matt Carey, isn't it? Is it sounding a little bit off?
Yeah, it doesn't sound 100%, that's for sure. I don't know. Is it Matt Carey? Doesn't look like Matt.
Oh, no. I think it might be Heath Fielding, is it? I think Heath was the late entry, so he's not in our program.
Okay. Well, let's look. Don Fenton now coming around the start finish. Let's see how Don's going now. 59.06 for Don. Sorry, 59.10 for Don. So Juhu Lee's actually moved into slot number 1 at this stage with a 59.06.
Well, already, as I say, looking very interesting. Bringing together some riders that wouldn't normally be competing head to head, and looking like it's going to be quite competitive.
I dare say it's going to be, judging by the time so far. They're all going to start coming down very shortly. We've got Juhu Lee from Don Fenton, Peter Bellchambers, Boyd Witzman, Can't quite see that one, Chris. I don't have my glasses. Jaden.
Oh, that's Jaden Davey Bodell. He's
Okay.
on a CBR 600.
That must be John Allen.
63.1. So, yeah, Heath Fielding certainly is the person who's having the issues. He's gone through 125, so no doubt at all. Heath's a much more capable rider than that, we know. So it must be some sort of machine problem.
So Don Fenton has just come over the line before. He's dropped the time to a 58.78, so comfortably in the lead. Peter Bellchambers has been slotted now back to position 4. John Allen's come up 3 positions with a 101.49 on the CBR 1000.
Yeah, a good class for you to be out in, Rod.
Yeah, possibly.
Drag the old CBR 1000 out.
Yeah.
Pre-modern eligible this year, I believe.
I haven't heard anything at this point. So.
Well, look, it's not officially endorsed yet, but it's certainly in the wings that a pre-modern cut-off date is possibly going to move forward by 12 months.
Okay.
But certainly this class is one that you'd be eligible to run in. In fact, it'd be interesting to see you out there rubbing shoulders with Don Fenton right now.
Yeah. I'll probably be a tad rusty. It's been a few years. But you never know, Chris. It might happen. It may not. Who knows?
Well, I guess the fact is that there's opportunity there if you wanted it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just looking at 4 minutes left, Juhu Lee has reclaimed fastest on the Ducati V4. So okay. That's a 58.55. That's going to be a great battle between the two of them.
Look at Mark de Jong there is coming into the pits on this RSV 1000.
Yeah, Mark gone through to 66. Now Heath Fielding has posted a time, 61.9. So that looks like he's got that issue solved.
Yep.
So at the moment, what have we got? About a 5-second spread over the field. Other than Mark, who's just come back into the pits, he's just looking at the rear of his bike, so he's probably got a couple of changes he wants to make. First time out, as you say, for
it's a shakedown run, so you didn't get a chance to ride it yesterday with the weather.
But look, already that is looking really good. Only a 5-second spread for this new class, so hopefully that.
And Chris, like once again, Juhu Lee just gone over the line there. He's dropped the time to a 58.25. Don Fenton's a 58.56. So it's going to be very close to the front between those two.
It looks, as I say, it looks like this is going to be a fantastic race to watch. Good to see Carsten Baumeister back out there as well. He hasn't had a race for probably a couple of years now. Straight into the 64s on the old CBR 900 Fireblade. Now, as I recall, Carsten was a bit of a fan of the Formula Baskerville.
He was
riding right to the cutoff and not quite going past it. But that was
back when we had the 64-second cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting without that cutoff to see where Carsten ends up. He's in with a group of bikes all doing similar times, but no longer the penalty for going any faster. Mark de Jong just re-entering the racetrack, so hopefully he's just making small changes.
Yeah, he's definitely thrown in the deep end, not having ridden the bike before.
Interesting, Mark saying this morning that he's been encouraged to get into Superbike because of the grading, and he feels like this over 500cc championship gives him a chance to actually go out and be running at the front. So that's absolutely fantastic. It's exactly the sort of feedback we want to hear, that people are seeing that having a different race format gives people some different options.
Yeah, that's great. I know for the state side of it, Mark's going to concentrate on the Moto3 bike, but he's going to do the Aprilia RSV 1000 on the club rounds. Well,
that's exactly what we're trying to achieve here, give people a bit of choice so they can do different things at different championships.
Just check the time to go on the session. We must be getting... There's just over a minute to go. Still Juhu Lee.
0.3 of a second over Don Fenton.
John Allen in third. Harley Phipps has moved into fourth. Peter Bellchambers in fifth. Jaden Davey Bodell in sixth. Boyd Witzman Heath Fielding, Matthew Coward, Carsten Bauermeister, and Mark de Jong.
I'd be very surprised if Mark doesn't improve his times. He's a very experienced racer.
Well, we know Mark back in the day when he used to be a regular 600 runner, he ran in the 59s pretty regularly. So I dare say it's a matter of just getting that bike dialed in and getting used to it. But we should see him definitely under the minutes at some point.
Peter Bellchambers 61.0. Now Belly's he's been in the 8s on that bike, I believe. His Golden Era GSXR 750.
I'm not sure on that one, Chris. I know he has on his modern 600, but not sure he's been on or done those times on the old girl.
I've got a feeling he has. Man, who continues to impress me at his age, riding the 2 hour.
Yeah.
Makes you and I look a bit silly, really. We stand up here and complain about how much it hurts, and he's down there doing it.
Yeah, he'd have a good 10 years on us, I reckon, if not more.
And
I'm not exactly sure Pete's age, but I think it starts with a 6.
And on that subject, John O'Hughes, how about his effort in the 2 hour solo?
Yeah, John's he's 54, so that was a phenomenal effort for John to do that on his own.
Almost won the 600 class riding solo. Just a phenomenal effort.
And he's already said he's going to have another crack at it this year, so do it the same. Yeah, that's amazing.
So Juhu Lee sorry, it's not Juhu Lee, it's John Allen. Just crosses 59.58, so he's only 1.3 seconds off Don Fenton.
And the session's come to a close, so checkered flag is out.
Harley Phipps, 60.84. So Harley, previous to today, was running in Formula Basketball where the minimum time was 62.
Right.
And he's qualified at a 60.84. So goes to show just how much he's improving. And also the benefit of having that carrot in front of you. If you've got somebody a little bit faster, they can certainly drag you along.
Yeah, it makes all the difference, especially when you're at a young age like Harley and learning all the time. So having just that little bit of a carrot, a little bit of a faster bike or faster rider in front of you helps drag you down in your lap times.
Well, that's looking like a great race field. We've got 8 seconds across the whole field, but Mark de Jong being the last qualifier, we believe has a fair bit of time to make up, so that would really condense the field to something like a 5 or 6 second spread. That really makes this look like a pretty good afternoon's racing, I think, Rod.
Absolutely, it's going to be great. It's a very close tussle at the front, I reckon, between Don and Juhu.
So next up, we've got our under 500s and F3 combined. Big group of riders, and once again, this is going to be interesting. Everyone out there should have somebody close by to dice with, and hopefully somebody in front of them to tow them along a little, and that's what makes, I believe, racing a bit of fun.
Yes, I haven't seen the numbers for entries, Chris. I'm sure you've got a bit of an idea of that, but no doubt condensing 2 popular classes has made for a fairly stacked race field, I dare say.
7 Formula 3 bikes in there, which is just absolutely fantastic. I've always believed in the Formula 3 class, and it's steadily grown.
It has steadily grown, and then just looking at one of those particular bikes coming out of the pits there is the Darren Grice entry, the Kramer bike. It's a wonderful looking custom made race bike. I'm sure you've thrown your eye over it before. Now look at it. Here it is here. Yeah,
as you say, wonderful looking bike. I know Chesa Huddleston had a quick ride on it at I think the December ride day, and he said it didn't take him long at all, and he was doing low 58s on it.
Yep.
Just felt at home straight away, and it was he said it's just got so much potential.
It'd be I'm sure an amazing bike through the corners. It's got a KTM 690 motor, I think. Forgive me if that's incorrect, but I believe it's a KTM 690. But certainly the way the bike would steer and brake would be phenomenal. Wow, Chris, look at the amazing mix of bikes here. We've got Larry Eaton there on the Motard KTM. You've got KTM 390s. You've got an Aprilia there. Looks like a 125 old road bike. Got CBR 250s. We've got, looks like an Aprilia RS 250 there. Ninja 300s. We've got SV 650s. Julian Winlow there on the CR 500. Always an entertaining rider to watch. Quite a big field and real mix of bikes.
Yeah, as you say, certainly a big mix, and it'll be fascinating to watch. And look, as I keep saying, this is a new year for this format. It's a trial year, and we're certainly looking to improve and refine. So we're actively seeking feedback from all our entrants to see what they think after today. And the club's well and truly up for continually improving and refining. So I think the encouraging thing is we've got a great turnout today, and we will try and continue to improve it and make it better. It's a big field of bikes, as you say, Rod.
It's a really good field of bikes.
It's absolutely fantastic to see in glorious sunshine here at Baskerville. Big group of bikes, and once again, it's certainly in my experience as a racer, there's nothing like having a few people around you to race against, because if you can't win it, you certainly want to be in a contest.
Yeah, you're dead right. It's amazing how quickly the races go when you're tied up with a group of 2-3 riders or even more, when you're all dicing and passing each other and having a ball. Whether at the front, in the middle, or at the back of the field, if you're involved in your own race, it's always very entertaining and always a lot of fun.
Yeah, very hard to pick who's going to be the pace setter here. I just saw Reece Tan go out. Now he's been super impressive of late. I think he could well be at the front. It's
so far it's Larry Eaton.
Well, we don't have any flying laps yet, I don't think.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
we do?
We do have some flying laps, but I'm not sure what's going on with the timing. I would have thought everybody would have crossed the line by now.
Well, they're starting to come through now. So Reece on the NSF 250.
Everyone should have crossed the line at least once by my estimations, anyway.
So I'm thinking quickest lap time, Rod, for this group, probably around a 59, maybe a 60.
Okay, so we've got right, so the timing is definitely starting to come through now. So Dale Madden so far leading from James Abey, Ben Abey, Larry Eaton. Look at this, Matt. It's just it's like a freight train here coming around the start-finish line.
Certainly plenty of bikes out there. It's just wonderful to see. I think we have about almost a full grid, almost 24 bikes. So on the verge of probably splitting this group.
Yeah, looks like we've got 22 entries there.
At the moment, 22 entries, yeah. As I say, at Baskerville, we're pretty much right on the verge of splitting. And the great thing about this format is we do have the capacity to split another group out, whereas in the state championship we didn't have that luxury because we run a little bit more efficiently for time in this new format.
Just going to have a quick look at the times. It looks like Dale Madden's still leading the way.
He has been super impressive of late too, Rod, Dale Madden. So 61.26. Ben Abey.
Ben Abey in second. Boyd Witzman moved up to third. James Abey, Larry Eaton still in fifth there. David Dick, Chloe Honeychurch. She's been riding fantastically of late. Rob Scott, Reece Tan, Julian Winlow, the top 10. No doubt that will change with another 6 minutes to go.
Without a doubt.
And here comes Dale Madden now. Let's see if he goes quicker this lap. I think he has gone a bit quicker again, Dale Madden.
Yes, 60.71. So the first bike into the 60s. I just said I thought maybe a 60 would be about the quickest time for this group.
Yeah, Reece Tan now's moved up on the little Moto 3 bike. He's moved into third position, slotted, and Boyd Whitson also has moved up into second.
Julian Winlow there getting the race attack going over the start finish line on the CR 500. Is that the CR or?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just he was going past David Dick, I think, on the Aprilia RS250. I mean, you wouldn't get two more different motorcycles.
No, definitely not.
So it's certainly going to.
Well, it's actually on the time. It could be the KTM. It is showing a KTM on the timing screen, but anyway, he does have two bikes at his disposal. Generally, one is a Honda and one is a KTM. So I find them hard to tell apart when you look at them because they're both painted up the same way. Until you you know what you're looking at, they look very similar when you're looking at them across the pit.
So at the moment we've got a 12-second spread from first to last, and I have no doubt at all that's going to change because Nick Regan is by 999 in 21st position at the moment. We know Nick is a very capable rider. He's been a front runner in the Lights 20 lapper in the past at the 2-hour event.
Trying to pick up Dale Madden. Is that Dale? No, that's not Dale.
Worth keeping an eye on Isaac Simmons, first time in this class on the KTM 390.
Oh, yep, it's a new bike for Isaac.
Yeah, be very keen to see how he goes.
No doubt a bit of traffic there for Dale. Certainly very busy on track.
Yeah, it's going to make it interesting for these riders because they might not. The people they're competing with might be on a different style of machine, so they're going to have to think about, as we often say, Rod, where your strengths and weaknesses are, and where you need to get your overtake done.
Yeah, absolutely. You can catch a rider, but that can be a little bit slower than you. But then getting past isn't always that easy. Catching is the easy part. Getting past is not. And we've got, as we know with this field, we've got bikes that are extremely fast through the corners and other ones that aren't so fast in the corners but are better down the straight, namely like the SV650s and some of the bigger capacity bikes that got a bit more straight line speed. But they do sacrifice it in all the cornering and braking potential.
Isaac Simmons just re-entering the pits on the KTM. At the moment, just looking for Isaac's quickest time. He's gone through 1:06 in 14th position. Not bad for his first hit out, so it'll be interesting to see how he progresses during the day.
Yep. Comes Darren Gross on that, the Kramer. How's Darren going? Darren is sitting in, can't actually read it.
Where's Darren? Darren Gross is in 8th.
He's in 8th, 104.
103.4 is his fastest so far,
okay.
Just behind Larry Eaton and in front of Graham Cunningham from Rob Scott. So Dale Madden's still the pace setter. 60.59 from Reece Tan, 60.71. So that's going to be interesting. You've got an NSF 250 against an SV 650.
Here comes Dale Madden now. So Dale's actually got there's about a minute to go, or a bit over a minute and a half to go. Dale Madden's got a good clear track ahead of him now. So you can see he's got his head down there, heading into turn 2. This could be a potential quickest lap, Chris.
Yeah, well, there's a 59.6 from Reece Tan, who's gone through to take P1.
Okay.
So my early prediction is playing out at the moment. Reece may be the man to beat.
I'd say that's going to be a tough time to beat for Dale.
But behind him, he's going to have Dale Madden at a 60.59, and then you've got Jimmy Abbey on a 61.35, Boyd Witzman 61.3, and Boyd's only going to go faster. And then Ben Abbey at a 62.2, Julian Winlow. It's a succession of close times after that. So certainly in for some entertaining racing.
Well, we've got a rider who's pulled up halfway around the sweeper there.
It's David Dick, I think.
In the plough dirt. Looks like they've had a mechanical issue. or they might have maybe missed a gear or run off there, but it certainly doesn't look like they've been down.
That's an RS250 Aprilia, and you're right. He doesn't look like he's been down. He's just re-entered the pits now. Sorry, the track now. Wants to be very careful, just wandering around, crossing the start finish line with bikes coming past him.
Yeah, it's not an ideal way of getting back on the track.
So Reece Tan's still the man. 59.6 is the quickest time. Now, what we traditionally see here off the start, right, is the SV650s launch very well. So it could well be that Reece has got a few SV650s that beat him into turn one. So he's going to have to work pretty hard to get past them through the race.
Yeah, definitely. The bigger bikes definitely do launch well. It'll be interesting to see how he goes, because he will get slotted back maybe, 5 or 6 or even maybe potentially 10 positions into turn one. So he's going to have to fight his way back through the field. Not particularly long races, so I'm sure he's going to have to put his head down and work hard.
Graham Cunningham just re-entering the pits, bike 253.
Well prepared looking little two-stroke Aprilia.
Yep. Another RS250. So he's 103.48 at the moment. Last lap was his fastest lap. He's in P10. The bike's starting to come back in now. Reece Tan's just come back in, so he's not going to go any faster. Well, that's because the checkered flag's out. That would explain why bike's coming back in.
Quite a few riders there, Chris, have done their fastest lap in the session on that last lap. What have we got? 4, 5, 6, 7 riders out of the group there, all completed their fastest lap on the last lap, which is what you generally do see in qualifying.
And look at that, 11-second spread from pole through to 22nd. And given we work to around about 115% qualifying, all riders well within the safety margin. So that is looking very good for a good day's racing. Very competitive race group.
Yes, it's definitely going to be close at the front. And as we've seen in previous years, especially with the F3 and the lights, you've got all the different mix of bikes thrown in there. So the swings and roundabouts of the strength and weaknesses of the bikes is going to come to fruition. Sounds like we must have the big boys up next, Chris. Or is it sidecars?
No, I think sidecars are the last group out. So you're right, Tas Superbike and Tas Supersport. Haven't seen them combined for a while.
No, it's been a while. It'd have to be at least 3 or 4 years, I reckon. If not longer.
Yeah, actually. I was just chatting this morning to a few in the pits, and I guess reminding people that the fact that they run separately in the state series is not a given. It's only if they have enough numbers they'll run separately. Yep. If they don't, they run together. So exactly the same as what we've got here. So this is really no different at all to what we see in the state championship. And as I was saying, in the under 500, we have the capacity to be able to split a group out if it's too large, which is just great from a club administration point of view. And if we get the numbers on either 600 or Superbike, they can be split, or the under 500 F3 group.
Yeah, it's just the one we always enjoy watching. What is it about the Superbikes and the 600s, Chris? What do you? I think for me, it's the horsepower of the thousands is always entertaining. Watching the front wheels power wheeling down the back straight here and up the hill, and anywhere really where they're in a straight line, they've got an abundance of straight line speed. It's always exciting to watch as a spectator.
Yeah, look, I think that's probably what it is, Rod. That unless you're a tuned-in racer, it's not as obvious watching the small bikes going fast. They're riding potentially just as hard, but the thousands are just so in your face, and it creates that spectacle because they're wheel standing. Yeah, they're just big and in your face, and from a rider's point of view and spectator's point of view.
They're a brutal thing to ride.
They are, and it always gets the adrenaline going. Watch them go around. Look at that field, isn't that fantastic to see?
Absolutely.
So a big group of 600s and superbikes.
Already seeing plenty of front wheels coming off the ground. They're heading up the hill, so no shortage of horsepower on these bikes in the straight line.
17 bikes, so not too far off grid capacity. And once again, the opportunity to bring a few bikes together to close up the gaps a bit and give people something to race and have a bit of fun. And that's really what we want our club championship to be, a bit of fun for people, try and keep the costs down.
Yep.
And as I keep saying, to provide them a little bit of choice rather than running 3 identical championships in the state. Give them something slightly different.
Certainly good conditions for it right now, Chris.
Just beautiful.
Just the wind sort of dropped off a little bit.
Not sure what the track temp would be. It's probably a little cool still because it was a coolish night. So, but the sun out. Look, that'll be heating up pretty quickly.
I'm sure the track temperature is probably in the early 20s on track. Actual track temperature. I think the ambient temperature is probably getting into the mid-teens now, maybe high teens.
I'd be thinking it's pretty good out there for a quick lap.
Yes, we'll definitely see very shortly. Everyone will be warming up their tyres and getting into it. First race of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be great to watch. Brett Simmons back on his bike again. Last time we saw him going around was on the Chris McGrath machine because his Honda 5-blade was playing up for the 2 hour, so he's back on his new Honda 5-blade. Pretty pumped for this weekend as well, Brett. He's saying looking forward to the All Powers race at the end of the day, which is 15 laps.
Okay.
But great to see Brad Hughes back. Brad's another one of our, regular riders who's had a bit of a
bit of a break. Yeah,
bit of a break, 12 months out or thereabouts.
Probably a bit longer, actually.
Came back for a super impressive ride at the 2 hour, although he was pretty down on himself for a series of little issues. But really, I thought he's, for first time back after a break, to ride the way he did in the 2 hour was just outstanding. And as you said earlier, Chris McGrath, he's having a proper crack at a championship again. Brett Simmons into the pits in a bit of a hurry, obviously something to sort out. I know that bike did have a bit of a mechanical they've been working on. The engine's been out of it, so hopefully that's all sorted. Quick check with Dad. It's probably a fine adjustment, I'd expect, because the bike's been apart. But they do put a lot of effort into their preparation, so I very much doubt it's got anything terminal. I certainly hope it hasn't.
No, let's hope not.
He's back out on track now, so I think it
track.
should all be all fine.
Just running through the time so far. It's only early into the session, only a few laps in, but Scott Honeychurch at this stage is holding P1 from Jason Spencer. Hamish Sellers, Brad Hughes, Jason Wiley, Lockie Curtis is in 6th. It must be the first of the 600s. Marcus Delaney, Jonathan Hughes, Chris McGrath, Jeremy Huddleston so far. Times are still a long way off where we expect them to be. Scott Honeychurch there with 55.47. But there's quite a few riders there that we know that are capable of running 55s. They're still warming up. So we'll see how it unravels over the next few minutes. Yeah, I just noticed Jezza Huddleston on the back wheel of Chris McGrath. So he'll be getting a bit of a tow along. Sorry, not tow along, but a bit of a carrot to chase down. Jezza in fine form, particularly coming off the back of the 2 hour win. Of course, Chris is just returning, so Chris is probably going to take a little bit of time to get back to speed. But as we said a few times, he's one of the few riders to have lapped Baskerville in a 53-second lap, which is no mean feat, Rod. No, absolutely. He's one of the handful of guys that have done it. It's a 50, I'm not sure what his time was, but a 53.7 or something like that, was it?
I can't remember. I know it was at the top end. He just snuck in and then I think famously fell off a couple of laps later. Lost the front, I think, over Suckers. But point is that Chris is a very capable rider, so once he shakes the rust off, might not be today, but he's certainly going to be getting back towards the pointy end before much longer.
Brett Simmons there's just moved into P1, the 54.15. Hopefully, whatever those issues were that he pulled in to check with Eric, they've got that sorted. 54.15 for Brett's. Jason Spencer's moved into second now. The 54.69. Scott Honeychurch staying third with the 55.47.
Lockie Curtis, nice time on the 600. He's gone through flat 57. Lockie's the first of the Super Sport riders, closely followed by John O'Hughes and Marcus Delaney. So it's certainly going to be interesting. We know a 600 is very competitive around here with a superbike, but of course superbikes do give you the opportunity to overtake a little more easily.
They certainly do. You've got that ability up the hill and down the back straight to use the horsepower. But then the 600s, we know, are very competitive from turn 1 through to turn 5, turn 6. So getting a bit tight there around the outside there for Scott Honeychurch there on Wade Schrader.
Yeah, very tight. Less importantly, that although they're all out on track together, the Super Sport and Superbike are still running separate classes with separate points and trophies. So it is two classes combined into the one race group. Good to see Jason Wiley back on the Ducati. He hasn't been running around here for a little while on that bike for, well, probably middle of last year. So it'd be interesting to see how Jason goes.
Certainly will be. Sorry, I was just looking at something.
Don Fenton just re-entering the pits, 57.97. So different bike to what he was on in pre-modern, I believe. Sorry, not pre-modern, in the over 500.
In the over 500,
that's going to take me a little bit getting used to.
Yes, he would be on his modern 1000.
Scott Honeychurch is re-entering the pits. He's currently sitting third with a 55.47. Jason Spencer only half a second off Brett Simmons.
54.69 for Jason.
It's been... I think we've been waiting for a while for these guys to go head-to-head and in good conditions. Brad Hughes is about to get rounded up by Brett Simmons.
I think Brett's been having a look at, for whatever reason, he's been tucked in behind Brett having a look at him.
Somebody run off at the...
Someone has run off
on the outside of turn 1. They're certainly still upright and looking like they're going to do a slow return back to the pit. So I'm not sure who that is, but good thing is that they're still upright.
No, when you run off there, you completely disappear from our view as you go down through the paddock.
Yeah. So Chris McGrath, 56.96. He wasn't sure how he'd go today.
Yeah, it's been a while since Chris has certainly been on the bike.
Yeah, and look, Chris has been around enough to be realistic as well. He's wanting to go out and have a bit of a crack, but also just have a bit of fun and see where it ends up for him. Lockie Curtis is still the quickest has Super Sport bike, 56.47. He's going to be mixing up with a few of the super bikes in there.
Yeah, he certainly will be.
And once again, that'll for the lead bike in Super Sport, that's going to give him a carrot because he's going to have a few faster bikes on track with him.
It'll certainly make him work, and it'll be demoralising to do all that work over the windy part of the circuit to get on the back straight and see the thousands walk away from you. But anyway,
one thing I used to enjoy doing riding on the historic bike is entering when we were allowed to, entering a super bike or super sport race, and it would certainly make you ride faster because you had people up the track to chase.
Yes, definitely.
It's certainly a good way to improve your laps.
So the session is coming to a close. Checkered flag will be out very shortly with a couple of seconds to go.
So Brett Simmons just coming back into the pit lane now. Maybe a few more few more tweaks for Brett, but clearly he can't be that unhappy with it at a 54.15. It's not a bad lap time at all for a morning qualifying. So with the checkered flag out, Rod, top 5?
Yeah, Brett Simmons, a 54.15, as you said, Chris. Jason Spencer, 54.69. Scott Honeychurch on the ZX10, a 55.47. Hamish Sellers in 4th on another ZX10, a 55.51. So very close between the two Kawasaki's there. Brad Hughes making a comeback after a period of time away in 5th with a 55.57. So those three guys, they're separated by a couple of tenths. So yeah, top 5 very very close between certainly 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
And again, look at that, a 7-second spread back to Heath Fielding in P18 on a CBR 2004, so pre-modern CBR 600, 61.43, 4.1. So again, very very competitive race group. So at the moment, it's looking like all groups are going to be a lot of fun. We'll just break very, very quickly before our next group, which I believe are the sidecars. Okay, so sidecars now on track. A very welcome return to sidecar racing as a championship class, a club championship class. So that's a big change for this year. The other change we've got is a quick change in commentary where Rod Garrett has been called away to other duties, and I'm joined now by Sean Patmore.
G'day, Chris.
How are things going, Sean?
Fantastic. Everything, touch wood, is going nice and smoothly this morning. Ambulance was on time. We got started about 5 minutes late because of a couple of issues with the start lights, but apart from that, we're going along nicely.
And I was saying earlier in commentary, we now have a bit of capacity up our sleeve from on the time or race format, running 5 races per group rather than 6. So we've got the option of reeling in a bit of time if we need to, or even hopefully finishing a little bit earlier and getting into the barbecue.
That'd be a good thing.
It would. So sidecars on track. First one over the line for we've got a yellow flag out. We've got one sidecar that hasn't made it out of pit lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's, I can't quite see from here, Chris, without my glasses on. I think it might be John Wilmore.
Could be. They're just looking at the rear of the machine. It's a mechanical.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're going to get that sorted pretty quickly. But I guess sidecars, we saw them at the 2 hour. I think as much as it's the early days for this class to start to build, it was a pretty solid hit out.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think it's fantastic we've got them back in the club, because that is the origin of this club. It was actually the Sidecar Racing Club. So when we changed our name in, I think it was 2000 to the Sports Riders Club, we had no sidecars, so that was the impetus behind that. But it's good to see them out on track. We've got a good mix of different classes of sidecar. We've got Red Warren out front there, number 27. That's a Formula One sidecar with a, I think it's a 1300 engine in it. I can't.
It's a GSX-R1000 engine.
GSX-R1000, sorry.
Yep.
And behind him is a Period 4 sidecar, which is a 750 Honda, which is Lindsay Seabrook. There's a fair bit of difference between the sidecars. The Formula One sidecars, the passengers got a rear exit, they call them, and on the Period 4 sidecar, it's a front exit. So you can see the passenger on the Period 4 sidecar actually leaning forwards in front of the sidecar wheel, whereas on the newer sidecars, the Formula 1s and Formula 2 sidecars, you see the passenger behind the rear wheel.
Looks like our sidecar parked off to the side of turn 1 is entering the racetrack now. So with some luck, that means they're going to be run it. No. Yes. Stop and go. Don't know, Sean. It's a bit of a lottery at the moment. They're parked again, so it's probably not in the best place now on the racetrack other than off it.
Yes. I wonder if they remembered to turn the fuel on. That's just about where you stop when you don't turn the fuel on.
Could be, although we're looking at the rear more so than the middle.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the times now, we've got Rob Warren and Harley Phipps doing minute 17s at the moment on the Formula One sidecar. Lindsay Seabrook on the Period 4 sidecar is minute 19. Interesting. I've got John Wilmore on the blue sidecar. So that's a P5 sidecar. So that's a pre-1982 engine sidecar. And I haven't seen the other Formula One sidecar. Is that out there, Chris?
Tom Davis, yeah. He just went over the start-finish line.
Oh, okay.
Going down through the S's as we speak.
Right, excellent.
I was just talking to Rob Warren, or Red as most people know him, earlier in the week, and he was asking if the feature race at the end of the day is not just reverse grid, but also reverse grid handicap. And I said, no, it's a handicap. And he sort of sighed. I'm absolutely stuffed by then. So, of course, the handicap based on your best lap time during the day when you're feeling fresh. So, what he was alluding to is that trying to match your best lap time at the end of the day is very, very hard because these things are actually a lot of work to actually manhandle and get around. Despite that, he still had a grin on his face. So, yes, absolutely loving being back out there, and I think everyone would agree that we're rapt to see Red back out there. Great video posted a couple of weeks back from back in the day on sidecar racing here at Baskerville. Red featured prominently in that. In fact, he took out that win. You recall?
I wasn't actually here for that one, Chris.
That was probably late 80s, so you may not have been.
No,
that was Ross Stockman, I think, who featured in that. But fantastic video, some onboard camera work. And back then you weren't doing GoPros. You're talking about fairly large handheld cameras that were being held by the passenger. I think it was Greg Simpson, I think, from what I saw. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant old school video promo for sidecar racing here at Baskerville.
Yes. People might think that the passengers don't do anything if they've got time to hang on to a camera. but rest assured, the passengers are quite busy and an integral part of making these things go around corners.
Now, interestingly, we've only got our 4 sidecars circulating at the moment, one parked at the top of the S's. But quickest time from Rob Warren is a 1:17.24, but not far behind him is John Wilmore, 1:18.39, only 1.1 seconds in arrears. Then we go to Lindsay Seabrook at a 1:19.46, and then back to Tom Davis. In fact, John Wilmore's just gone fastest at a 1:16.77. So Rob's going to have to lift his game a little bit in the race. Only 0.4 of a second difference. Tom Davis in P4, 1:24.75. So what have we got? A 7-second spread over the group?
Considering there's about 20 years difference in the technology in between the first bike and the last bike, that's not bad at all. It's top day out here today, Chris. It'd be good if people would pop out and for a bit of a look-see. I know there's a few issues with the road closures around Baskerville at the moment, but if you can get your way out here to have a bit of a look at these things live, it'd be quite spectacular for you. Especially later on, we've got the superbikes, which are always spectacular.
Yeah, look, I think all our race groups today are going to be good. I'm really looking forward to this, and the weather has certainly played its part for us. Had a bit to say yesterday, the weather, but today, thankfully, it's packed its bags and moved on because this is just absolutely stunning. Beautiful conditions here. I think we're going for low 20s and sunny all day. So great day to be at Baskerville watching motorcycles and sidecars going around.
John Wilmore's John Wilmore and on the 1981 Suzuki P5 sidecar has just done a 1:16.16.
Wow,
which is sensational.
Tom Davis just puts in his fastest lap at a 1:20.69.
It's we've had, I think, Rob Warren has just come in. I think I can't.
Yes,
quite see. Yeah, I can see.
I did see Rob come back in, so he's going to be on the front row with John Wilmore. John, unfortunately, at the 2-hour had an engine failure. I think that was on the GSX 1100 engine machine. I think it did a valve or a piston or something.
Yes, it was certainly some head damage. I was up at Terry Brooks's place when they had it apart after that weekend, and they had to put in new pistons and.
Sorry, John Wilmore goes faster again at a 1:14.67 on the P5 Suzuki. So he's on fire at the moment.
Yeah, I'll have to check the lap records, Chris, because I know I'm not quite sure what the P5 lap record is, but if John keeps progressing like this, I reckon he might pick one up during the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic to see.
There is a fair bit of difference between the sidecar times and solo times, even though the engine's similar sizes, but you have to take into account that they're dragging 2 people around. And it'd be like riding a superbike with 2 people on it, 2 big people.
Yeah, I don't know how they compare for corner speed. Obviously, with a sidecar, you've got some big rubber on the ground. So I don't know how they compare. I've never actually circulated with a sidecar to be able to work that out.
Yeah, I think the main thing is acceleration. Even though they do accelerate quite quickly, because they have got a big rear tyre that can grab a big hold on the ground, but the acceleration out of corners, certainly the mid-corner speed should be higher on a sidecar compared to a bike, a normal solo.
A little bird tells me, Sean, that you were trying one out for size.
Well, yes, actually I did.
And how did that progress?
Well, it's quite good actually.
Really? So there could potentially be another sidecar on the grid?
For next year.
And Tom Davis telling me this morning that he believes there's another sidecar coming in from WA. So
yes,
potentially, what we've got 5 could become 7.
That's right. Which would bring us up to sort of the size fields that we had in the club in the early 80s.
Yep.
I mean, there certainly wasn't 30 sidecars, but
in very, very early days.
Yeah, that's right.
So you'd then be racing sidecars, you'd be commentating, you'd be steward, you'd be timing and video.
Yes. Sort of matches my day job.
So,
so we've got, is this the juniors or the under?
This is the first race for the day. This is the juniors.
Juniors, yes. You'd sort of have to really put your money on David Coward for this one.
Well, you say that, but Gus O'Halloran.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot about Gus.
So just looking at the qualifying now, we've got David Coward with the 1:11.1 and Gus O'Halloran 1:11.2.
Yes, I noticed yesterday Gus was out for the first time on wets, and he was absolutely flying. And David was out there as well, and they were going hammer and tong in the rain with their knees down, which is just brilliant to see.
Yeah, just talking this morning in the pits with a few people was saying, talking about the quality of the graduates coming out of this class. That clearly it's a good school for young riders because they are immediately competitive when they get into the larger fields on the large capacity bikes. It definitely works.
Yep, and we've seen it ever since we started running the junior class. Actually, even before we ran the junior class, we used to have a club 125 that we'd let people ride and taste racing. And the first person who did that, Brett Simmons. Look where he is now.
Yep.
So it's definitely, junior classes are definitely an opportunity for the kids to come through and learn some useful skills.
The challenge we have, of course, is that our graduates keep moving on, and that means we need more recruits. And being a fairly specific age group, which is what we've got, 12 to 16, I think.
Yep.
It's always a bit of a challenge for the clubs north and south to put enough bikes on the grid. Everyone understands and agrees that it's a really valuable class to have, but we just need to keep pushing it and keep getting the word out there that junior racing is here in Tasmania, and as we say, it works. People are having a ball out there, and they're going on to become very, very competent racers.
That's right, and the kids love it. It's not. I'm not going to say anything bad about motocross, but it's not like the parents in other forms of motorsports that tend to push their kids and try and get them to outperform their abilities. Out here on the juniors, it's just the kids come out and have fun. You know, you don't have to. There's no sheep stations. There's a nice trophy every now and then, but you don't have to go and hurt yourself. You can just go out and have fun. And all the kids seem to have fun. They all have big smiles on their faces.
Well, this race is going to be fascinating because David Coward on pole, Gus O'Halloran P2 are split by 0.1 of a second. I think the four-stroke of David Coward will probably get the jump off the line, so Gus will have to chase him down.
Yep.
From that point of view, maybe it hands it to David. I don't know, but we're about to find out because red flag is coming in now, ready for the first race of the day. The red light is on. Oh, maybe a bit of a creep there from Ava Connell. That'll be interesting. A great start. Anyway, that's up for race control to judge, but it is actually Gus O'Halloran who is first through turn one. David Coward around the outside of Ava Connell now down through the S's. But Gus O'Halloran, he's the man with the bit between his teeth. Look at David Coward, they reel him in through the S's.
Yes, Gus has got a bit of advantage off the line, even though he's on a two-stroke, because even though David's a small guy, Gus is about half his weight. So once he gets moving on the two-stroke, he can pull a reasonable advantage off the start line. But he's holding David off, going down towards turn 5 now. He's actually pulling a bit of ground on him. We'll see how it goes down the back straight, because I think David Coward's bike should be a bit quicker, but it's not.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
That little bike of Gus's has actually got some straight line speed. So this is going to be a great battle between these two. There's only probably 0.2 or 3 seconds between them at the moment. We're about to find out because they're across the start-finish line for the first time. What's the gap? It is 1.7 seconds, so I wasn't even close with that. Ava Connell did get a 10-second jump start penalty. So David Coward, do you think he's closed that down? Maybe. It certainly looks like he's fast down through the S's there, Sean.
Yes, he looks a fair bit faster than Gus there, but Gus pulls away from him going up the hill again. And Gus is riding a dedicated race bike, where David's riding a, is that an R15?
It is, an R15, yes. But obviously knows that bike well. He's had an opportunity to get very familiar with it and fine-tune it to what he likes. So interesting to see this lap time, to see how close they are to their qualifying, which was a 1:11. So Gus O'Halloran just coming through the sweeper at the moment. David Coward, I think probably the gap is very, very similar.
Yeah.
So that was a 1:09. Look at that. 1:09 from Gus and a 1:10.23 from David. So it shows you what winning the start can do. The adrenaline's certainly on board with Gus.
Yep. I talked to David after his crash yesterday. It was just a gentle crash at the top of the hill, if you can have one of those. He was not hurt at all, but the bike was a bit knocked around. He went straight back out on another bike, probably no more than 10 minutes after he crashed. So his confidence is not knocked around at all.
Well, that's good. And I guess the thing that we all comment on as riders, when you fall off, if you understand what you've done, there's no problem with going back out. It's when you don't understand why you've fallen off that it puts doubt in your mind and you're a bit more cautious.
Especially when it's wet.
Especially when it's wet.
Yeah. Gus has pulled out more of a lead now. I reckon he's well over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, look, that last lap through is certainly faster. There we go, 1:09.38. It's fast to lap again. And, yeah, David, I think, has thrown in the towel. Well, I shouldn't say thrown in the towel. He's going faster than his qualifying at 70.7. But he was half a second a lap slower than his first lap. You can probably see that he can't do much about young Gus there in front of him, because Gus lapping in the low 9s. Ava Connell has crossed the line in third place with a 1:17.47, and Jet Pryor 1:25.6.
Yep. Last lap board's just come out, and where are our leaders? Just going onto the back straight now. Gus has got pulled out more of a lead on David, I think. It's a little hard to see up there. Oh, yeah.
Well, on lap times, you'd expect that's the case.
Yep.
Watch for the celebrations coming over the line. So last lap board, you say is out, Sean, or about to come out?
It was out that lap.
Yeah, checker flag being prepared. So I think Gus O'Halloran will expect to see some pretty big celebrations. They've already started.
He's waving already.
Through the chute, on the pegs. Hippie, hippie shake, as Darryl Eastlake used to famously say. David Coward, well, clearly production-based machine versus the more GP-orientated bike of Gus's, but credit to both riders, absolutely fantastic racing. It would have been interesting if David got away better to get a bit of a tow from Gus, but look, take nothing away from Gus. That was a solid race. Fastest lap on the last lap, 1:09.29.
That's pretty good. Here comes Ava Connell now. Now, she did get a 10-second penalty, and she may still end up in third place.
It looks like it. And of course, later in the day, we have a reverse grid handicap for these riders, which is always entertaining. In fact, the one at the 2 hour came down to the wire with, I think, Isaac Simmons just getting Ava Connell on the line.
Yes. So, fourth place by Jet Pryor. He's just coming around the sweeper now, heading to the finish line. And yep, Ava still retains her third place, even with the 10-second penalty.
Yes, first hit out for the juniors today, and certainly, as I say, some great racing at the front. Gus really is loving his racing. It's good to see. Very excited. It's David Coward too, who's the Scott Goodman Rising Star Award winner from last year, and that's well deserved. He's continuing to go from strength to strength, and look forward to seeing both these guys actually on some larger machines in coming years.
Yes, it's going to be very entertaining. Gus was even racing office chairs yesterday afternoon after we'd finished.
Yeah, I vaguely remember those years if you just couldn't get enough racing. Everything was about getting to the racetrack, jumping on your motorbike or office chairs or whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's great to see just that enthusiasm.
Yes, even over at the canteen yesterday, when it was a bit wet, Gus has wandered over to the canteen guys and asked if he could help out there.
It's what we love about our club. Our community likes to chip in and help where they can. And yeah, generally, like just walking around the pits this morning, such a feeling of positivity and just love jumping on their motorbikes and going racing and be part of our race group. Bikes are starting to find their way out now. We'll just take a really quick break, Sean,
yes,
and I'll be back here in just a moment.
No worries.
So bikes on the in pit lane now for the start of our over 500cc race. So once again, just re-clarifying that this is for all machines over 500cc, but it excludes any A or B grade riders riding a superbike or a supersport as per the TAS Superbike and Supersport regulations. So an A or B grade rider in that group could jump on an older bike and compete in this class, but they can't ride their superbike or supersport bike in this class, that being a modern bike. However, C graders are more than welcome to ride a modern bike, being a TAS Superbike or a TAS Supersport. So first time we've run this, it's going to be very interesting to see how the group goes, but certainly on qualifying times. There was very little between the first 11. In fact, right at the front there, we've got Juhu Lee on a Ducati V4 Panigale at a 58.25 from Don Fenton, a 58.5 on a CBR 1000 pre-modern bike. So just showing that you get a B-grade rider, in the case of Don, on a slightly older pre-modern bike, right there with a C-grade rider on a Tas Superbike. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Maybe the extra horsepower of the Ducati might be enough, or the race experience of Don, who's a B-grader, is going to outclass Juhu. But it's absolutely fascinating to watch. Sean's just been called away for a moment, so I'll just run this race solo. See Scott Honeychurch right at the back of the field there, so he's obviously just asked the steward if he can go away around just for a bit of race practice, because he's not part of this group. He's an A-grade racer on a Tas Superbike, so he'll stay well clear. In fact, Rod Garrett just made his way back up to the commentary box, which will be a welcome return to commentary for Rod Garrett.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. I just heard you say you're going to be on your own. I thought I'd better...
That's right. Oh, racing. Oh, Don Fenton got a shocker. That's not what he needed.
Not the best start. He's going to end up nearly at the back of the grid into turn one.
I think it's Harley Phipps has actually got the lead from... Who's that up the inside? Is that Juhu Lee maybe on the Ducati has gone through?
Can't tell from here.
I think
it is Juhu Lee.
Yes, it is. But poor old Don Fenton. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if the clutch grabbed and it bogged a bit, but he was left there just paddling his feet for a moment. Hold your breath whenever that happens, with bikes flying past him.
It's not a good thing to happen.
But look at that big group of riders going up over suckers at the moment. Very competitive looking race field. So down the straight for the first time, I think it's going to be Juhu Lee on that Ducati. Yes, it is. Now, Scott Honeychurch coming through. I don't know why he's actually racing in this group. If he's out there for practice, he should be staying clear of this actual race.
I'm not sure, Chris.
No, that's a bit of a mystery to me, because he's certainly not eligible for this race. So he wants to be very careful not to disrupt it. So John Allen is actually the man in second place from Peter Bellchambers. I was saying this morning, Rod, that he's likely to figure in the group.
Okay. Yeah, Boyd Witzman's into fourth position. Don Fenton's made his way back up to fifth now. It's going to be very interesting to see what pans out over the next few laps. Trying to pick up the leaders. Juhu Lee there, coming down the back straight over the hump. It's got that margin out to, looks like around about a second and a half or so, but as we know, Scott Honeychurch isn't factoring in this race.
No, I just had word from race control that he thinks he is. He's in this race by accident.
Okay.
So, no, he's not actually eligible for this race. Let's just hope it doesn't cause a problem for Juhu Lee, who thinks that he's got to try and beat him.
Well, maybe he could be black flagged, if that's the case.
Well, that's up to race control, of course, not us, but it's certainly something you'd need to consider, I think, because if he plays a part in the outcome of this race, then that would be unfair.
So that will mean Juhu Lee will be still a leader on track, but Juhu Lee will be the leader anyway. Harley Phipps has moved into second now, and John Allen that's taking Scott out of the equation. So
56.66 from Juhu Lee. That's not a bad time at all, but now he's got Scott Honeychurch on his back wheel.
Now Juhu Lee riding very well.
Got to say, like, a few guys have struggled with those Ducatis first time out, so to go out there and there you go, 57.1 last time through. It would have been very, very interesting to see Don Fenton get a good start, and indeed Stuart Bugg and Bob Sellers both running those sort of times. So that would have been a really interesting race at the front had those both those riders been in this race.
Don Fenton now, after that bad start, he has made his way back to fourth place. 57.71 on the previous lap. Harley Phipps there, Chris, into the 59s. 59.66. He'd be very, very happy with that. Peter Bellchambers now has just come up into fifth.
From Jaden Davey Bodell with a 59.99. Just under the minute, not by a lot.
Interesting that Scott Honeychurch there hasn't actually made a pass on Juhuli yet.
No, for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe he's leaving to the last lap, but only he knows the answer to that one. So Don Fenton now comfortably past John Allen, that'd be, from Harley Phipps, riding beautifully there in 4th place. Harley, what's he done? A 60.91.
59.66 he's
well,
done.
there you go. Last time out in Formula Basketball.
So
lapping at 62s. There you go. Scott Honeychurch just up the inside of Juhuli.
Yes, they've taken Scott Honeychurch off the timing now, so Scott's actually not factoring. So it's
No, he wasn't there before. Oh, Juhuli looking to go down the inside of Scott Honeychurch. This is where this is a problem because he thinks he has to race him and he doesn't. But now, hopefully, Scott will show his, I guess, his A-grade class and should pull away here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened.
What's that?
How Scott ended up out here. Did he just get the races wrong, or?
No, I believe he thought he was eligible for this, and so did the person he spoke to. He was meant to go in the All Powers and ended up in this one by accident. So,
because I wouldn't have thought Scott would be a C grader.
No, he's an A grader, and that's why he had intended, or I guess his eligible feature race was going to be the
All Power race.
The All Powers. So no, he's not eligible for this. It is for anyone riding a TAS Superbike or Super Sport, it's a C grade only. But once again, the times from Juhuli absolutely brilliant. At the 50. Juhuli 56.58.
Yeah, Juhu's he's definitely pushing.
Well,
pushing more than he probably needs to, but he's definitely pushing.
Well, that's right, but he's getting the benefit of Scott's experience here. Let's hope he's still feeling somewhat in control. We don't want to go and see him take any risks where he doesn't need to in this case. But at this rate, you can easily see Juhu stepping up a grade next year.
Absolutely, he's looking very, very strong off the corners. No shortage of power on the Ducati.
No, he's riding it so well. Like I say, these bikes are not traditionally that easy just to jump on and ride.
No, he's only had it, a short, maybe a month or so.
So last lap board out now. And that's, of course, the last lap board for Juhuli, not Scott Honeychurch. Shame to see Mark de Jong just re-entering the pits.
But Mark's still having some teething issues getting this Aprilia working for him. So Juhuli has certainly, Chris, shown his time to Don Fenton. Don Fenton, his best so far at 57.71. So Juhuli has got a good second or more up his sleeve, going towards the rest of the day at this point.
Boyd Witzman on the SV650, he's going to be worn out because he's also eligible for the under 500. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say under 500. He's eligible for the F3 class, which is running with the under 500. So
okay,
he's going to have a lot of racing on this weekend. You'll know about it tomorrow. Checkered flag time for Juhuli. Line honours to Scott Honeychurch. So Juhuli 56.47. Would have been really interesting to see.
Comes Don Fenton here to take second.
So Don Fenton's quickest time there.
57.71.
Admittedly, he didn't have that carrot in front of him. He would have, I expect, dug a bit deeper there. He would have been pretty close to Juhu. And as I say, Stuart Bug last time out did a PB of, I think, flat 57. So 0.5 of a second behind Juhu. That would have been really interesting to see if Stuart could have done much about that. And of course, Bob Sellers, he's always capable of that sort of an upset, and if he gets a carrot in front of him, we've seen what he can do. So
there are two people not in the race today.
No, that's right. You can only wonder how that would have played out, but certainly, that sort of flat 57 mark is around about where I guess this race is pitched. After that, riders typically will progress to B grade unless they're on an older bike, where good luck to them. So that's playing out pretty much as expected.
What's next up on the calendar, Chris?
Next up, Rod, if I can find my list, is the under 500. So poor old Boyd, he's going back to back.
You'll know about it tomorrow.
I guess the SV650 is probably giving him an easier time of things than some of the bigger bikes. But Boyd does put in, so...
Yeah, I was talking to Brad Hughes briefly when I was down in the pits before, and as you know, Brad hasn't raced for a while, and he said it's hard work. He said, won't say exactly what he said, but 3 laps and he was feeling it. He said it was hard yakka out there on the superbike, but he was very, very happy to do a mid 55 after being away for so long.
Yeah, it's a brilliant lap, but of course he did do the 2 hour.
He did.
So he was here really last race meet. What surprised me is that he managed to do that entire race solo. I can understand the being fatigued after 3 laps, but I can't understand doing 2 hours solo after being off the bike for almost 2 years.
No, can't imagine what that'd be like. Well, in fact, I can imagine what it'd be like because I know we've done it. It's when you haven't ridden or raced a motorcycle for a long time and you throw the leg back over. I remember having trouble sitting on the toilet later that night. I had to hold onto the side of the wall or something. Like it was the legs were gone. So it does get you in the thighs.
Yeah, it certainly does. And look, I think most of us who are a little bit more senior than others, you do feel it, particularly first session out. The first 3 or 4 laps is where you come in and your hands are aching or your arms are pumped or you're working pretty hard. And you do, I think second session out does typically feel better.
Yeah, first session, especially when you haven't ridden for a while, the first session is very alien. It's amazing how fast, especially 1,000 feels when you throw the leg over it and when you haven't ridden for a while and you come in and you look at your time and you think it felt fast in your head, but then you look at your times and you think, well, hang on, I was 3 seconds quicker last time I rode this bike.
Well, that's right.
And it's hard to imagine, it just comes with time on the bike, but yeah, it's getting your head around the speed and how quickly they accelerate and getting your braking markers right.
You just often feel so rusty the first session out. You just come in and think, I can't do this. This is horrible. And then suddenly next time out, it all starts to smooth out and you feel better. It's, why it happens, I don't know, but it's a real thing.
Well, getting back to the race on hand that's about to happen, this is going to be very interesting to see this big field of bikes. I think we've got 22 entries.
Yeah, just looking for the qualifying sheet. So yeah, Reece Tan on a 59.6 in P1.
So Reece is on a Moto 3 or is it a 125?
No, it's a Moto 3.
Moto
then we've
3.
got Dale Madden on an SV650 at a 60.5. From James Abbey on an SV650, 61.3. Boyd Witzman, Ben Abbey both on SV650s. Then Julian Winlow on that
KTM/Honda, whatever he's on today.
The motor. Then Rob Scott, Larry Eaton, Darren Grice. So a real mix of bikes at the front. And I think this the launch of some of these bikes off the line is probably going to play a big part in how this race plays out. These SV650s do launch well.
They do launch well, but the Juhu Lee is on a Moto 3 bikes do launch well compared to a 125 GP bike, so he should get off the line pretty good.
And Reece is in really good form. Look, I'd still be...
he'll be the man to beat.
I'd still be saying he's the man to beat. He's probably going to have a few bikes to get past, and they'd be different to what he's typically used to because they're SV650. So he's going to have to use his smarts and think about this as a racer.
Yeah, turn 2 is going to be the place. If he does have a straight line speed deficiency down the back straight, he will certainly be quicker in the corners, and he should make up a fair bit of time through turn 1, around the sweep and into turn 1, and then turn 2 will be an ideal place to take a dive bomb on those little lightweight race GP bikes.
It'd be interesting to see the straight line speed between the two. We're going to find out very quickly. But as I say, this... there
won't be a lot in it, I don't think.
I don't think so. I think it's mainly going to come down to the start. If those SV650s get away as a group to get in front, then Reece is going to be challenged to get through them. But I think once he does, he's going to have the outright pace. But look, fascinating. And big group of bikes, almost a capacity grid.
They're still trying to filter through, and
just great to to look at from up here, Rod, with the sun shining on the raceway and all the bikes lined up.
We've got a few people just trying to work out where they're supposed to be on the grid. Always pays to go down and have a look off before the race to see exactly where you are. But we're in the red flag is about to come in. Looks like everyone's ready to go. We've got 8 or 9 rows there, Chris. Looking for lights on in the tower. It's in the starter's hands. Just a bit of a delay with the start here.
Yeah, don't know what's going on. Got a bit of a problem with the red light.
Okay.
That's not what we're going to see. They did have some issues this morning, according to Sean. So
looks like we've got some issues again.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to...
Okay.
All right, I don't know how that happened.
I'm not sure. Was that a start or were they just waved them on? I'm not sure what's going on here.
Well, poor old Reece Tan, he's parked on the pit row. It looks like it may have stalled. I don't know, but hopefully he can get that running.
It's probably not the easiest thing to start with a bump start, especially pushing uphill.
Look, we'll just come back to that, but at the moment, bikes just finding their way up the hill towards Suckers at the moment. That looks like Dale Madden on the unfaired SV650.
Definitely.
Got away to a flyer at the start. Look at that big field of bikes filing over Suckers at the moment. Some good overtakes already happening. Poor old Reece, I don't know what happened there. I can only assume that he was maybe caught by that issue with the red light not functioning and may have stalled.
May have stalled the bike, and that's it, into that. So that's no good. But it's definitely Dale Madden. He's got a good second and a half, 2 second gap already. Looks like, is that
so
James Aby in second?
That is James Aby in second.
Boyd Witzman moved into third. So Boyd's going to be, I'd say, the man to beat here for between the 650s, apart from Dale. Whether Boyd will catch Dale's another thing, but it's definitely very quick through the corners. Done a lot of laps around Baskerville Raceway.
Yeah, we've both raced Boyd, and
he's hard to beat on the brakes. Can be a bit dangerous.
Does love the brakes.
Can do a bit of a dive bomb, a bit like a plover. Maybe we should call him the plover.
Well, do they dive bomb? It's more magpies, isn't it?
Oh, well, I think they all do. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Dale Madden's got a comfortable lead here. Here's Boyd Witzman. Let's have a look at the braking duel here. Yeah. And as we said, no trouble at all there to go up the inside, the end of the straight, past James Aby.
Does that nicely. James fires back up the inside, but I think that's because Boyd probably ran a little bit deep under brakes. But James not going to give this up. He's still on the back wheel of Boyd.
You'd imagine being similar bikes that have identical gearing.
Rob Scott with Chloe Honeychurch riding beautifully right behind him. Rob's got a tiny gap there up to James Aby. But
Chloe Honeychurch had a look up the inside of Rob Scott, and Rob closed the door very quickly, and she did have to sit it upright.
She continues to impress me as a racer.
She's trying to go around the outside there. She just won't have that straight line speed. Unfortunately, as you can see there up the hill, the SV650's just got that little bit more horsepower in the straight line.
Yeah, the Ninja 400's going to struggle against that, but of course, oh no, it looks like, is that Isaac Simmons, faller at the end of the back straight?
Is Isaac Simmons?
Yeah, I noticed he was on the bottom of the timesheet. So new bike, that's not what he wants. It would have been nice to have a hit out this morning and get his confidence up. Main thing is he's up, unfortunately standing right there in harm's way, looking at the bike rather than looking at the race field coming towards him. Hopefully he can get out of there very quickly.
He's pushing the bike across the dirt, not easy to do, but he's trying to get over towards the fence there to get out of harm's way.
Dale Madden, 59.99. So I'd be guessing that if Reece Town got away, he would have been the pace setter in this group. But Boyd Witzman, look, 60.7. Goes to show how well Dale's riding, isn't it? With a rider of the calibre of Boyd, still 0.7 of a second slower, Dale is really riding that bike well.
He definitely is. He's not scared. You can considering Dale is in his 60s and he started racing a couple of seasons ago, so he's definitely got a lot of natural ability, and he's not scared at all to have a go.
James Abbey having a cracker ride right on the back wheel of Boyd Whitman too. He's not giving up.
No, he's normally we see that the Abbey brothers all over each other, but not today. James is right on the curtails there of Boyd Whitman, and he's got a good 2 or 3 second lead over his brother Ben. We have seen those roles reversed over the years between the two, and depending on the day, we can see Ben leading Jimmy, or vice versa.
Yeah, well, not today. Certainly.
No, I think the having Boyd Whitman, in the group, and Boyd riding so well that Jimmy's jumped right on the back of him, and as you can see here, at the end of the back straight, they're separated by only about 4 or 5 bike lengths.
So just looking at Isaac Simmons coming back into the pits, so that's good to see. He's mobile. Can't really see much machine damage. Hopefully he just ran off. That'd be a good news story if that's the case.
Yeah, it looks like the bike's in pretty good condition. Generally, when you go down, there's a few marks and scratches.
Yeah, even if they just lie over gently in the dirt up there, they come back looking pretty grubby.
It doesn't take much to mark up a race bike when they go on their side.
No.
It's interesting. They're still they got full course green. Just wondering why there was a holding the green flag here around the start finish sweeper. It doesn't appear to be anyone else off track.
It's a 5-second lead now. Dale Madden over Boyd Whitman.
Yeah, Dale's just entering the chute here into the sweeper, making his way around. Can't be many laps to go. And he's done his fastest lap of the race here, Chris. I can't see it, but that is his quickest lap so far.
That's a 59.71, so he's going 0.2 of a second faster. Just goes to show what can happen when you're actually at the front of a field, even if you're winning your own class within a group.
And James Abbey there, fantastic effort. He had a bit of a look at Boyd Whitman into turn 1, so they're separated by about 4 bike lengths.
Is that Rob Scott on the back of them now?
Rob Scott's, we got Boyd Whitman and James Abbey up the hill going into Suckers now. Ben Abbey coming up the hill halfway along, and then it'll be Rob Scott, I believe.
Oh, from Chloe?
No, Chloe Honeychurch is ahead of Rob Scott.
Okay.
So Rob Scott, Darren Grice has actually gone ahead of him as well. So been a good battle between those three. So Darren Grice riding very well on the
he is
on the Kramer, getting to grips with that new bike.
Then we've got 2 motards released in order. 8 and 9 is Julian Winlow from Larry Eaton. So are they together on track?
Just looking here.
Yes, they are. Look at this.
Yes, and Darren Grice there using the speed of the Kramer down the back straight's gone ahead of Chloe Honeychurch. But I reckon Chloe's got the corner speed. She's been riding very well on the brakes and through the turns. I reckon by the time we get to the bottom of the hill, Chloe may be back in front of Darren Grice here. Let's have a look here. Going into turn 1, Chloe Honeychurch, good corner speed there. She's having a look up she's looking around the outside. A long way around there, but she's all over the back of Darren. And Rob Scott there, who's using his experience to get right on the back of the other two. So, and the 2 motards there, not too far back. And Julian Winlow there, spinning up quite a bit as he's trying to get the power on.
Right in front of Larry Eaton, and Larry hasn't thrown this in for motard honours either.
I think Larry would be super keen to get ahead of Julian. No doubt. Must have down to the last lap board, I think. Yeah, last lap board is out.
Checkered flag goes to Dale Madden right now.
Checkered flag's out, right.
So next up will be Boyd Whitman with Jim Abbey going around the outside.
Long way to run.
Going down to the wire, but Boyd Whitman gets it. Then we're back to Ben Abbey just about to cross the line now.
Darren Grice.
What's happened? Darren Grice from
Rob Scott
from
Chloe Honeychurch.
So I don't know what happened there. Maybe Chloe tried to move and ran wide, but great battle there. Julian Winlow gets the better of the motards, edging out Larry Eaton. Graham Cunningham then from David Dick. Then we've got Anthony Reid.
Looking back still to come through.
Good battle here further back. We've got Hans Dadson, I think that is. Is that Michael Regan all over the back of him?
It looks like, yes, I think it is.
Yeah, nice ride from Michael. almost got the better of hands in front of him. Then we've got David Coward on bike 60 trying his hand in the larger group. He used to be running around in juniors. Roy Turner.
Eleanor Renton. Dick Regan there coming through. Leah Renton. Isaac Simmons obviously did when we didn't see Isaac finish the race, or Reece Tan. So good ride from Dale.
He's got to be happy with that. I don't know how many times he's actually taken the checkered flag.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And I think that's probably a PB lap time as well.
Well, we've seen it before. When riders have that extra adrenaline of being in the lead, they can produce some pretty impressive things. And that was an impressive ride there from Dale Madden.
Yeah, super impressive ride too from Boyd Whitsaman and also the Abies.
That was a great battle there between quite a few riders on track. I'm sure they would have come back with a big grin on their face. Certainly entertaining from our point of view watching it. Look, really didn't matter where you looked on track. There were riders having a bit of a dice or fighting for a position. It was absolutely fantastic to see.
No, it seemed to work. That format, I think, worked very well. There'll be a lot of happy people. Obviously, it's the first race of the new format, so it looked like it was very successful.
Yeah, well, as I said, Rod, we'll be seeking feedback after this, so it'll be interesting to see what riders tell us, and we'll make change where we can. But so far, just certainly from the commentary box, this looks to have been a lot of fun.
Well, this brings us to our, I guess, the feature race of the calendar, or of the program. First head out for the Superbike and 600s.
Yeah, it's always one to get your heart racing.
Yeah, it's a good field of thousands and 600s. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it pans out.
Yeah, you can never bet against Brett Simmons in these sprint races. He's done that many laps around here, and he's raced nationally at a high level for such a long time that he keeps producing, and it's always hard to say that see how he can be beaten, because he's the outright lap record holder here. But having said that, he's got Jason Spencer right on his heels. Jason is also a lap record holder here in the 600 class. Jason becoming more and more familiar with the Honda that he's racing, so look, anything's possible.
Absolutely.
You were saying this morning that Brad Hughes going through at a mid-5, so he's going to be right in the mix.
Yeah, Chris McGrath, he was also talking about how physical it was to get back on the 1,000 after not riding for a little while himself. And he said that it felt amazingly fast in his head. And as we know, Chris has dipped into the 53s before, but he was, I think, in the 56s.
Brett Simmons just re-entering the pits. That's not what he wants. So there's hopefully only a very, very small tweak to make to the bike, and he can get back out there. But frantic at the moment, trying to get some help from his pit. That'd be a shame if Brett can't. Yeah, here we go.
There's something.
Looks like he's tightening something up. Don't know. Certainly a spanner on the front wheel. That wouldn't be too good. Anyway, Brett is going to be allowed out. He's been shown the red flag at the moment. He'll be starting from the back or the top of pit lane. So he's missed the cutoff for getting onto the racetrack, but he'll be allowed into the race. So he's going to have to come from behind. That'll make it interesting.
That's going to make it very interesting. Not an easy thing to do.
No, and also just a little bit, not doubt in his mind, but lost his focus a little bit maybe because of that whatever that issue they had. Although he's got time to gather his thoughts now, sitting at the top of pit lane, so he should be right, as say, a rider of Brett's experience.
There's a few little things that still aren't quite right on the bike, so whether he's going to be able to push, that's the thing.
Well, that's right. I mean, his qualifying time suggested he's got the pace there. But it's also going to add more motivation for the guys who are on track. And you've got now Jason Spencer, who's the one likely to head the field, the next fastest qualifier. He's there on P2 from Scott Honeychurch. He's already had a hit out this morning, so Scott should be on pace. So the red flag, we've got one bike just Waits Raider at the back, just trying to find his position. Red flag about to come in.
Hopefully the lights are working. Looking for the red light to come on in the tower.
Oh, not again. Surely not.
Come on, guys.
No, there must. I don't know.
I didn't even see the start light. I'm not sure what's going on there, but
I have no idea. We certainly couldn't see any light, so there must be another light they're using down there that we can't pick up, because certainly the race field got away all at the same time.
Yeah.
Other than Don Fenton, who had, I think it was Don, who had clutch problems again, just like in the over 500 race.
Okay.
But at the front, it's Jason Spencer who's spinning it up at the bottom of the hill. I think Scott Honeychurch behind him, is it? It's a bit hard to pick up at the moment. The sun glistening off the bikes as they go up over Suckers for the first time down into Calvin. So we're about to get a look at these big bikes. First time full throttle down the back straight.
If you full throttle if you can, but there is a hump to contend with, which they do power wheelie down.
So it's actually Jason Wiley who got through into second place from Scott Honeychurch. Oh, a bit of congestion there at the underbrakes at the end of the back straight. Brett Simmons all spinning it up, coming through, trying to get down the inside of Jezza Huddleston, but the back tyre didn't want any part of that.
I'd say the tyre would be not up, starting from where he started, would not have the temperature in the tyre.
Yeah, the inside of Jezza now just sneaks in there, so slowly Brett weaving his way through the field, right on the back of Damien Folds there at the moment. But at the front, it's Jason Spencer. Look, Jason Wiley not doing a bad job at all of hanging on to.
Is it Jason Spencer? Yeah, Jason Spencer, according to timing.
Yeah, Jason Wiley not doing a bad job of hanging on to the back of Jason Spencer. Two protagonists from the 600 class, the two Jasons. Used to enjoy watching those two go head to head.
So Brett Simmons there trying to get through the field. They're very busy in the middle of the pack. Yeah, the two Jasons, Chris, you're dead right. We've had some ding-dong battles over the previous years with those two.
So Brett Simmons now on the back of Chip Sellers, who's looking to get up the inside. I don't know who that is, actually. We've got Brad Hughes. Oh, it's pretty tight there for Brad. He's certainly got his work cut out.
He's definitely got his work cut out for him, for sure. That was a good move. Very, very clean. Didn't run wide.
So he's... Yeah, too hard to pick from here. I'm not going to try and guess.
Oh, geez, tell you what, that was close between Brett and
Chip, is it?
Whoever the rider in front of him is. They were almost banging handlebars there.
Whoa, somebody off at the bottom of the hill there. I'm not sure what happened. They're up on their feet. But bottom of the hill, red flag, the yellow flag, I should say, is about to wave, I think. Yep, there we go. Can't pick who that is at the moment, but main thing is they're straight up. I didn't see what happened.
I'm just looking for Damien Fools. Is Damien still out there? Yeah. Yes, he is.
Brett Simmons about to try and find his way through on Brad Hughes, and does so round the outside into turn one.
I didn't bring my glasses up. I can't see the times, Chris, so I'll leave that up to your eyes.
Lockie Curtis, third outright. Is that correct?
That looks, yeah, Lockie Curtis.
Well, that'd be outstanding on a 600.
Just about to be passed by Brett Simmons, I dare say.
56.97. So, well, there we go. Jason Wiley's going over the hump. No, well, that's
Scott Honeychurch
in third.
Brett Simmons is now into fourth, and Brad Hughes there challenging Lockie Curtis on the brakes.
Is that Lockie?
I think so.
As I say, that would be absolutely outstanding if it is. And it is. Ahead of Brad Hughes, so still it's Jason Spencer just at the bottom of the hill there at the moment. So that bike rolling again, right?
Okay.
I don't know who that was. Surely they're about to come into pit lane. There we go, running down the back straight at the moment.
Okay, must have been Matt Carey or Heath Fielding potentially. You know, Heath Fielding, did he not start? Maybe it's Matt Carey.
I think it might be Matt. That's a shame. He's looking forward to a big day here today. But given he's riding it, let's hope he can get back out there later in the day. Jason Spencer, our race leader, just going over the line at the moment. Quickest lap, 53.87 from Jason Spencer. Wow.
Scott Honeychurch has made a made a move on Jason Wiley into second place. Getting tongue-tied with all the names.
What's interesting here, Rod, is that Jason Spencer has done a faster lap than Brett Simmons. Now, admittedly, Brett's been in traffic, but it just, I guess, goes to show that maybe if Brett had got away well, we could have been seeing a pretty close battle at the front.
Yeah, not got away well, got away at all. So obviously there was some issue there with the bike prior to the start. Had to head back into pit lane to make some quick adjustments.
Scott Honeychurch just holding off Jason Wiley as they come down the back straight, with Brett Simmons now ranging up behind them. 54.46 from Jason Spencer last time through. Then we've got Scott Honeychurch at a 55.2. Brett Simmons now into third place at a 53.62. So that is the fastest lap of the race. Now he's got a bit of clear air, so yeah, still would be interesting to see if he and Jason Spencer were going head to head. Well, that's certainly a shame for Matt Carey. We can only hope that it was minor damage, given he rode it back, and he's going to be able to get back out there for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I think Brett Simmons is going to have enough pace here. 2 laps to go. Well, actually, one lap to go after Jason Spencer comes across the line. But Brett Simmons there, powering down over the hump there. He's going to challenge on the brakes. The 3 bikes here locked together. Nothing in it between the 3. Scott Honeychurch, Jason Wiley and Brett Simmons all within a couple of bike lengths of each other.
Yeah, Jason Wiley's not going to give in too easily, I wouldn't have thought. He usually holds his ground pretty stubbornly. But I don't know if he's going to have much to say in this, is he? Oh, Jason Wiley does shut the door into the top of the S's. What makes it harder for Brett is that there's 2 of them together in Scott Honeychurch and Jason Wiley. So it's almost, he's going to put 2 moves on in one.
As you can see there, all 3 bikes have got no shortage of horsepower as they put it on up the hill. Very, very fast motorcycles.
And look, as much as Brett would be frustrated by having missed the start, he would have enjoyed this race, finding his way through, watching those 2 superbikes in front of him, leaving rubber and wheel standing, and Brett right there in the grandstand seat looking for an opportunity to get past them is fun.
And Jason Wiley there, very late on the brakes, is going to hold off Brett Simmons. So
checkered flag time for Jason Spencer. He goes through with a quickest lap of 53.87. So Scott Honeychurch does actually hold on for second place from Jason Wiley and then Brett Simmons. Outstanding from Lockie Curtis, P7 outright, first of the Tas Super Sports. But the top 5 outright: Jason Spencer, Scott Honeychurch, Jason Wiley, Brett Simmons, Brad Hughes, Hamish Sellers. Well, that's actually first 6.
First 6.
Good battle there further back. That was Don Fenton, John Allen. Wade Schrader was in that mix. Yep. Good racing in that group, Rod, as we've come to expect, I guess. They always manage to turn it on, and a bit of drama.
All right, I've got to go, Chris. Looks like I've got a needed in pit lane, so excuse me.
All right, you might want to send Sean back up. So Superbikes and Super Sports just slowly filing back in off the racetrack. Conditions still absolutely glorious here at Baskerville. The only issue people are going to have today is potential sunburn, because it's I can't even see a cloud in the sky. It's absolutely beautiful. So I've been very lucky now, having had good weather for the 2 hour, and then round one of our state championship, sorry, I should say club championship this year. Has been overdue though. We've been struggling with pretty ordinary weather here at basketball for a couple of years now, particularly on our ride days. And yeah, unfortunately, our ride day yesterday was a bit of a write-off. But we can't control these things. You just got to persevere and push on. It is what it is. Sidecars making their way out for their first race of the year as a championship. Well, it's the first race anyway, but first time they've actually been part of a club championship here for many years. So it's a very welcome return to see the three-wheelers out there. As Sean was saying earlier, part of the DNA of this club, the SRCT. Prior to us being the Sports Riders Club, we were the Sidecar Racing Club. So there'll be many in the community, no doubt, that are looking on fondly at seeing the return of the sidecars. And as we're saying this morning, there's already talk about another one or two sidecars making their way onto the grid. So that'd be absolutely fantastic to see. So at the moment, we've got just Red Warren and Harley Phipps. They're the first outfit out. Certainly do hope we can get this starting system sorted, because that's caused a couple of issues the last couple of races. Always a bit of a nervous time at the start of a race. There's a lot of adrenaline and often aggression being applied on the launch of bikes, and you don't want any false starts, because accidents can easily happen. But sidecars out now, so they're out for their siding lap. We've got looks like Tom Davis returning to the pits. Let's hope not. That'd be a shame. The pole man was actually John Wilmore. John and Jen Fitzpatrick, so they've gone through with the Period 5 outfit at a 1:14.6, and given them actually a 3-second gap to Rob Warren. Now, Rob has got plenty of experience from days gone by racing sidecars, and he's probably on the most competitive outfit out there. But he's at the very early stages of getting that bike sorted, having no end of problems trying to sort out little handling issues with it. So I think Red will only get faster. It'll be interesting to see what John Wilmore can do in front. Red should have the straight line speed, but obviously John Wilmore riding beautifully to be 3 seconds a lap faster. He must be carrying some great corner speed. So Red Warren and Harley Phipps. Harley having ridden beautifully earlier in the over 500cc class on a CBR 600. I think he got about 5th or 6th outright. So he's now passenger on a sidecar. The field a little bit drawn out here at the moment. So while we have Red Warren sitting on pole position, which is actually, I would have thought, not where he should be. I thought he qualified second. Could be wrong. So here's John Wilmore now, about to line up on machine number 6. Then I think it's Lindsay Seabrook making his way around. And we have one outfit starting from the top of pit row. So Sean Patmore just to rejoin us for the commentary of the sidecar race. The red flag is in, so ready for a start. I'll be guessing, a bit of, I don't know if there's a jump start or not from John Wilmore. But he's away in the lead. Red Warren right behind him down through the S's. I'll be expecting Red Warren's machine to be the fastest down the back straight. So if he can stay in striking distance there of the bike in front, then he should be pretty safe to get past. But the pace in qualifying from John Wilmore, absolutely outstanding. 3 seconds a lap faster he was than Red Warren.
Absolutely. Did you see how quickly Red Warren actually caught John going up the hill then?
I did. I'm not sure what sort of engine's in that outfit of John Wilmore's. You know, it's a 600, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure.
We're about to see it. There it goes.
Yeah, there's a bit of pace difference, isn't there?
Yeah, but what's John Wilmore got up his sleeve to have been able to go 3 seconds a lap faster in qualifying?
Might have just been the clean air.
So Red Warren, I reckon that adrenaline surging again. He remembers what it's... Got very loose over the start-finish line. You want to be careful doing that. It's a big, big slide. I was just talking about the adrenaline surging. That's what adrenaline can lead to, Sean.
That's it. I think his passenger moved across to the rear wheel a bit too soon as well and took the weight off the outside wheel. So it's lifted the outside wheel a bit.
Well, that certainly would have heightened the awareness.
I think he's breathing deeply at the moment.
I reckon. If he's even started breathing again. He's probably still holding his breath after that one. Particularly after the 2 hour where he had a spectacular 180 on the launch off the line. You were saying this morning, Sean, that it managed to wheel stand off the line and came down crossed up and then 180'd.
Yes, he was a bit worried about running into the armco, so he kept feeding in more and more left handlebar, and when it came down, it shot at 90 degrees across the track.
Unfortunate retirement there from Terry Brooks. They've had problems with that machine this morning, so he's just coming back into the pits now. Hopefully they can get that sorted. So Rob Warren, first flying lap, 1:11.22. So he's dropped 5 seconds from his qualifying. So the question is going to be, is his fitness going to hold up? You're saying that it's pretty fatiguing riding that machine at the moment. So John Wilmore is he's still in the hunt. John was also 2 seconds a lap faster than his qualifying at a 1:12.58. So look, he just needs to hang in there. And he certainly looks like he's doing that, Sean.
Yep, absolutely. I think the time's going to come down because the track's getting hotter and hotter. And the grip's developing nicely, I think.
Just looking for the leaders to come down through Calvin's now over onto the back straight and over the hump. I'll tell you what, John Wilmore is certainly still in the hunt here.
Yes, he's still hanging on there.
This next flying lap's going to be interesting, just to see where the pace settles.
Yes. He's definitely braking deeper than Red Warren at the end of the back straight.
So 1:12.37. So Rob Warren's backed off by a second a lap, and that's actually a tenth of a second a lap slower than John Wilmore behind. So John is matching that time. So now it's a matter of whether or not he can whittle down that lead with the 3 laps remaining. You think Red's probably clear?
I think he's clear. Yeah, take a big mistake from Red for that gap to close up enough for John to get past.
Lindsay Seabrook just crossing the line. So Lindsay's machine period
4. 750 Honda CB750 Honda Transarc engine.
Transarc being
engine manufacturer from the 70s and early 80s.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah, in New South Wales, you'd see plenty of CB750 superbikes that were Transarc. So I'm assuming it's the same.
So with 2 laps to go now, Red Warren has actually upped the pace again, 1:11.61.
That may be because he started breathing again.
Maybe. John Wilmore 1:12.61. So Red is maybe going to settle into that pace at around the 1:11 until he becomes more familiar with that machine. And of course, Harley Phipps, who's swinging, is only new to sidecars as well, so they need to work it out as a team.
Yep, I think they've had one practice day, the 2-hour race meeting and this race meeting.
It's not very much at all.
No. As you said, it's very physical, and you've got to learn what you're doing. And once you learn what you're doing, then the guy driving it can go much faster.
Yes, I've never been on one, but I imagine the passenger's position is absolutely critical in keeping the machine balanced.
Yep.
And if anything like solo, any little movement is fairly dramatic input into how the bike behaves.
Yes, I did see one at Phillip Island one day that lost a passenger through Southern Loop, and the driver didn't notice until they got to Honda.
Oh, wow.
When it flipped over on the side.
So Rob Warren just picked up the last lap board, so 1:11.62 for him. So he settled into that high 11 bracket, and John Wilmore behind. 1:12.2 is his quickest, 1:13 flat last time through. So there's probably half a second difference between them, really, as it on an average. So that'll give John Wilmore something to think about, whether or not he can find another half second for race 2. 6 laps, from all accounts, is quite enough for manhandling these bikes around. I reckon they'll be all pretty happy about seeing the last lap board. Red telling me that the skin was worn off his hands at the 2-hour. There's that much input into the handlebars.
Yes, he was having a fair bit of trouble with the handling of that machine, 2-hour as well. It was just starting to get sorted out. And I think that's the first time he rode it in anger. I know the practice session we had out here before the 2-hour, he said it shimmied so hard. There we go.
1:12.2, and Rob Warren picks up the win. Very impressive ride from John Wilmore. Pick up second place.
Yes, Red was saying it was shimmying so hard going down the back straight he couldn't see.
Yeah, he was saying it was very rigid in the front end,
yes.
And he's had the shock out of it and made some further changes. So hopefully that's going to improve it. Because I think it doesn't matter what you race, the machine's got to work with you. You don't have to just be braver and give it more. It's teamwork between you and the bike, and the bike's got to fit you and work with you.
Yeah, there's got to be that confidence in the bike, so you know what it's going to do. It's probably okay if it's nervous and stuff, but as long as you know what it's doing when it is nervous. But that stage with Red and the motorcycle, he didn't quite know what it would do.
No, that's not what you want.
No.
Lindsay Seabrook just crossing the line to pick up third place. So Terry Brooks, he was a withdrawal, and for some reason Tom Davis didn't manage to get out there, which is a real shame. I can see him down there working on his bike now. So hopefully we'll have a full field for race 2. The question is, where are we at? 11:30. Yeah, just hearing from race control that we are going to push on and see if we can get another round in before lunch. So our original estimate was that we'd be finishing race 1 by 11:30, and we are bang on. That'll take us through to around about 1 o'clock for lunch if we get another round in based on what we estimated coming in. So that would work pretty nicely.
Yes. Just walking around the pits today, Chris, talking to riders about the new race format. For our club rounds, and overwhelming positive results. It's something different. We're doing a few things differently to a normal race meeting, and everybody I've talked to out here so far has thought it's a great concept, and it's a good direction to move in.
Yeah, it's really pleasing to hear, Sean. you know, you can never make change that pleases everyone, of course, and that's unfortunate. But these things are only ever done with good intention and to try and actually make things better for people. And as we keep saying, that this is a trial year, we'll give it a shot, take feedback from riders and see what they think, see how we can tweak it and improve it going forward. But that's great early feedback that people are really enjoying it.
Actually, Chris, I did have a couple of complaints. I've forgotten about those. People were complaining because they had too many races that they could enter in.
Well, that's that's a bit of a laugh, obviously, but also great to hear. I mean, look, I had a call from Juhu Lee earlier in the week. Not sure about the classes, and he said, "What can I go in?" I said, "Well, you're a C grader on a superbike, TAS superbike. You can go in TAS superbike. You can go in over 500. You can go in all powers, and you can go and race your mates." He said, "Serious?
For how much?"
Yeah. So look, as we keep saying, it's something we'll give it a go, and hopefully people see that it's something different, and we'll respond to people's feedback and try and keep improving it.
So we've got the juniors out on track, lining up for their second race. They're just coming around the S's, heading up the hill, and I think David Coward might be trying to go and get the jump on Gus this race. If he can get ahead, it'll take a bit for Gus to pass him, I think.
Yeah, totally agree, Sean. I think that's what's going to be critical in this race. David getting away well.
By the look of it, actually, David might have even started in second gear in that first race because it was very slow off the line.
Yeah, it was. Unless, look, he might have been balked, I guess, by the fact that Ava jumped the start.
Yeah.
And sometimes when another rider jumps the start next to you, you second guess yourself. You go, oh, should I go? Should I not? And you've lost that. I guess that jump yourself. So look, we're about to find out. I think that's David's. David needs to do that. Gus has shown that he's got a little bit more track speed this morning, but if David was right on his back wheel or leading, he could probably lift it a little bit more as well. So I think there's every chance if David gets away well, we can see a great battle between these guys. And I think David knows exactly what he needs to do here. But look, so too does Gus. He would have had a good think about that race.
Okay, so they're lined up. Red flags in. Red lights on. Red lights off. Yep. Clean start for everyone.
I'm not sure what happened there, but David did get the jump, but just got outgunned, I think, by that bike of Gus O'Halloran's. He actually got a flyer up there into turn one. So, look, Gus away first. David has reeled him in a bit through the S's. That seems to be David's strength down through 2 and 3.
We might have to check Gus's bike to make sure it is actually a 150.
This is where it just must be so excruciating for David to see that bike just starting to eke out a bit of a margin as they go up the hill, sweeping up over suckers. It is hard work when you do all that. You put in through the corners, you bring back that gap, and you just see them start to creep away from you again down the straight.
Yes, and Gus is doing that again. He's pulling out, inching out, little bit by little bit, and it looks like he's pulled about 10 bike lengths now. Yeah,
pretty demoralising when that happens, but this is the time of the race that David, if he puts in and can actually hold onto that margin, it might be enough to get a tow. And that makes it easier when you're on somebody's back wheel. But I'm thinking that, what have we got? Already a 2-second lead from Gus. So given Gus showed the early pace in race 1, it's probably going to be a big ask for David from here, but you never know.
Yeah, David does catch up a fair bit coming down through the S's. But as soon as they get on the hill, Gus just pulls away again.
Yeah, as I say, it's there's not much you can do about that as a racer. And the further they get away from you, goes without saying, the bigger the task. But you start just to say, well, what's the point of risking everything here?
That's it. You just have to hope that someone else makes a mistake.
Well, that's why you should never give up, because you never know what can happen in a race. You know, Gus might just have a moment of running wide or miss a gear or something, and suddenly David's right back in the mix. So you've got to, keep committed till the end.
Yes, I think Gus's confidence was bolstered yesterday dramatically in the wet. He had never ridden on wet tyres before, and he was flying. But so was David, I must say. So they were going for it yesterday in the practice day.
Yeah, I was saying this morning that both of them are just proving to be such great little races, improving every time they go out, and just makes you wonder what sort of future they have racing in the bigger classes.
That's it. David this weekend, of course, is also racing in the under 500 class on a KTM. I didn't actually see that race earlier today, but every time you race, you should improve, and he looks like he is. So
it's hard to miss that race because everywhere you looked, there were bikes and there were dices.
Yes.
And you'd hardly get out of the way of the smiles of people coming back in off the track. But just looking at Ava Connell and Jet Pryor, they've been going around for a while in juniors.
Yeah, this is their second year. Is it their second
I reckon
year?
it's probably Ava's third year.
Could be Ava's third year.
I'm not sure what her age is, and when she's ready to move into the larger classes, it's going to be good for her to have a bit of competition around her, because as Rod and I were saying earlier in the under 500 class, there's nothing like having bikes around you and in front of you that are a bit faster to spur you on.
And drag you forwards as well.
It absolutely does. Your lap times drop almost by magic when you're still progressing. It doesn't happen so much when you're the likes of Brett Simmons at the front of an A-grade field. Your times don't magically drop. You've got to work very hard for every extra bit. But Jet's already had a try on the 300, I believe.
Yes.
And gone very well. So it's going to be great to see what Jet can do on the larger bike. It's certainly probably going to suit him better than a little bike.
Yes. The 150 Yamaha's just a bit too small for him, because he is a taller guy, and he's very, very cramped on it.
Yeah, I think he's going to enjoy his racing a bit more from a number of perspectives. Checkered flag time. Gus O'Halloran does that quite comfortably in the end. He's out to about a 20-second gap. So I don't know if David had a few issues there or just decided to roll out of it a bit. The timing's not quite right there at the moment. So there we go. We've just been updated. So Gus O'Halloran, let's say 5-second gap. So that makes more sense.
More sense.
I'm sort of thinking, wow, how did that happen so quickly? Ava Connell just coming through the chute now. So, yeah, so as I was saying, once they get him into the larger classes, in the case of Jet, it's going to suit him better from it'll be a larger bike, but he'll also be amongst company, and that is, as we keep saying, what makes you a better rider.
Yep, definitely. So, future for all the juniors is looking good. They'll once they get onto larger bikes and they get more people around them, it's going to improve their riding again. And as long as they're enjoying it, I reckon they'll all keep going.
The great thing, of course, that the juniors do seem to really love is the reverse grid handicap at the end of the day, particularly Jet Pryor, who was victorious in that race the first time we ran it as part of the 2 hour a couple of years ago.
Yep.
I think he led from start to finish. Being chased down by the faster guys, but managed to hold on, and I think it was unanimous that everyone was delighted to see Jet up there receiving the trophy.
Yes.
It's brilliant to see the smile on his face. And unfortunately, Ava Connell missed out on claiming the trophy in the last 2 hour by a tyre width from Isaac Simmons, a last to first victory. So absolutely sensational ride from Isaac, but a bit heartbreaking for Ava, who thought she had it and then just got pipped on the line.
But she still had a big smile on her face.
Yes, well, that's once again, that's what we want to see in club racing. People who come out of here and enjoy it, and while everyone isn't naturally takes the racing seriously when on track, it's also a reminder that it's not cheap stations, it's not MotoGP, and having fun in the community and getting out on your bike is a big part of it as well.
Yes, most definitely. We might just take a quick break, Chris. Just
Absolutely.
2 seconds.
Okay, so bikes just leaving the pit lane now for race 2 of the second set of races, these being the over 500s. So this time minus Scott Honeychurch, who has clearly found out that it's not his class. I'm sure he would have enjoyed the race win. But Juhu Lee was the one in form. I think he did a quickest lap of about a 56.5. Don Fenton missed the start badly, made his way back through the field, and I think he did about a 57.7. So if Don gets away well, I imagine he's going to be able to drop that time further. I'm sure he's been faster than that. I was saying before that I think he and Stuart Bugg were PBing around the flat 7s last time out. So if Don can produce that.
Doing a 56 for a C grader is pretty sensational.
Oh, look, without a doubt. And I was saying before that with a solid year here from Juhu, there's every chance that riding like that he's going to be going to B grade, because really the formula for this race group is C grade superbike, super sport, and every other older bike after that. And the crossover time is around about that flat 7.
Yep.
Which, as I say, Buggy and Don Fenton and Bob Sellers are at. Juhu Lee's at that. Half a second a lap faster, so he's on that pace, but I reckon he's likely to be stepping up next year the way he's going. He's riding absolutely beautifully.
Yes. Red flags coming in. Red lights on.
Racing, and it's actually John Allen, I think, who's got away the best. Around the outside goes, who's that? I can't quite pick that up from here. Is it Harley Phipps, maybe? I think he got a great start in race 1. I think it might be. He's got away to a flyer if that's him. A little bit hard to pick up. Should have brought the binos. Sean, always good to be able to have a closer look at the field. Particularly at this time of the day, the sun glistens off the side of the bikes, and it's really hard to pick up the colours.
Yes. They all look the same colour.
But a bit of overtaking going down there into Calvin's, but there's 3 bikes together. It's coming down the back straight now. So we'll find out who that's at. Look at that Ducati. Certainly got some straight line speed. So that goes past Harley Phipps. Then we've got, I think that could be John Allen. And then we've got Don Fenton, who's got a much better start, but he needed better than that. Good battle further back. Mark de Jong from Heath Fielding. I think that'll be Jaden. Oh, just getting a bit wiggly into turn 1. Let's pause there. Waiting for the timing to come up. Nothing registering just yet.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to duck downstairs and have a quick look, and I'll pass you over to Rod Garrett.
All right, why don't you do that, Sean? But certainly, at the moment, Juhu Lee, he's the man to beat, coming through Calvin's onto the back straight. Rod, this Ducati certainly got some legs down the straight.
Yeah, it certainly does. Looks like Don Fenton has been slotted back to 3rd here. I'm just trying to see who that is in 2nd place. Is that we've got no timing on our screen.
Don Fenton's in 4th. That's
4th. Okay.
So that is Harley Phipps in 2nd place. He's riding so well. Really improving. Given think back to when he was in juniors, pretty much learning to ride a motorcycle.
He certainly was. That's John Allen in 3rd.
John Allen, is it?
John Allen, yep.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's right, and it's Harley in 2nd. Yep, it is.
Yep,
there you go.
Yep.
Timing's up now.
Timing's up. Don Fenton in 4th.
Now, given that Harley's in there on a CBR 600 and John Allen behind him on a CBR 1000, that's an ex-Juhu Lee machine, I think, the CBR 1000. Certainly in that colour scheme anyway, so I expect it is. And Don Fenton.
Something weird going on with the timing on our monitor here, but I think that's like a couple of laps combined. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, it's not going to make any difference to the race order or the overall result. Good battle here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Harley Phipps still holding off that 1000cc machine behind him with John Allen. And then Don Fenton now looking to maybe make his way through, looking up the inside of John Allen, but not enough room there. Had to back out of it. Good to see Mark de Jong doing a bit better, now down to the 62s.
Starting to get some rhythm with the new Aprilia that he's bought.
He's having a bit of a go there with Matt Coward. Jaden Davey Bodell.
Yeah, Harley Phipps riding very well. It looks like Don Fenton there's just gone up into 3rd position, down into Calvin. So he's going to be challenging Harley Phipps here. Certainly have the straight line speed down the back straight. And here he comes. No issue at all. They're going past the 600 down the back straight.
No, what's Harley going to do about it? He's certainly got some, like at least the same track pace.
This is going to be very interesting here. Now Don Fenton's moved into 2nd place. See how he goes with Juhu Lee.
Yeah, Juhu, 59.28. I don't know if he's got an issue, but this field's closing right up behind him. He's going to be caught napping here if he's just rolled out of it.
Yeah, I've sort of got an idea what it is. He's got a super soft rear compound tyre in, and after race 1, he's starting to have a bit of grip issue. So he's not getting the drive off the corner.
Well, he's just been overtaken.
And the track temperature will be too high for that tyre now. So he's going to need to put in a harder compound tyre to combat the track temperature.
So is that who's now in the lead?
Don Fenton.
Wow. Juhu Lee looking up the inside again. Is he going to get through?
Certainly, he's got the leg out there. A bit of Mark Marquez style on the brakes there. Maybe that's just woken him up a bit being passed, but he seemed very tentative on that previous lap, Chris, going through certainly up the hill.
Well, it's given us what we wanted with Don riding his back wheel, because I think this will spur Don on. He's riding so well at the moment, and I think he's absolutely capable of running with Juhu.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but
I think he just got caught napping. I mean, with all respect to Juhu Lee, he's a C grader, and he hasn't led races before, and it takes a bit of mental strength to hold a consistent pace out the front.
He's definitely picked the pace up now. Yeah, it certainly does. It's as much as a physical thing, it's very mental as well, riding one of these bikes.
That's right.
He's actually starting to stretch the that gap out again over Don. So I don't know what he was doing, whether he missed a couple of gears or whether, as you said, Chris, caught napping.
Yeah, look, only he knows that, but he certainly found the pace again. And that's all I can think it was, that he'd sort of lost track in his own mind of what sort of lap times he was doing until he was overtaken.
He's just done the fastest lap of the race on their last lap too, so...
Yeah, which is a 56.97 and a flat 58 from Don Fenton. So I think, talking to Don earlier, he's certainly capable of running a quicker time than that. He'll have a bit of a think about it when he goes back to the pits, as a good racer should. How can I find those few extra tenths?
He certainly fired something into Juhu Lee there, because Juhu's put the hammer down now. Has got that gap out to about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, he's... I don't know, it'd be fascinating to find what it was, because Don seemed to go past him pretty easily, and then suddenly Juhu's right back on it.
Yeah, he's lit the wick up. So the last lap board is dangling there at the start-finish line. So what's that, out to nearly 3 second lead to Juhu Lee as we start the last lap.
From John Allen, great ride there on the CBR 1000. Harley Phipps still holding on to 4th. In Jaden Davey Bodell, Matt Coward, Mark de Jong, Carsten Gormeister and Heath Fielding having a bit of a rough day. He's certainly got the pace. He's been in the flat 2s, but I don't know if he's got some machine problems or what, but things don't seem to be going quite to plan for him at the moment.
It's Carsten Baumeister going through. Good to see him back out having a ride.
Yeah, it certainly is. One of the guys you always enjoy having a chat to in the pits.
Okay, well, Juhu Lee to come in and take the checkered flag. Comfortable win in the end from Don Fenton. Harley Phipps here, look challenging here for having a look over the line.
John Allen, John will just pip him on the line, but great ride from Harley. And now we've got Jaden Davey Bodell. Bit of a lonely ride there, back in 5th place. 59.81, good to see him break the minute. And Matt Coward rolls through in 6th place. Mark de Jong. So Mark got a quickest lap there of 61.7, so certainly starting to improve. That's good to see.
All right, Chris, I'm going to have to nip down and do a tyre flip.
Well, you're going to miss your favourite race, Rod.
Oh, okay. Well, we might have to have a quick look at that. But, I'll have to catch up with Juhu Lee shortly.
Well, I should say you're not going to miss your favourite if that's Tas Superbike, because we've got one to 500s to go first.
Okay.
But
well, I could see if I can find Sean and set him on up. But I think we'll have to do a emergency tyre flip here.
For
Juhu?
Like, given the way he rode, shaking his hand, I think...
maybe at arm pump.
Maybe at arm pump.
All right, I'll go and see what he needs done, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right. Yeah, certainly race control running this day like clockwork. Next bike's already rolling out as the last race rolls in. Brilliant to see. The way we're going, it's going to be finishing on time, or even maybe a little bit earlier. But with a day like this, I'm sure people won't be complaining about standing around having a drink and having a I've just been informed, not a barbecue this afternoon, but we've got pizzas. So something a little bit different. But we'll be lunch after this second set of races. So we're into race 3 of that. Bikes is coming out for the under 500 in Formula 3. Our biggest field of the day with, what do we say, we had about 22 bikes, so absolutely brilliant to see the racetrack full of motorbikes all going around pretty close to each other, having good battles. And It's, again, that's what typically gives people a good day's racing, having people to battle with and come back and swap some stories with. Sean's joined us again. It's a bit of musical chairs up here today.
I'm back. We had a little timing issue. We had a decoder decided to ignore all the transponders for one lap.
Yeah, it was good to see it come up pretty quickly after 2 laps, and final result was spot on. So,
yeah, once the way the timing system works is each motorcycle has a transponder with a unique number, and when they cross the line, the decoder picks up that number and displays it in the race timing software. But also, we do manual timing at the same time with a mouse click. So even when if we have an accident or an issue where the transponder doesn't work or the decoder stops for some reason, we've still got that manual backup, and you can just go in afterwards and assign numbers to those clicks, and it all comes back together again.
Which it did.
Yep. It's good to see Isaac Simmons back out after that crash in the last one.
Or was it a crash or was it a runoff?
Oh, it was laying on its side.
It was on its side, was
Yep.
it? Okay. We wondered that because couldn't see any damage or even dirt on it when it came back in. But that is good to see him back out. I don't know what I'm looking forward to the most in this one. The battle at the front with some of those SV650s was absolutely brilliant. Chloe Honeychurch's in there with Rob Scott, Ben and Jimmy Abbey. The ride from Dale Madden at the front was just outstanding. Out there leading, doing 59-second laps. But I'm hoping, I didn't see if Reece Tanner's on track. Let's hope he is, because he missed the start race 1 and was a non-finisher as a result. Did you see him out there, Sean?
I didn't see him go past just then, but
Well, I really hope he is, because he's been the pace setter. He was obviously on pole. It'd be brilliant to see Reece out there.
yeah, I don't think there was any major issue with the bike. But when you stall them, they're a bit hard to restart.
He's there towards the rear of the field, so absolutely brilliant. One of the certainly nicest guys in the pits you'll meet, Reece Tan. He's always up for a chat, and rarely do you see him without a big smile on his face. It's brilliant to see. See Tom Davis there in the pits trying to sort out that sidecar.
Yeah, they had suspension issues yesterday. Actually, you'd probably call it wheel alignment issues. They had a little bit too much caster and camber on the front wheel, and it was causing a bit of grief for them.
Seems to be the theme at the moment for the few of these outfits. But look, it's such early days for them. They haven't had any time to really start refining and working on these bikes,
Absolutely.
let alone their own skills.
Exactly. And those Formula One style bikes, the rear engine ones, are so complex.
Yeah.
I was just saying to Red yesterday that I've worked on aeroplanes that are nowhere near as sophisticated as what his sidecar is.
I'm glad I didn't fly in one of those aeroplanes.
Military ones.
Was that the Wright brothers?
The Wright brothers. Be pretty close. Everything I worked on is in a museum, which is very disheartening. I saw them a few years ago in New South Wales.
So, okay, so Reece Tan's out there. He will take up pole position. So this is going to be really interesting. Dale Madden was in such good form in race 1 on his SV650. I think, once again, the bigger 4-strokes will probably get the jump on Reece, so Reece will have to work hard to get through the field. But we're ready for a start now. Red light is on and racing, and true enough, Dale Madden away well. So too Boyd Witts. Oh, I tell you what, I think that was Jim Abbey almost ran up the back of Dale Madden. I'm not sure what happened. They just got a bit squeezed, and all is good, but it got a bit tight there.
Yeah, there was a fair bit going in at the back of the pack as well there with Rob Scott and a couple of bikes.
So they're all starting to sort themselves out now. Yes, so Dale Madden's the man. Where's Reece Tan? That's the question. I think that's him back in about 4th position on the inside of Larry Eaton, going through Calvin's now. So he's in a good position. But Dale Madden has got the bit between his teeth today. So it's going to be interesting to see what Reece can do about this.
Yes, that's a great start from Reece, considering he was a bit slow off the line and he was getting tangled up a bit with Rob Scott.
Absolutely. So we've got Dale Madden from Boyd Witzman and Jimmy Abbey, and Reece Tan looking to go up the inside of the SE650, but backs out at the last minute, looking to use extra corner speed now through the chute. he might be a chance into turn one. But after Reece Tan, then we've got Ben Abbey and Rob Scott, Larry Eaton getting the better of Julian Winlow on the motard competition for the day. Look at these bikes, Sean. It's just so good to see basketball full of motorcycles.
It is absolutely fantastic. I've just got to duck out for 2 seconds, Chris. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem at all. So Dale Madden still showing a clean set of heels, but importantly, Reece Tan has now made his way up into third place. Boyd Witzman being his next, the next bike in front of him, that's going to be a bit more challenging potentially for Reece to get past Boyd. Boyd's, as I was saying before, a demon breaker. But I do think Reece is going to manage this because he's certainly got a bit of extra track speed. Where he gets past, I don't know. Maybe over the start-finish line, maybe through the S's where the bike, the smaller bike's a bit more nimble. But Dale Madden out in front, he goes through at a 60.3, so a little off his Reece Tan up the inside of Boyd Witzman into turn one. So using the nimbleness of that bike to his advantage. Beautiful move there. So now it's up to Reece. Can he haul in Dale Madden, who has a 2.3 second lead?
So going on the qualifying times, he's almost got enough time to do that, Chris.
I think he's every chance, and he just showed how nimble that bike is. Managing to squeeze it up the inside of Boyd Witzman into one is never easy, and he did that with relative ease. But Dale Madden, he's running a good pace. Whether or not he just falls asleep a little bit at the front, he didn't in race one, but he may not know that Reece is coming for him.
So I think that gap is closing up, Chris.
It is. How many laps do we have? We have enough. We've got another 5. So the difference in lap time, that was a 60.1 from Reece versus a 61.5 from Dale. So Dale is 2 seconds a lap off his best from this morning. So he's certainly capable of doing better. I just wonder if he's
a bit tired.
Well, tired or just fallen asleep a little bit at the front. Not you fall asleep, of course, but you're not trying as hard as you do.
Yeah. Race
one is often where you have all the adrenaline on board. Importantly, we've seen that he can do it, and he can match what Reece is doing at the moment. So I don't think Reece is necessarily going to romp away from him if he comes past. Dale could respond.
Yes, Reece has closed up again, going up over the hill, and he brakes so much later at the end of the back straight and picks up a fair amount of ground there.
Oh, look at this battle further back as well. With so again, we've got Jim Avey from Boyd Witzman, then we've got Ben Avey, Rob Scott, Larry Eaton, Chloe Honeychurch all in the mix, Darren Grice having a cracker of a race.
Yeah, Reece is closing up again, going up the hill.
Yeah, so 59.5 last time through for Reece. So that matches Dale's quickest time from this morning. Dale upped the pace last time round with a 60.29. So Reece is certainly still the fastest bike on track.
And he's down at that lap down to less than a second.
Yeah, with another, it'll be 3 to go this time through. So yeah. Dale's still got the chance to respond if Reece gets past him. So Reece is going to have to think about this, maybe not leave Dale the opportunity to get back past, but it's coming down to the wire. 3 laps to go, just gone over the line. Boyd Witzman with Jim Avey all over the back of him. Great race between these two. And look at this, Rob Scott and Ben Avey. Ben up the inside of Rob Scott. Beautiful move there, gets it done. Rob looking for run back down the inside into top of the S's. Then we've got Chloe Honeychurch holding off Larry Eaton. Then we're back to, I think it's Darren Grice. He's having a great ride. Julian Winlow on the KTM/CR 500. I think Graham Cunningham, then we have David Dick. Good battle still between, where are we? Michael Regan and Hans Dadson. They're at it again, as in race 1.
We've got our leaders at the end of the back straight again.
Dale Madden still holding off Reece Tan. It's going to be tight, Sean.
It is.
So it's almost identical times last time through. Dale Madden this time goes through at a 60.09. Bristan's 60.6. 2 laps to go.
Yep. And the gap is not closing anymore. It's down. It's actually gone out a little bit. It's 1.8 seconds now.
Rob's got back past Ben Aby. Boyd Witzman's still holding off Jim Aby. So the SV650s are certainly having the next rung out there. Michael Regan still holding off Hans Dadson. Then we've got Isaac Simmons. Good to see him circulating.
Yeah, so that little off he had in the last race didn't upset him at all.
No, well, he's actually had a few tumbles already and seems to rebound pretty well from them, which is good. Look, I think last lap brought out, I think Dale Madden has actually pulled out a bit, has he?
Yes, he has.
Last time through, 0.4 of a second quicker than Reece Tan.
Yep.
So why, I don't know. I would have thought Reece had some good pace as he was chasing down Dale, but fatigue, I don't know.
No, Dale may have just responded. He may have noticed him getting noticeably closer.
Well, yeah, Reece has dropped 0.8 of a second a lap, though.
Yeah.
I would have thought he would hold that pace he was running, if not even go a bit quicker in the chase. But
yeah, the Moto 3 bikes are a bit temperamental. If you overheat them at all, they just lose lots of power really quickly. So the day is warming up, and they actually control the temperature on them with tape on the radiator. So he may have misjudged the amount of tape on the radiator he needed.
Potentially, yeah. Michael Regan still holding off Hans Dadson as they come down through the S's. That one's going to come down to the wire as well. Problems there for Nick Regan, I think. No, saying red flags. We've got a crash there up at Sucker's Corner. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, so this race has been stopped. I think that is full race distance, or enough race distance to declare the race.
Well, it was last lap, so I'd say
of course.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Very difficult to say who the full-on rider is up there. But as you say, Sean, that race has been called, so we'll take a quick pause for commentary and come back as soon as we have an update.
Yep, no problems.
Okay, bikes back on track after a slightly lengthy lunch break, so apologies for that. We had a few things to get sorted for this afternoon's feature races, and of course that little incident at the top of the hill where unfortunately Isaac Simmons laid down his new KTM RC390, but by all accounts Isaac's largely fine. So it's always good news, Rod, when...
Yep, always good news if we've had an incident and the rider's okay. Bikes are fixable.
So Taz Superbike, Taz Supersport combined is on track at the moment, just completing their sighting lap. Expecting to see a better start from Brett Simmons this time around, given that he's actually on track, not starting from pit row.
Yeah, it should be a good race.
It's going to be great to see what Jason Spencer can do. He was running very similar lap times to Brett in race 1, but of course Brett had a bit of traffic to contend with, so it's going to be great to see what Spencer can do. Jason Wiley impressed me in race 1. It's been a while since he had the Ducati around here, and he was immediately competitive.
Yeah, Jason went well, and Chip Sellers, he did a PB, a 55.2 in the previous race. So
PB for that bike. He's done
PB.
a 54 on the old R1.
Sorry, yeah, PB on that bike.
Yeah.
So yes, correct. So a bit of work to do, but yeah, it looks like it's a good field. About 17 bikes.
Of course, it's been a while since we've seen the number 19 on Brett's bike. He had sat out a couple of races last year, so he gave up the title to Jason Spencer, it must be.
Spencer, yeah. Anyway, let's set the timing's working well today. We've had a few issues with the start. We're in the starter's hands, and we're away. Looks like Jason Spencer's got the whole shot, and Scott Honeychurch looks like he's going to move into either the... Oh, that's very close there between...
Whoa, 2 bikes down there at the back. I can't see who they are, but got caught up into turn 1. Again, we never can see what happens there. There's 1 bike up. I'm sure the other one's down.
It's like John O'Hughes, is it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. Anyway, I don't know the red flag's going to be out at this stage. The bike's voluntarily off track. We just have to hope that rider's okay. Let's look back at the front. It's still Jason Spencer from Scott Honeychurch from Brett Simmons by the looks of it. So Brett will be looking to get up the inside of Scott Honeychurch at the end of the straight under brakes, but no, he's not close enough. So yellow, stationary yellow, or waving yellow is out. So the riders will know there's an incident up there, but the race is not going to be stopped at this stage, which is great. But Brett Simmons looking to go around the outs.
Red flag.
Oh no, that's not what we needed.
Got a red flag situation, so obviously the rider that's gone off in turn 1 needs some attention. That's well, I'm trying to work out who that might be. Might be Jason Wiley. Not sure actually.
Well, he would have been a fair way back.
No, maybe not.
Well,
just Jason's his name's right on the bottom of the screen there. But that's not actually helping us because Jason Spencer's name's down the bottom.
There's Damien Ford just making his way back into the pits from upper turn 1. So whether or not there are 3 bikes involved in that, I don't know. But look, surely if the other rider was Damien Ford, there's no reason for a red flag. Both riders able to ride away from it. So it's a bit hard to know.
Yeah, well, it's a bit hard to see too for us here. We're obscured by the Tilford Auto Group sign that goes across the track, so we lose that part of the circuit.
Well, I can see Jason Wiley making his way back. So, well, Jono's, Damo, I should say, has definitely been down. The screen's missing off his bike.
Okay.
He appears to be perfectly okay. Let's hope so. Yep, thumbs up. Good one, Damo. Thank you.
Looks like, well, they're directing the bikes into pit lane, not back into the pits. So they're hoping for a quick turnaround here. Their recovery vehicle's in pit lane, but it may not be required. We're yet to know whether there's a third bike involved. So I guess we'll...
Well, they're going back on track. So why that was red flagged is beyond me. But anyway, we're not race control. They must have seen something that we didn't. And you never quite know at the spur of the moment. But it's always a challenge, the bikes feeding there into turn 1, Rod. They do get pretty tight going in there.
Yeah, it's certainly, as you remember well, Chris, you know, when your first lap there, first corner off the start, you've got, it's quite an interesting experience really when you haven't done it, but You've got wheels and handlebars all around you. You're looking at tyres, and you can. There's people all around you everywhere. It's a lot of fun. Can be a bit daunting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when there's a bit of rubbing going on.
And we see it in racetracks around the world where there's a quick run into a slowish turn one. It is probably one of the higher risk areas of the race, just as the field sorts themselves out. A lot of adrenaline on board.
Yeah, it's crucial, I think, on some racetracks, but where they position their start line versus some of the corners. But yeah, it's a pretty good corner, turn one here for Baskerville. It's not a long run to the first corner, and it's quite a nice corner to go through. So there is some tracks around the world, Chris, that you go from fairly high speed into a real chicane off the start. So that's not the ideal sort of scenario you want to see.
Not at all. Well, Jason Spencer's going to be cursing that because it's pretty unusual that two riders get the jump on Brett Simmons off the line. Brett's typically one of the best starters you'll see. And Spence had a nice little gap there at the front. Anyway, ready for restart?
All right, red flag is in. We're in the starter's hands. Looking for the lights on the tower. And we're away. And Brett Simmons that time got a much better start. A bit of a creep there from Scott Honeychurch, I noticed. And he's going to slot through turn one into second position. So
shocker of a start from Chip Sellers. He's right back towards the end of the field. I think there might have been a bit of clutch issue there for him.
Yeah, that's a shame because, you get a bad start, it can basically seal the fate for your race, really.
But typically, Brett Simmons gets the whole shot and he's leading the field for the first time up over Suckers. So now it's Scott Honeychurch, Jason Spencer. So role reversal. Spence was in P1, now he's in P3.
Yeah, Jason Spencer, he'd be kicking himself after the restart.
Yeah, but I guess that's racing.
It's racing.
These things happen.
Seeing the 1000cc bikes there down the back straight, they're big power wheelies as they power through the gears.
Good ride again from Brad Hughes, right up there in fourth place. Spence looking to go up the inside maybe of Scott Honeychurch. It's going to be a little bit tight. Oh, he parks it in there nicely. Perfectly positioned by Jason Spencer. It's a tricky move getting up the inside of a fast A-grader in there, but Spencer showed how you do it.
That's a very good move for sure. It's a ballsy move to go into turn one like that.
And parked it exactly where he needed to so that Scott Honeychurch couldn't do anything about it.
And we know Scott won't die wondering. Behind's a very hard charge when it comes to braking and out-braking manoeuvres.
Yeah, all class that move. But back at the front, it is Brett Simmons now from Jason Spencer. So what would there be? Only a little over a second between the two. Is Spence going to... Well, he's spinning up. He still thinks he's a shot here, so that's going to be interesting. What is the gap for the start-finish line? It is 1.1 seconds. Jason Spencer, fastest lap by 2/10 that last time around. So he certainly fancies himself as being a chance here.
Yeah, he's pushing very hard through the sweeper. It was about 4 or 5 steps to the rear of the bike there through the sweeper, so he's definitely pushing hard.
So lap times last time through, 53.83 from Brett Simmons, 53.75 from Jason Spencer. So round one this year, they're only 0.8 off the outright circuit record. So they're already certainly into it.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting over the next few laps. Big power wheelies there from Brett Simmons as he goes through the gears. Same with Jason Spencer coming down over the hump. If you watch Jason Spencer here, Chris, putting a lot of effort in through the rear tyre here. There's a lot of movement in the bike before. It's looking much better this time.
So last time through, 54.0 from Brett, 54.1 from Jason Spencer. So a bit of a reversal. Brett's responded, gone to 10th faster. Jason Spencer's definitely still in this. But of course, as we said many, many times, it's one thing to catch Brett Simmons, it's another thing to get past him. Great battle at the top of the S's there at the moment, Rod. We've got Chris McGrath, I think it is, from, who's that, Chip Sellers?
Chip Sellers.
I think there might be John O'Hughes and maybe, is it Lockie Curtis in that group as well?
Yeah, it looks like it. Jeremy Huddleston, Chris McGrath. No, Marcus Delaney it must be.
It's Marcus, is it? I think Lockie might be further up, is he?
Yeah, he's further ahead, I think.
Yeah, he's behind Jeremy Huddleston. Okay. A couple of white bikes, a bit hard to pick from a distance.
I think it's trying to pick where they are, those guys. So
53.88 from Jason Spencer last time through. Another 10th faster than Brett Simmons. So look, it's seesawing at the moment. Swapping fastest laps, but the margin still much the same.
Jason Wiley, they're having a look up into turn 2. Must be Brad Hughes ahead of him. Then it's Jeremy Huddleston, and then Lockie Curtis. So there's a little gap, and then there's the next lot of 4 there, which we were talking about before with Damo Folds.
No, Damo retired.
Chris McGrath, Hamish Sellers, Marcus Delaney, and John O'Hughes are that next group. Seeing where the leaders are. Brett Simmons coming down the back straight into the braking marker. Jason Spencer, maybe about a dozen or so bike lengths behind.
Well, last time through, the gap was 1.06 seconds. So this time it is 1.59. So,
and a new fastest lap of the race there for Brett Simmons. I'll just see what that time is.
It was a 53.65. Jason Spencer 54.18. So I think it's going to be a big ask for Spence to do much about it, but he certainly put a solid ride in. He's held that gap very much stable. Chris McGrath still holding off, who's that? Chip Sellers, Marcus Delaney, John O'Hughes.
Yep, and then it's Wade Schrader, Chad Wiley, Don Fenton, Matt Carey, and who we got? John Allen must be bringing up the rear of the field.
Yeah, just coming down through the S's at the moment is John.
And good to see that even John Allen at the rear of the field, still into the 59s there. So, you know, all fast times from all riders.
It certainly is. So Brett Simmons 53.85 last time through. Now a full second lap faster than Jason Spencer, so that's probably enough for Spence. He said he's given it a go, but he doesn't think it's going to happen this race. Pass there from Brad Hughes. Jason Wiley up the inside into turn 2. Jason will make that stick. No, I thought he was going to run wide, but he did that quite nicely.
Yeah, Jason Wiley, always entertaining to watch ride the Ducati.
It is, for sure. So Chip Sellers looks like got the better of Chris McGrath now. Chris has now got Marcus Delaney on his heels. Last lap board being readied for Brett Simmons, who's just coming through the chute at the moment. Full gas for Brett Simmons. Crosses the line with a flat 54. And it's a flat 55 from Jason Spencer. So Jason has rolled out of it a little. Scott Honeychurch third, 8 seconds in arrears. Then we've got Jason Wiley, who's just starting to gap Brad Hughes a little. Great ride there from Jezza Huddleston. And
Curtis coming in after them.
Look, big shout as well. Lockie Curtis, leader of the 600 class, but look, running 7th outright in this combined Superbike Supersport class.
Very well.
It's very, very impressive.
All right, just looking for our leader, Brett Simmons. He's just coming into the end of the straight now. So he's just got the sweeper to contend with to take the first victory for today for Brett. He's put that gap out. Jason Spencer's now coming around for second.
Yeah, nice second place there from Jason Spencer. And
Scott Honeychurch coming through for third.
Jason Wiley manages to hold off Brad Hughes from Jeremy Huddleston. Then we've got sensational ride, Lockie Curtis. First of the 600s by a mile. Chip Sellers on the ZX10. Then we have Chris McGrath just holding off Marcus Delaney from John O'Hughes.
Looks like Wade Schrader.
Yeah, Don Fenton, Chad Wiley. Don looking for a way around the outside of Wade Schrader. And then Matt Carey. Good to see Matt getting back out there after a little off this morning.
He did have a little off, yes. But he's in good spirits and good health, so that's the main thing.
John Allen putting in a big day, riding in both the over 500 class and the Superbike class, which is great to see so much racing available in.
All right, Chris, I'm going to have to head off. I'm going to quickly just check on a couple of things, and I'll be heading home for the rest of the day.
Thanks for your time today, Rod. I hope you enjoyed the racing or what you've seen of it.
Yep, it's been great, and I'll no doubt get Sean Patmore to come up and give you a hand.
Yeah, call Sean, let him know that he's required. All right, thank you, Rod. So Superbikes and Supersports just filing back in. Still really outstanding conditions here at the moment. I did duck out quickly at lunchtime and notice it's a bit of a breeze up, but nothing to speak of. Not that causes the riders any problems. There's certainly days out here where riders are being carried wide because of the wind getting under fairings or pushing the bike across the track when they wheel stand over the hump, but I wouldn't think there's any of that there today. It's just about perfect conditions for racing bikes out here at Basketball, I'd say. So our sidecars getting ready by the looks of it, starting to find their way out. Quite funny that a few of them have already asked for the number of laps to be reduced from their standard 6 back to 5. So it speaks to what we were saying earlier, that these are physical bikes to ride. And again, given that this is only a new series, there are people still working at making them easier to ride and getting race fitness up, all of those things. But our race 1 winner, Rob Warren, is first bike to line up on bike number 27. Great to see Tom Davis out there again. He had some issues that prevented him from lining up for the previous race. And again, not just the riders having to get race fit again, but obviously the machines as well. They haven't been out in earnest for some time, so they're going to take a little bit of sorting out as well, which is why there's still a few teething problems, and they might have a few mechanicals now and then. John Wilmore, machine number 6, he was the most likely to challenge Red Warren in race 1, and it hung on quite valiantly in race 1, keeping the gap pretty constant, but it was only towards the latter stages that Red started to eke out that margin a bit. Bike number 7, Lindsay Seabrook. I don't know if we're going to see Terry Morris, are we? It looks like they might be a non-starter, which is a great shame. Yep, I can see him down there, not in leather, so that's a bit of a pity. He's being accompanied by Sean Patmore, making his way up, so he'll no doubt tell us what's going on when he gets here. Reminder that the final set of races this afternoon, race 4, they're actually all feature races. They're a little bit different. They're a combination of reverse grid handicap races, and they are also, there's a Race Your Mates, which is a bracket race where people only race while everyone's on track together. They're only really racing against people on their own row, giving everyone the chance, or a better chance, of taking a victory for the day. And then we also have the all powers at the end of the day, where any machine size is eligible, and it's run over a longer distance of 15 laps. And talking to a few of the riders down there earlier who are already talking about fatigue setting in, that could be a bit of a test. 15 laps, particularly if you're piloting a superbike around here, that's going to test a few. Because 15 laps, I can guarantee you, does actually start to hurt a bit, particularly on some of these bigger, heavier bikes. Well, this is a rare treat. I'm actually going to be able to sit this one out. Sean Patmore, and our regrettable omission from this race, Terry, is sitting here with Sean, so they can both join you for the commentary.
Thanks, Terry, for coming up and giving us a hand up here. They're on the... Hang on, I've got to take a deep breath here. Yeah. They're on the grid, red flags coming in. Red lights on and off. And it's a good start from John Wilmore again.
Wilmore's off good, yes. On a little 600 compared to the 1,000 cracker that's chasing him now.
Yeah, after the 2-hour start, I think maybe Red's a bit nervous.
Yeah.
A bit nervous on the starts.
Yeah. Lindsay Seabrook's going well on the number 7 Maroon, 750 Honda.
Yeah, 750 period 4. which would be a fair bit slower than the Formula One bike out that is in front of him.
John and Jenny are getting a run on the blue 600 Suzuki. That's a Formula 2.
Yep.
The one behind it that Red's riding is a Formula 1.
Yeah, that one of Red's is very, very fast down the back straight. So I'm thinking he's going to catch a fair bit up on John by the time they get to the end of the back straight.
Yeah. Well, you may have noticed that Red had the sidecar wheel in the air by about 12 inches in the last race. He may have detuned himself a little, but he's sure having a crack at it.
So yeah, I think John's pulling away from Red actually. John's
holding his own.
That's a standing start of 1:16.
Not too bad.
Oh, 1:15, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's pretty sensational. That's only 4 seconds slower than his fastest lap.
Yeah, in the last race.
Yeah.
But, it's a shame that the old yellow one's not out there, but she's blown a clutch. So she's caused a few problems. The clutch was slipping, as you probably would have noticed, and she's a casualty, but she will be out again for the next meeting in April. John Wilmore and Jenny Fitzpatrick, they're in the front on the 600 Suzuki Formula 2 sidecar. Heading down onto the straight now, and Red, Warren and Harley in the Kawasaki Formula 1. That's the 1000cc Kawasaki Formula 1 bike. Lindsay's doing a great job on that old 750 Honda that used to be raced by his brother Scott Seabrook and is now raced by Lindsay Seabrook with Irene, 2 girls passengers in this race. The girls seem to like these sidecars. John and Jenny go through again to complete another lap, closely followed by Red and Harley on the Kawasaki.
Now, I heard, sorry, Terry, I heard a rumour that guys were getting a little tired, so they had to drop a lap off the races.
They are. They're finding it very hard to manoeuvre those. When people ask me what my blue one's like to handle, I said, yeah, it's like wrestling a bull round the track by the horn. And round some of these tight corners in Baskerville, that's what they really are like. And they're doing a great job to go as fast as they are.
Yeah, well, John and Jenny have just done a 1:11 flat.
1:11 flat, they'll be happy with that.
Yep. And Red on number 27 with Harley Phipps is doing 1:11.57. And Lindsay on the Period 4 bike's 1:17. Yep. And Tom and Jamie on the other Formula 1 bike, 1:23. Yep. They're still sorting that out. They were having suspension issues yesterday. And
yeah, all the rest of us have ridden before, but Tom and Jamie, this is their first time out on a sidecar, their first time out on 3 wheels, and they've had to rebuild this bike from scratch. And for 2 very, very young, not young, but very inexperienced sidecar riders, they're doing quite well.
Yep.
Those big Formula 1 bikes are a handful. That's also another 1000cc Kawasaki. And they're still coming to grips with it, and they've got to learn their corner speeds and all the other little intricacies that you've got to learn with sidecars. And yeah, they're coming on slowly but nicely.
Yes, safely.
Yeah, and they're getting their reliability better and better as well.
Yep.
And it's pleasing to see more sidecars coming out. We're hopeful that this will generate enough interest so that we know there's quite a few, probably 15 or 20 still sitting in sheds, in garages, in barns. We need the sons or the grandsons to get them out, polish them up and get them out here racing. The historics are coming in November, and they're being run by you blokes down here in November, and that'll have a lot of historical bikes right through the ages, sidecars and solos. So it'd be great if we can get a lot for this. Last lap coming up. Sean, it's all yours.
Thanks, mate. And yep, John's still doing 1:11 flat. That is amazing. Oh, sorry, he did 1:11.82 that one time round.
Yeah, 1:11 is his best.
Yeah, 1:11 is his best. Yeah, last time we had a good contingent of sidecars here was actually in 2011 at the Tasmanian Historic Championship, which was directly after the Australian Championships at Symonds Plains. Yep. We had 2 grids of sidecars, modern ones, modern period 4 and 5 together, and I can't remember, I think we had 8 or 9 of those, and we had a similar number of the period 3 and 2 sidecars. So that was sensational.
Yeah, well, this is the last lap. John
Last
and Jenny
lap.
have held their lead all the way.
Yep.
Coming round now for the final lap. In fact, they've increased it slightly.
Yes, I think last time round they were nearly 5.5 seconds in the lead, and I think by now it's probably nearly doubled. Here they go across the line.
That's a good run by Jen and Johnny.
Sensational. And here comes Rob and Harley. And, yep, 7.9 seconds behind. And Lindsay, where are they?
Lindsay and Tom still to come.
Yep. Lindsay's at the end of the back straight. And I think Tom's just coming onto the back straight, so...
Yeah, well, you've got to remember that John out in front's probably on a 5 or 6 year old bike. Red's is probably a little bit older than that, but it's a Formula One. Lindsay's, on the other hand, is at least 50 years old. It's a 1972 model Honda.
Yep.
In a frame built in the 70s. And it's probably bought out to about 836, what they bill them out to. But he's doing a great job for a little old bike against the 2 quick modern ones out in front of him.
Yeah. Now, those Transarc, was I right before when I said those Transarc engines were built in the mainland somewhere?
I don't think the engines are. No, the frames could be.
Oh, okay, because I remember back when I was racing a long time ago, there were a lot of CB750 superbikes racing in the club that all stick it up with Transarc all over them. So I just assumed that they were engine builders from somewhere.
No, I think Transarc was a frame, like MGF.
Oh, okay.
They're all made by different frame builders. But like you were saying, the historics coming 2 weekends in a row is a great way to run them.
Yep.
Because that also helps bring more starters, because the mainlanders that will come and chase the national titles, they'll come over, especially if there's going to be 2 weekends one after the other.
Yeah, well, with the historics, we've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the historics on the first weekend, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the 2-hour event the following weekend. So we'll have historic bikes, probably the larger superbike style ones coming in for the support races for the 2-hour, and with our sidecar class. So we can expect a big field of sidecars, I think.
We're hopeful that a lot more sidecars will come over, and I think quite a few of them will come over just to chase the national title.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, when I was in Queensland in October at the Nationals up there, I talked to pretty much all the sidecar guys, and every one of them put their hand up and said, yeah, we're coming. Yeah. So it should be a good field.
Yep. All right, as long as they've got to do is get on that boat of ours.
Well, we've got a plan. We've got a group booking. Group booking. Yes. Yeah. So that's something that we're working on at the moment, and we should be able to give details out for that shortly. So people can book the boat as part of our contingent, and they get a space and they get a discount as well.
That'll be good. That'll be great for the state, great for our sport of motorcycling.
Yeah. I'm hopeful for about 300 competitors.
Yep. Not impossible.
Not impossible. Not impossible. No. Okay. Thanks, Joe, for coming and giving us a hand.
All right, no trouble. Catch you again next time.
No problems. Thanks, mate. Okay, we've got the juniors coming up next. They're out there on their warm-up lap. And I'll so this is the third race for the juniors. I'm just checking my program to make sure I'm not being incorrect. So we've just been joined by Chris again. This is the third race for the juniors, Chris. Is this the third race for the juniors, Chris?
Oh, don't ask a hard question, Sean. This has to be the third race for the juniors?
Yes, has to be. So these races are followed by our feature races, which will be reverse grid handicaps and other things.
Yeah, so of course we've got a few more round 3 to go. Yeah?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, a full session.
Yeah, it's the same before. Got some interesting races to round out the day. Trying to make it a bit interesting and fun for people. been talking to a few riders, they're already starting to feel like it's time to put their feet up. So how people feel, I don't know. 15 lapper for the All Powers at the end of the day is going to test a bit of fitness.
Yep, it's going to be a big test.
What I'm looking forward to hear, Sean, is whether or not David Coward can do anything about Gus O'Halloran. So he certainly needs to get the jump off the line.
He's going to have to get a really good start. Lights on.
Oh, bit of creeping going on,
Lights
but I
off.
think it's okay. Look at the speed of Gus's bike. Once it hooks up, they just can't get near it.
No.
And Ava Connell got a flyer too. She's going to go down the inside of David Coward. David holds her off around the outside, but a great start from Ava. So Gus O'Halloran doing exactly what David Coward didn't want. That's got away to a good start.
Yep. He's already got close to a second on David already.
Yeah, it's a hard gap to bridge back in when Gus is the word I'm looking for. Has a bit more track pace as well. So David needs everything to go his way to get onto the back of Gus and be able to challenge him.
Yeah, as we've seen earlier in the day, really the only place that David catches Gus is through the S's. And everywhere else, Gus pulls away. I think even down the back straight there, I think Gus has pulled another second. So I think it'll be close to 2 seconds for the first lap, which is be very hard to pull back.
Yeah, and look, take nothing away from Gus. He's riding it beautifully, but he probably is on the more competitive of the machines. The bike that David's riding is Yamaha R15, production-based bike. You know, so being ridden around on the road regularly. Unlike the bike that Gus is riding, which is a purpose-built race bike. So he does have the advantage, but again, take nothing away from Gus. He's riding that absolutely superbly.
He is. Does that bike of Gus, is he running slicks?
Well, I don't know. I heard he was out there yesterday on wets and was loving it, but of course the track was wet yesterday.
Yeah.
But I've seen juniors go out there on the light bikes on a set of wets because they're not torturing the tyre like a big bike does, and it seems to work for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was evident with Mark Hemsley on that CBR 250 when he went faster in the wet than what he'd ever done in the dry.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that one out. Most riders are immediately a little more cautious on a wet track, but Mark Hemsley managed to turn that around and actually set a PB in the wet.
Yeah. It did convince him, though, that he should run wet tyres on his bike all the time, which he did.
Well, look, whatever does it for you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You got to keep working at what feeling gives you confidence to go fast. But we do know that a dry tyre working correctly gives you better grip than a wet tyre.
Yep.
There's no two ways about that. We hear it so often in MotoGP where riders on a drying track are still on wets and it tears the wets to pieces and they become quite jelly-like and don't give you any support under braking. When I say support, the tyre starts to squirm and move around, so you lose all your feel with the contact of the bitumen. And it just becomes very, very vague and lack of grip. It's not a nice feeling.
No. There is a bit of horsepower difference as well.
There is. There absolutely is. And look, these wet tyres might, on the little bikes, work at a good operating temperature. So they actually make them feel good.
I think Gus has opened up now about a 7-second lead. It's pretty close.
It's become a bit of a procession, really. Given this morning, they were quite close together. There's Gus now just crossing the line. Last lap board coming out. I think it would be about a 7-second because David Coward, I reckon it's more than 7.
I reckon.
It's 8.8.
Nearly 8, nearly 9. And Gus is doing 109 6s and David's doing 112s. So Ava just went through 1:16.20. So these have got to be fairly quick times for her as well.
Yeah, I was saying earlier in some of the races where previous classes have been combined, it's so valuable to have other riders near you to improve your racing, and that's where Ava and Jet are really struggling here at the moment because they don't have enough other riders near them to give them a tow along.
Yep.
We've even seen the likes of Jet lower his his lap times in the handicap feature races where he's the first bike away because he's got reason to try a bit harder.
Yep. And then if people catch up with him, he's got someone to race with.
Well, exactly right, and that's where...
Oh, checkered flag out for Gus.
Yep.
And he's celebrating again.
As he should be.
Yep. And the quickest time of 109.4. And here comes David Coward. And David was just on 11 seconds behind.
Well, 1:11.68. It's a good time from David. I think that's very close to his qualifying time, but Gus has just upped the ante.
Yep. And here's Ava. Ava's a lot closer this time around than what she was in the last race as well. So,
yeah, she's 30 seconds in arrears.
Yep. Doing one. Her fastest lap was 1:16.20.
As I say, it'd be very interesting to see how that would change if she had somebody just on track in front of her.
Be interesting to see how these times compare to the Tiddler times that were done back in the 90s, because I don't think there's a lot of difference.
No, there probably wouldn't be. So what were the specifications of the Tiddler class? I can't recall now.
Oh, here comes Jet across the line. Tiddlers were maximum of $1,000 you could spend on the motorcycle. They were a 100cc two-stroke or a 150cc four-stroke.
So your maximum $1,000 must have been hard to administer.
Well, there was a claiming rule.
Ah.
Yeah, so if you could go and spend as much as you like, but if you won the race, anybody in that race could pop the $1,000 on the table and the bike's theirs. So I know some people did highly modify their motorcycles, and some of them were quite fast. We actually had one here yesterday that used to belong to, the name eludes me, but it used to race regularly. I think it raced in the Australian Tiddler Championships as well, one stage. So it'd be interesting to see how the times compare from the juniors to the Tiddlers.
So what period was that run? Early 90s, you say?
Through the 90s and early 80s. Early 2000s.
Yeah, certainly. Like it rings a bell. I just can't remember the specifics of the class. I mean, a number of things trialled over the years. Postie bike racing.
Yeah, that was a bit dangerous.
They still do it up at Cessna or something, don't they?
Yeah, they do a 12-hour race or something around the. Yeah, I know I've never been someone who bangs on about closing speeds, but the postie bikes used to go out with Formula Baskerville, and having a 750 FZ 750 full noise at the end of the back straight with a postie bike that's in the middle of the corner is doing, I don't know, probably 50 kilometres an hour slower than what you are is a bit dangerous.
Yeah, not ideal.
No. I've actually got a picture here, Chris. I'll show you of that Tiddler we had yesterday. Let's see if you recognise it. There it is.
I don't recognise it, but it does remind me of the bike that Dave Bell used to ride, which had a YZ 250 engine in it, I think, an air-cooled YZ 250 engine. Clearly not the same thing, but it reminds me of it to look at.
Yeah, Dave Bell raced Tiddlers for a long time as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he had a CB 150 twin-cylinder thing.
Oh, gee.
Or is it a CB2 one? Can't remember. It was a 150 anyway, but yeah, it didn't go like a 150.
Faster or slower?
Way faster.
Oh, way faster.
Oh,
okay.
way faster.
Well, that's an achievement.
Yeah. He was an interesting motorcycle, that one. That's been actually down here with Tom Turner rode it a few times. Early last year, I think.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, while we're just sitting here gas bagging, the next race group are out on track doing their sighting lap. So this is the race 3 for the over 500s. Juhu Lee has been the man to beat on the Ducati V4 Panigale. So his fastest of the day is about a 56.5. The group just off Juhu have been doing lowish 57, so not far away at all, but it's going to take something a little special for them to bridge that gap in this race, I think. But you don't know. Everyone's starting to fatigue a little bit more. You don't know if how Juhu's tyre's going, or what sort of start he'll get. So look, it's up for grabs because there's not much between them really.
And again, Scott Honeychurch is not out there.
No, that's good. Cameo in race 1 from Scott. I think what's going to be interesting here is the battle, at least for second. Like Harley Phipps has just been outstanding today on the 600. He's been getting probably the starts of the day. In fact, I think he led the field in race 2.
He did.
Don Fenton, John Allen. That's going to be an interesting mix. Peter Bell-Chambers on the 990, I think it is. GS Classic and 50. He's not far away at all.
Red flag's in.
Red light's on. Ready for start. There. Ducati just jumped a bit. The clutch seemed to grab, but who does get the best of the starts from Don Fenton this time, I think. Then it is Harley Phipps around the outside,
yep.
of Peter Bell-Chambers, who got away nicely on the older GS6R. From John Allen, Heath Fielding, and then I think it's Davey Bodell from Mark de Jong, Matt Coward, and who's that bringing up the rear? I don't know, but who's the leader as they head down into Calvin's, ready to open the taps on the Ducati down the back straight. That's certainly its strong suite or suit.
Suit.
Yeah. That's probably a yes, that's better description. So Juhu leading the field through the chute for the first time. Don Fenton certainly chasing in earnest, I'd say, because he's still pretty close to Juhu as they come over the line. It's only 1.5 second gap. Then we're back to Harley Phipps, John Allen, Peter Bell-Chambers, Matt Coward, Mark de Jong, Jaden Davey Bodell, Heath Fielding, and Carsten Bormeister was the man I was trying to remember. Talking to Carsten quickly there during the sidecar race, he was saying that his main aim for the weekend is not to be lapped. He doesn't care. Other than that, he's having a ball. He just doesn't want to be lapped on principle, which is fair enough.
It is. I still can't get over the times that the C graders are doing. You know, if you go back a few years, there's no way in the world C graders will be doing 56, 57 or 58 second laps.
No, I guess it's the improvement in bikes and tyres and technology, but I've been saying for a while, the quality of our racing here in the state is really at a high standard. And we see that when the likes of Mike Jones come down here. And yes, Mike won, and he sets the pace, but so he should. The other guys weren't that far behind.
That's right.
And the lap record is still held by a local, Brett Simmons.
Yeah, we certainly do have a good pool of talent down here that is constantly improving.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. We are very fortunate to have 2 great racetracks pretty close together in Tasmania, only 200 kilometres apart, or less than that probably. But of course we're limited by population, but we do get good numbers given our population. And I think it probably continues to surprise a few people how well road racing goes in Tasmania.
Absolutely. Now, if you look at race meetings at, say, a comparable racetrack like Mount Gambier, you're drawing on a much larger population pool from Victoria and South Australia, and the numbers are not hugely higher than what we have.
Just looking at lap times, Juhu Leeds gone through 57.39, Don Fenton 58.38. You know, Don was in the low 7s earlier in the day, so it can just be that in the afternoon, you know, the track's warmed up a little bit, or there's a bit of rider fatigue sets in, not as much adrenaline on board. I don't know, but for a lot of riders, they do find the afternoon sessions just that little bit harder to get quite to where you were in the morning.
So I was talking to Mark de Jong earlier, and he didn't qualify particularly well in this class. He said he'd never ridden the bike before this morning qualifying, and he said it felt like the back of the bike was not bolted on, which turned out to in fact be true because he hadn't done the rear axle nut up tight enough.
Oh,
So the back wheel was flopping around.
yeah, well, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
So Julie just comes through for flat 57. So, once again, it's the pace that the faster of the pre-modern guys can run. It would have been very interesting to see a couple of other pre-modern competitors in there. In fact, from that point of view, 2 years ago, we had Len Bester out there on a 99 Yamaha R1 doing a mid 56. So for perspective, a 99 R1 would still have been leading this field. So it just goes to show that while Juhu's doing a great job, it's still a time that is competitive in Golden Era and pre-modern.
Yep. Yeah, the field's spread out a bit now. And, Mark de Jong's just been passed going up the hill. He won't like that on that Aprilia.
So last lap board out now for Juhu, just crosses the line. Tom Fenton is now 7.5 seconds in the rear from really another outstanding ride from Harley Phipps. To be third place outright in this over 500 class is real credit to him. Just goes to show how much he's improving.
Oh, he's improving leaps and bounds. Every race meeting, he's getting better and better. He's enjoying his racing.
Maybe he's braver now that he's had to swing on Red's sidecar. Riding a solo just seems calm, sedate.
Sedate. Safe.
Sorry, Red, if you heard that one. Interesting to see how Carsten's slowed up during the day. 64 now. He was, I think, he was in the twos this morning. Because I was saying it's quicker than he'd been previously when he was running Formula Basketball.
Yes, it is fairly warm out there now, though.
It'll certainly do it to you. So checkered flag has just gone out for Juhu Lee. Don Fenton picking up second place, and once again, Harley Phipps, what a sensational ride on the 600. That's through at a 60.38. Peter Bellchamber's been going around very, very competitively here for a number of years. The period 6 GSR 750, quickest lap 60.52. Then we have John Allen on the CBR 1000, Matty Coward, Jaden Davey Bodell, Mark de Jong, Heath Fielding, and Carsten Baumeister has achieved his objective of not being lapped and rounds out the field in P10.
That's excellent. Sorry about that, Chris. I actually hit my microphone.
That's all right.
It was loud here, so
I actually thought we were being attacked.
Sounded like it.
So the reverse grid races are going to be mix all this up again and inject a bit more adrenaline into the competition. Where people were running at the rear before, they're now going to be at the front, being chased down. So that's to come. We've still got what have we got left in round, or the last set of the championship races? Here we go.
Superbikes, and
that was over 500. So now we've got the under 500s. Yep. Then we've got the Superbike Supersport, and then we've got the sidecars.
Yep.
So what was the problem with Terry's sidecar?
Clutch.
Oh, that's no good.
Clutch has come out of it. Yep. So Tom's still running with his. So I made a mistake when I talked to you about that before. So it was Terry's that had the clutch problem.
Yeah, Tom came in past me when I was coming back to the commentary box, and it was smelling very hot and burnt. I think something's working pretty hard in there.
Yep. Yeah, they're still sorting it out. I was talking to Terry about it, and they are new to sidecar racing.
Yeah.
And so really this is only the second time they've run the thing in anger. And yesterday they didn't get much of a chance because of the wet, and as I said earlier, they were having geometry issues and front suspension issues. So they'll come along. They'll get quicker and quicker as they start sorting the thing out.
Well, as we keep saying, it's new for the machines and the riders, or the teams. So quite correctly, they will definitely continue to improve. It's early days for them, and it's only natural that there's going to be a few teething issues. So that's starting to be sorted. It goes to show what a great job they did at the 2 hour, really.
Yeah.
But, first time out in many, many years. So many of them got round in one piece.
Yep. And I mean that Terry's one that has the clutch problem. That was a new engine. New engine after that's a inverted
Yeah,
commas.
I was going to say no one listening can see the inverted commas being applied there.
And John Wilmore's been building all those bikes for Terry as well. So John said he only just managed to get that one back together in time. And so without any practice you'd expect.
John's been doing a Herculean effort of supporting the sidecar community, but he's clearly passionate and doing a wonderful job.
Yes, but he was quite keen on reducing the race by one lap because he's a bit tired.
Yeah, that seems to be fairly consistent. But under 500 and F3 up next. This has been an outstanding race group today. Just had an opportunity to talk to a couple of the punters quickly during that sidecar race, and it's big grins all round, but also a bit of, oh, wow, I'm tired. So Rob Scott saying there were bikes going left, right and centre. He was having a great contest with Chloe Honeychurch. He had Jim Aby up the track from him. He had Ben Aby. He said it was just battles going on all around him, and it was on for young and old.
It's really good to see the number of bikes on track at the same time in these classes that we've developed now for the club championships. It's even though it's good to have big fields of superbikes and big fields of other classes, sometimes combining them for the club rounds or combining for the club rounds generates those big fields which look sensational.
Yeah, well, it absolutely does, Sean. But not only that, it gives people somebody different to race against, and hopefully someone fairly competitive to race against. So, if nothing else, it varies it a little bit. And again, it might not be for everyone, but you've got to try these things and see what people think and take their feedback.
Yep.
But certainly from our point of view, on a bright sunny day like this at Baskerville, looking at a field of 22, 23 bikes out there, all of them having really good on-track battles is just a spectacle. And certainly in the quick chat I had with a few riders down there, it was generally, thumbs up, I'm loving this.
Red flags in.
Dale Madden's been the man on P2, but Reece Tan is the fastest. Dale Madden gets away best again. Reece Tan, not a bad one. That's Boyd Whitson right up there into P2. I think Dale is going to lead the field. Yes, he is. So that's probably, is that Jimmy Aby into third, Rob Scott fourth, Julian Winlow around the outside of maybe Ben Aby. Yep, Chloe Honeychurch. Reece Tan's got a bit of a shocker. Probably a little bit of rerun of race 2 there, maybe, Sean.
I
Reece
think
was
so.
a fair way back.
Yep. But he's moved forward about 6 places from turn 1, which is not bad.
Yeah, Larry Eaton around the outside of Chloe Honeychurch there. But onto the back straight through Calvin's. It's Dale Madden about to come into view as he comes down over the hump, having a cracker of a day, Dale Madden. He said it's PB there earlier in the day. Goes to show what leading a field can do. Boyd Whitson from, I'm thinking that's Jimmy Aby behind him. A bit of a rerun of what we had earlier. Rob Scott, he must be riding on adrenaline only because he looked pretty fatigued when I was just talking to him, but he's right up there amongst it again. He's got Julian Winlow breathing down his neck. Reece Tan starting to find his way through. Oh, Chloe Honeychurch through on Larry Eaton. Like David Dick there behind Larry. Darren Grice saying he's having a wonderful meeting, really enjoying that Kramer, coming to terms with it.
He had quite a bad fall on it at the end of last year, so he's sort of still coming back from that, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think he may have broken his collarbone in that,
yes,
from memory. So good on him for coming back and riding so well.
Yeah, he does love that Kramer.
I'll tell you somebody else who loves their bike, and I think it's Dale Madden, because he is doing so well on this SV650. Boyd Witzman, to be beating Boyd on the same bike is real credit. Boyd is a capable rider. I know he's been out of it for a little bit, but
Reece Chan's just about to round up Rob Scott, I reckon, under the bridge.
No,
Not quite.
Not quite. Shows how quick Rob is there into turn one. Julian Winlow looking for a way past Reece Tan somehow. That door's been closed in his face.
I think Reece lost a little bit of momentum then, because I think Rob blocked him. Oh, there he goes past Rob Scott.
David Dick holding off Larry Eaton from Chloe Honeychurch, Graham Cunningham, Darren Grice looking to get up the inside of Graham Cunningham into Calvin's. Plenty of great battles on track here at the moment.
We found the owner of the caliper bolt at lunchtime as well.
Was anyone going to admit to that?
Dale put his hand up and said, "That's mine."
Oh, so does that tell you he's riding without brakes?
Only the rear brake.
Oh, not as bad.
No.
So Dale goes through to 60.6 still. What a great time for an afternoon session. He was in the nines earlier. So Boyd Witzman again holding off Jim Abey. Reece Tan now past Rob Scott. I think it's going to be too much for Reece to get back up to get on terms with Dale Madden now that the races have been reduced by a lap.
So there's only 3 laps to go. So he may get past Boyd though. He's closed up on them fairly quickly. He closes up under brakes, like 3 or 4 bike lengths under brakes, which you'd expect on a bike that only weighs 74 kilos or whatever they are.
Yeah, it does certainly help you. But these guys on these S650s get the best out of them too.
Boy, Reece nearly went up the inside.
Jim Abey all over the back of Boyd Witzman, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Jimmy put a move on Boyd. It's going to be tough because, as we keep saying, Boyd he fights his space pretty hard.
And Reece Tan's going to get in the middle of that as well. He almost got past Jim Abey then.
Rob Scott now broken away from Julian Winlow, having a bit of a lonely ride. When I say lonely, he's probably only got a second in front of him, or to the next bike forward and second behind. Chloe Honeychurch is now clear of... Well, she's actually been bumped back a little bit from that group. So I think the next one behind her is going to be Trevor Renton. So maybe she had a little bit of an off track or something. Didn't catch that. Look at this coming down over the hump. Jimmy Abey up, looking to go up the inside under brakes. Reece Tan, what are you going to do? No, there's no room there. So the brakes are getting a good workout there at the end of... Look at this. Boyd is coasting. What's happened there?
I think he had a bit of a moment.
Oh, well, it's more than that because he's rolled right out of it.
He's rolled right out of it.
No, I think he's got a mechanical maybe. He's certainly rolled out of it. Julian Winlow riding on past, so not sure what happened. Reece has taken it with both hands, and he's now got past Jim Abey. Rob Scott now not far behind.
Last lap board's out, so...
Yeah, not sure at all what's happened with Boyd, but I'd say he's got a mechanical. What it is, I mean, certainly the machine's not blowing any smoke, but it certainly looks to be slow on going up the hill there. He's nursing it around. That is the go-to when you're tired, though. There's nothing wrong with the bike. But Dale Madden's the man. Look at that. Picks up the checkered flag. Quickest lap, 60.22. He's been on fire today. Reece Tan, he will pick up P2, 60.83. So he might have been getting the bad starts, but Dale Madden has won that on lap pace as well. Absolutely fantastic effort.
Boyd's really coasting now. What do you reckon? He may have run out of fuel.
I don't know. I don't think if it's running out of fuel, why would he complete one more lap? I don't see the need for it.
Points.
But he's certainly pulled off the moment he's got up there to turn 1, where he can get past the armco railing. So quick run through the order. We've got Dale Madden, Reece Tan, Jim Abey, Rob Scott, Julian Winlow, Larry Eaton, Ben Abey, Darren Grice, Graham Cunningham, David Dick, Chloe Honeychurch, Boyd Witzman, Trevor Renton, Anthony Reid, Michael Regan, David Coward, Roy Turner, Eleanor Renton, Hans Stetson, Nick Regan and Leah Renton. But I tell you what, it's high praise to Dale Madden. He's been running that almost flat minute time all day. And really has been quite untouchable on similar machinery to those behind him.
It's good to see we're getting a good field of SV650s. They seem to be becoming very popular.
It's a great field of F3 bikes here today. Got about, I think, 8 or 9 in the group. And I was saying earlier that, if it's that or better for round 2, then there may be the option to actually split the classes.
Yes. Yes. I mean, although it looks good with 21 motorcycles out there.
It is, but of course there are a few omissions today. There are a few of the GB guys not here, so we're almost on track capacity here, which, as you say, looks absolutely fantastic, and it's great for our competitors to have a full track. But if a few more come along for round 2, then who knows? That's on the cards. So far, sorry, Sean.
Sorry, I was just about to say, Chris, we've got a track capacity of 28.
28 is it for the smaller bikes?
28 for the superbikes.
Superbikes.
Yep. I think it's 31.
Oh, really?
Or it's either 29 or 31 for the small bikes.
Okay. Yeah, I can't quite recall what it is.
Yeah, they changed the rules a couple of years ago. It used to be based on a lap time, the length of the track, width of the track, multiplied by a fictitious number that gave you a number of spaces on the grid. And they changed it. I think Peter Doyle waved his hand in the air and said, "This is what the number is now."
Well, I certainly remember back in the day, it used to be a lot more. In fact, I remember lining up here for an Australian Superbike race, and I think I was in the canteen.
Yeah. As I said earlier, I was watching some old racing from Myron Park from the 80s, and I remember vividly being on the grid with more than 50 motorcycles.
50 motorcycles?
Yep. 10 bikes wide on the start line. And sometimes they were push starts.
Oh, that's all right. There's only 5 rows.
5 rows. You couldn't get many more than 5 at Oran Park because if you're around the corner, you'd be riding uphill to start. But it's a shame the push starts have disappeared from the sport.
Not in terms of safety.
Oh no, but spectacular.
Those old 500 GP races where they'll push starting, they hold your breath every time.
Yep.
Yeah, good thing they went away from that, I think, from a safety point of view. But,
yes, we used to have push starts, kick or electric starts as well. If you had a start button, you could use it. If you didn't, you had to use a Kickstarter.
Interesting. I'll leave it at that.
There was a fair bit of chaos, I can say.
So bikes making their way out to the pit lane now. This is race 3 for Tas Superbike and Tas Supersport. Just one moment.
So we're just having a quick discussion about the reverse grid races that are coming up.
Being handicap races.
The handicap races as well. So they'll be starting from pit lane with a timed gap based on their fastest race time during the day.
The slowest away first.
Slowest away first.
fastest away last, with a gap between them based on their lap times from earlier in the day. So if the timing gap is right, all bikes should finish on the line at the same time.
Yes.
Which doesn't usually happen, but it is interesting towards the end of the race as the field starts to congest. The riders seem to like it because it's something a bit different.
And they get to pass a lot of people.
They get to pass a lot of people, and of course, the people at the front of the field are usually at the back of the field, so they get a bit of a different perspective on racing. But Superbikes and Super Sports making their way out now, so this is their race 3. A few of these will be lining up again at the end of the day for the All Powers race, being 15 laps. That it's going to test a few because, as we say, it's punting these big bikes around is hard work, and 15 laps particularly. We say it in the 2 hour that what you notice with a lot of these races, particularly in the bigger bikes, is the first half a dozen laps are pretty adrenaline charged, where you're putting a lot of physical effort into it, and then your body starts to complain and say, I can't keep this up. You're going to have to change what you're doing. And what people find in the 2 hour is they actually start to relax and then gain some lap time again. They're flowing with the bike rather than pushing it around or manhandling it around, and they actually end up doing very similar or better times in a lot more relaxed body position. 15 laps is on the cusp of where you transition into that. I think for most people that 15 laps is going to be the pain point. So it's going to be hard, yep. But what do they say? Life wasn't meant to be easy. That's it.
Yes, I remember years ago, Chris, in 1 hour race we used to run here. I experienced exactly the same thing. My fastest lap was the last lap of the race, and back then 1 hour race was quite long. We didn't run any long races at all.
Well,
red
we
flag's
are ready
in
for a start. The red light is on. Racing. Brett Simmons, I think it's going to get the whole shot. He does, only just though. Scott Honeychurch up the inside into P2. Jason Spencer looking to go up the inside of Scott Honeychurch and does into turn 2. But it's Brett Simmons who's away first. But Jason Spencer will be happy because he's pretty much on Brett's back tyre. So as long as he can hold that, maybe close down a little bit on this opening lap, then he's going to be in with a good chance. Scott Honeychurch still in 3rd. Looks like Jason Wiley in 4th as they go up over Suckers. Then I think we're back to Lockie Curtis, who's been absolutely outstanding today on that 600. I think Jezza Huddleston there as they come through Calvin's onto the back straight on the Yamaha R1. With Chip Sellers on the ZX10 right behind him. Then we've got, actually that was not Lockie Curtis, that was Brad Hughes, both on white bikes. But back to the leaders, over the start-finish line, Brett Simmons with Jason Spencer, 0.2 of a second behind him. So the Spencer's certainly going to put in here. He's where he needs to be on Brett's back tyre. Question's going to be, can he do anything about it?
Jason is closing up on Brett.
He certainly is.
Yeah.
And then we've got Jason Wiley right behind Scott Honeychurch. That'll be another interesting one. Then we've got Brad Hughes behind him with Jezza Huddleston, Chip Sellers, and then I think we have Lockie Curtis. Just looking at the timing screen. Yes, it would be. Then Marcus Delaney, Chris McGrath, John O'Hughes, Damien Folds is back out there. Fantastic to see Damo back out there after that little off. It's back with the leaders. So Jason Spencer right on Brett Simmons' back wheel now. Under brakes at the end of the straight. Both guys trying to get the power down through the chute. Spence right on the back of Brett Simmons now over the start-finish line. 54.3, 54.2. So a little bit off their race 2 pace, both in the 3s. So it's going to be interesting to see what Jason Spencer does from here. We know Brett is capable of dialing the speed up a little bit if he wants to. He's very capable of managing that from where he is as well.
He's using a new tyres, same brand, new tyre model this weekend. So he's still getting used to those.
Yeah, I know he's doing a bit of tyre testing. Big wheelies down over the hump. So Jason Spencer is looks a bit stronger under brakes down there. He does close up a little bit on Brett through there. Under brakes, that is. So still not much between them at all. In fact, 0.2 of a second. Both going through at about a flat 54. Chip Sellers holding off let's say Scott Honeychurch holding off Jason Wiley from Brad Hughes, Jezza Huddleston, Chip Sellers, and Lockie Curtis. Look at that, mixing it up with riders of that calibre on thousands. It's just absolutely fantastic to see Lockie Curtis doing that.
Yeah, he's come so far in the last year. It's astounding.
Yes, it is. And really, you know, there's not another 600 near him. The next one back is Marcus Delaney. We know Marcus as an A-grader is no slouch at all. So it just goes to show what Lockie Curtis is doing. And I dare say that these thousands in front of him are giving him a little toll on as well, that he wouldn't have the advantage of if he was leading the field outright. So last time through for our leaders, Brett Simmons now in the 53s. He's pulled out half a second on Jason Spencer. Really not much in it between the two of them. So as you say, maybe Brett just getting a feeling for that tyre he's testing, but there appears to be not a lot in it because he's still lapping the 53s and starting to now pull away from Jason Spencer.
He's pulled it at 6 or 7 bike lengths on him compared to the previous lap. Big wheel stand from Jason Spencer then.
Yeah, well, both of them were pretty comfortable on the back wheel coming over the hump. Jason Wiley all over the back of Scott Honeychurch under brakes. And Chip Sellers as well, looking for a potential move on Jezza Huddleston, is right behind Brad Hughes.
Last lap board's out.
Lockie Curtis, what a great job. I know I keep saying it, but those guys in front of him on those thousands are very, very good riders. Chris McGrath from good mate Damien Forbes. John O'Hughes behind him on the Triumph 675. There's been some good racing in this class today, Sean.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, it's broken up a bit now, but they're all in groups of 4 and 3 and 4 bikes having an absolute battle.
Jason Spencer right off the pace, well, not off the pace, but sorry, quite a large gap to Brett Simmons now. I wonder if he's either rolled out of it or just had a bit of a moment somewhere.
Checkered flag
time. So it was only 1.6 seconds last time around. Now it's 3.2. So, look at this. Scott Honeychurch looking to get back past Jason Wiley over the line. Jason's going to get the better of Scott Honeychurch. Scott Honeychurch is even after the flag going to put a move on him
under the bridge. It's good. I think Jason had a bit of a moment the second last lap in the chute. He ran a bit wide.
Wade Schrader holding off Don Fenton from Chad Wiley. No, I didn't catch that, Sean.
Yeah, just in the beginning of the chute, he ran fairly wide, so he may be having tyre issues.
Yeah, well, quite possibly. It's that track temperature is going to be up because there's a fair bit of heat in that sun down there. It's some of the quality of the racing we've seen here today. I know the weather's played its hand or played a part in it, but really, yeah, pretty special, I think. So sidecars up next. They'll be feeling it by now, I expect.
Yeah, I was talking to Lindsay Seabrook about his Period 4 sidecar, and he said that it seems like all the air ducting on it is wrong.
Okay.
He said all the hot air ends up on him. So, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of air movement through the radiator.
So designed for a colder climate.
Colder climate.
Yeah. It needs a heater control in there.
Yeah. So he said the oil cooler's running, the engine's running a bit hot because the oil cooler's not getting any air through it either. So he said he's up for some modifications. Of course, the thing is 50 years old. It was built in the early 70s.
When thermodynamics and airflow were different.
Well, before people knew about it.
Oh.
bit like those aeroplanes I used to work on, I mentioned earlier.
So I guess a few of these guys, oh no, they've still got a feature race
They
after
do.
this, haven't they? I was going to say they'll be lining up for the massage and rehydration tent after this.
Yes. So actually, speaking of after this, we have a special treat for everybody today for our barbecue because it's such a hot day. We decided to do pizzas and beer.
Pizzas and beer?
Yeah, instead of sausages and beer. So we'll have a whole pile of pizzas turn up and gold coin donation per slice and similar sort of thing for the cold drinks as well.
Yeah, soft drinks as well, no doubt.
There is soft drinks. Yes, there is.
For those having to drive home.
Especially at the Pepsi Max Raceway.
Absolutely. It's the place to be.
Yes, we have Pepsi Max. I see Rob Scott over there is just laying down the back of his trailer now. So I think
laying
he's
down. It looks like he's sat down and can't move.
can't move.
Can you hear us, Rob? No, he can't hear us.
No, he can't.
Or he can't move to acknowledge it.
Yes. So just waiting for Lindsay Seabrook to come out with his sidecar. I'm not sure where they are. Oh, they're coming. It's a bit hard to hear at the back of the track down there where the sidecars are.
Yes.
So, okay, I'm just getting the indication from Terry that Lindsay's not coming out.
Oh no.
No, he's got a problem. So Terry's waving his arms. Oh no, Lindsay is coming out. So Lindsay might have to start from pit lane.
Looks like it. You might have to work on your sign language there, Sean.
Yeah, green flag's still out there, so they send him straight out. Yep, go. So that's good. So Lindsay doesn't have to start from pit lane. He's got out in the time allocated where the pit lane remains open. So that's good. I know over the years, Chris, there's been a bit of a pushback against sidecars because some of them have had issues where they've dropped oil occasionally, and
never heard about that.
No, I've heard rumours, but there's over the last few years the oil catch containment systems on all the sidecars have been improved dramatically. And it's really now only if you have a catastrophic failure like we had at the 2 hour, where the countershaft sprocket just about got pulled out of Terry's engine, that they actually drop oil. So there's new rules in place this year that are still being modified that require a containment that is up to the level of the base of the cylinders, which is a bit hard on some sidecars, but that'll also improve the situation.
Well, I hope you haven't spoken too soon there, Sean. The commentator's curse.
Yes, okay.
So do we have 4 outfits
Yeah,
out there? Yeah,
Lindsay's on the way around.
Here comes Lindsay
There is.
now. So unfortunately, we really haven't had a good showing of 5 outfits on track today. So winner of the last race, I wasn't up here for that.
John Wilmore by
John Wilmore, wow.
Long way, yep. So Red will be out to get revenge.
Ooh, bit of creeping there. I don't know if there's going to be a jump start penalty or not. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But John Wilmore, he's got the jump at the moment on Rob Warren. And that is Lindsay Seabrook in 3rd from Tom Davis in 4th. So, yeah, Rob Warren's got the task ahead to hang on to John Wilmore and actually try and put a move on, particularly with fatigue setting in. So he's got the horsepower, but this could be a race of endurance, I think, Sean.
Yeah, there may be a jump start penalty being imposed as well,
no.
Which is a bit, I think, a bit harsh. I don't think there was any advantage gained. Hang on 2 seconds, Chris.
That's all right. I'll keep following the field. Coming out through Calvin's at the moment. John Wilmore just holding off Rob Warren. Rob looking to come alongside over the hump, and we'll get the overtake done. So now it's a question of what John Wilmore can do. Lunges under brakes. Going to go for a look around the outside. So this is going to be tight over the start-finish line. No, Rob Warren's got the line. Not much John Wilmore can do about that. So Rob Warren is still race leader. Oh, sorry, has picked up the race lead. It was John Wilmore previously. It's great to see these guys getting competitive laps in. This is where fine-tuning and speed comes from. So they're getting a much better feeling for how these bikes want to be ridden and set up. So
I've just seen the jump start penalty for John Wilmore.
Oh no, well,
10 seconds.
Probably doesn't know he's got that.
No, they held the card out in the start box.
Oh, okay.
So, which is a bit unfortunate.
I don't think it's going to slow him up much.
I don't think it will.
What's going to be interesting here is to have a look at a lap time. It would appear that Rob Warren is on a flyer.
Yeah, every time any of them go out, they're improving all the time because they're just getting handlebar time and passenger time. And because they haven't been on the track for so long, it will take them a little while to get completely up to speed. But once they do, I think we'll have superb racing.
Well, here's an example of what you're talking about. Rob Warren's just gone through at a 1:11 flat. His race one time was a 1:17.2.
Yep.
Oh, except as I talk, I don't know what's happened. He stopped at the top of the S's and now he's rolling again. So what's happened there?
I didn't see that, Chris. He may have spun.
He may have spun, but it's given John Wilmore probably almost a 10-second lead. I can't see that being reeled back in, but that lap time of Rob's going to stand, 1:11 flat.
Yep.
But look at John Wilmore, 1:11.57.
I think Red's back up to speed again, so it must have just been a quick spin or a
Look, it could have been a mechanical misgear.
Yep.
Is he still? No, he's still at pace. So,
yep.
But I'll tell you what. Well, look, John Wilmore's got a 10-second penalty. Let's see what the gap is this time through. We're not on the last lap yet. No. In fact, I reckon it's come down from 10 seconds.
Yep.
Looks like Rob Warren is certainly fired up. So let's have a look at the margin. Well, that's saying 2.5 seconds. How he's pulled that in so quickly, I don't know. Well, that last lap from John Wilmore was 1:16, 1:19 from Rob Warren. So looks like Rob's going to essentially pull in John Wilmore.
Yeah, is this the last lap board coming out this time around?
Yes, that'll be prepared for the next time they cross the start-finish line. I'd be thinking that these guys in the lead are having a good time out there.
I think so.
I reckon they're working very, very hard, but this is starting to get to where they wanted to be, where they're actually feeling a bit more comfortable and starting to feel like they're racing rather than just circulating, accommodating issues.
That's it. And as I said earlier, they're going to get faster and faster.
Look at this. Look at the speed of Rob Warren down the back straight. I don't know if he's going to have a lunge under brakes here. Not quite close enough, but he's getting all wriggly under brakes. He's having a go.
He certainly is.
So with the last lap board being prepared, I reckon there's every chance. Oh, Rob Warren down the inside through the chute. I tell you what, that's close. Brave. So he will lead with one lap to go. John Wilmore right behind him. What's John going to do about it?
I thought John was going to go under the bridge then.
So 1:11.47 last time through for Rob Warren. That seems to be the pace at the front, the 1:11s. Lindsay Seabrook just crossing the line to pick up the last lap. Look at this dice at the front. Rob Warren, I think, has probably got enough in reserve.
Yeah, I think if Rob gets onto the back straight in front, then it's all over.
Yeah, he's still got a couple of corners to navigate, but I tell you what, he's got to be delighted with this. John Wilmore not giving up, but as you say, the back straight is where that big 1,000 stretches his legs.
Yep.
I don't think John's given this away though.
No,
Let's have a look
no,
under
you're
brakes.
right. Yeah.
Big lunge under brakes. So he's looking to go around the outside of the Rob Warren outfit. Oh, keep it together, boys. So it's Rob Warren, I think, will hold off a very, very fast finishing John Wilmore. Great race for the lead two sidecars. A 1:10.23 for Rob Warren, 1:10.44 for John Wilmore. So tell me they're not putting in.
They'd have to be so happy with that.
That is outstanding, and I think what we're seeing is what I said, that they're starting to become more familiar with these bikes. And we're going to see them become a lot more competitive. So Lindsay Seabrook just about to complete his last race for the day.
Apart from the feature race?
Oh, beg your pardon. I meant to say last championship race for the day,
Yes.
and I left out the key word. And Tom Davis just coming down the back straight at the moment. So as I said, they're learning a lot about sidecar racing, and it's a very complicated machine.
The number of rose joints in the front end and suspension of that thing is just astounding.
But having said that, you know, his fastest lap at 1:23, nothing to be sneezed at.
No.
It's still competitive, and he's got a lot of area to build on and improve.
And it's the engine in that one's a Kawasaki 1100, and so there's plenty of potential for it to be really fast. It's just a matter of the guys getting used to it and getting comfortable with the way it steers and basic handling of the machine.
But Red Warren, he's the man. Absolutely brilliant ride.
He's looking pretty happy down there.
I reckon you must be breathing pretty hard. You have to be very, very happy with that. It was a really good race. So too, John Wilmore. It's great to see the efforts of John's labour bearing fruit.
Yeah, John. I was talking to John earlier, and the suspension on the front of that bike, his bike, is fairly primitive. It looks, to me, just a quick glance, it looked like a set of shocks from a CB750.
It may well be.
Could well be.
I don't know why you're doubting that.
No, sorry, I should have realised. But yeah, very, very primitive shocks on the front front swing arm, and absolutely no adjustment. And so it was very hard in the front end, and he said it was skipping around. The front end was skipping around all over the place on the tiniest bump.
Well, to do a 1:10 on that,
great. I did suggest to him that he could take one shock off, make it softer.
Oh, it's got to make it softer,
Yeah.
and at least the skip's a bit more random. But look, again, just such a great effort. It goes to show a bike he's not familiar with, clearly not working at its optimum, and to have put it in a race like that against Red Warren, you know, just brilliant. Absolutely great to see.
Yes, but both those Formula One bikes are like Formula One cars with their technology, with the monocoque, semi-monocoque chassis and adjustable everything's.
Well, Sean, that brings us, I believe, to race 4, which is the first of our feature races for the day. So let me try and find my trusty little program. Which has to be
Juniors.
No, it's over 500 reverse grid.
Okay.
So I can see Tim Robson, one of our officials, heading up to the top of the pit lane now. So that means that can't be too far away from the bikes being called up. And as we're saying, it's slowest away first, fastest away last, and it's in staggered by your handicap time. So that means that the gap between yourself and the next rider is based on how fast you've been going during the day. and the idea being over the course of the race, you'll finish at the same time.
Yes, I think with this one, Chris, I was looking at the start times earlier, and I think there's about 14 of the bikes that are within 10 or 12 seconds starts of each other, so it could get very exciting.
Yeah, a little bit challenging with some of the handicapping, given that, like particularly in the sidecar race, I think there were a couple who've done about one lap for the day, so
Yes.
a bit hard to gauge their true pace. But look, as we keep coming back to, we're really here for have a fun day's racing and just enjoy it. Get together at the end of the day, as a club does. Have a laugh, have a talk about what went right and what went wrong.
Now, looking down there, I can see Rob Scott hasn't moved.
Somebody better go and check on him, check his pulse.
Or wake him up.
It could be focus. What am I going to do about Ben Avey? There you go, he has moved, so don't worry about calling the medical team. I certainly can relate, though. I know how it can feel when you're hot and fatigued, and it can actually come with a bit of nausea sometimes. You're just absolutely spent, and you just want a cold, cool place just to get your blood pressure back up. Or
Yep. We're only talking about this yesterday with the 2 hour a couple of years ago when Mike Jones rode the Ducati solo for the 2 hours and ran out of fuel on the last lap.
That's the Bob Sellers Ducati.
Bob Sellers Ducati. And I went out to pick him up after the race, and he was standing there holding the Ducati because he had nowhere to lean it. And I took it off him, and he just fell over backwards and laid on the ground. Couldn't get up.
Yeah, that was somebody who every waking minute he's out there training,
Yes.
cycling, doing what he needs to do. He's a very, very fit man. But the cramped riding position of that was 996, was it not?
Yep.
Yep. Over 2 hours, and the intensity of his performance, I think, just took every last ounce of energy out of him. It was cruel that he didn't win it, but it goes down in basketball folklore, I think, that race. The fact that he didn't. And of course, he's come back multiple times now, and he's managed to make amends for that, including last year where he was in typically spectacular form. Yep. And took the win in very convincing style.
No, that was the weekend after he won the Australian Championships.
It was?
It was, yep.
And absolutely brilliant to see Mike out there in practice now with the big number one on the front of the factory Yamaha R1. He certainly has gelled nicely with that team, and having a good chat to him when he's down here, he's feeling really good about his racing. I think most of our community would be pretty happy about that, and I'm sure most of them are also pretty proud that he's not just a regular visitor here, but he's part of our community.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the response on Facebook when Mike put something up. People down here are the first people to comment and like it and share it.
And vice versa. Mike's often the first person to comment and like anything that happens down here.
Correct.
But of course, it doesn't just end with Mike. The likes of Jed Metcher or, there's a list of them now who have... Robbie Bugden has, he's been down here several times.
Kyle Buckley.
Kyle desperately misses coming down here.
He does.
As I say, there's a long list of them who have really loved being part of our race group down here, and I think that's not just because the racing's been fun, but the Tasmanian race community is so welcoming, and it's such a great community to be a part of. So just a bit of a delay here. I don't know what's going on. Just had a call from, we have our clerk, of course, up here just asking a couple of questions. So there must be a bit of uncertainty or a couple of details to iron out in how the next race is going to run. We have the first 3 bikes lined up. So I'm just expecting to get an update from Sean as soon as he comes back here into commentary. He'll let us know what's going on. Unless there's only 3 people who are up for it. That could be the case with it being a warm day. Sean, you've got an update for us?
Yes, I've got a bit of an update. It looks like there may only be 3 starters. In
Oh,
this one.
really?
Yeah.
So it's-
Apparently everyone's a little tired.
Everyone's just a bit tired.
Yeah. So Tim's just doing, Matt's just doing another call out for the competitors if they can drag themselves up off the ground. And
Yeah, well, no one's going to argue that there wasn't value for money here at round 1.
I'm looking around here, seeing lots of people smiling, and also lots of people sitting down with their head in their hands. And Rob Scott is only just moving.
Well, look, having said that, on the program, there's only 4 bikes that are meant to be in it. So there's only 1 bike missing.
Oh, okay.
So we have Peter Bellchambers, John Allen, Ben Ford. No, I don't know if Ben's been racing today, has he?
I don't.
So I think that's it anyway. But it certainly looked to me to be more when I did the
handicapping.
I had a look at the handicapping,
Yeah.
But look, I don't know, unless the handicap sheet included all potential entries and not those that actually did end up entering.
Yeah.
That could have been it.
That could have been it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're ready for a start by the looks of it. So with only 3, it's going to make it really interesting. So I don't know if this race has been shortened as well. Are you aware, Sean?
No, I'm not aware
It'll
of
be
that.
8 laps with 3 bikes. Reverse grid handicap. So there goes Peter Bellchambers. That's the GSXR 750 Suzuki. Bit foreign for people starting from the top of pit lane. Usually you're familiar with launching away at the same time to the red light on the starting grid, and that usually fires the adrenaline up more than just leaving the pit lane by yourself.
Yes. There's something wrong about leaving pit lane like that.
Well, look, it's like in an endurance race where you're the second rider. You enter the race cold without the adrenaline on board. I mean, you have anxiety, of course, but it's just not the same as a race start. It takes you a little bit to warm into it. So
all 3 bikes on track now.
We have Peter Bellchambers just coming down the back straight at the moment over the hump. Then we have, it's going to be Jaden Davey Bodell just going through Calvin's at the moment, coming onto the back straight. And then not too much further back to John Allen on the big CBR 1000. So Belly about to cross the start-finish line with 7 laps remaining. So let's have a look at the margin. It's a fair way back. So Jaden Davey Bodell, it's 12.9 seconds, and then we have John Allen, 16.3 seconds. I didn't realise Jaden had been running so competitively today.
He's been doing a great job.
He certainly has. I don't know if Belly's been foxing out there. I wouldn't put it past him. That wry smile going on under the helmet, saying, "Chase me down now, boys."
Looks like he's actually pulling away a little bit.
Yeah,
from Jaden. Yeah, I think he's pulling a gap on Jaden. We'll have to see as they come across the line.
It was just on 13 seconds last time through, so let's have a look. Jaden's going to have to put in if he's going to pull down that gap. I reckon you're right. I reckon Belly certainly he's paid someone off.
Yeah, I think so. Jaden had a bit of a moment there as well.
Did he? 12, same gap. So I don't know that the gaps have changed a lot.
No.
The boys are going to have to dig a bit deeper than this if they're going to pull Belly in. He's just going over Calvin's at the moment. Jaden's at the bottom of the hill. And John Allen's just coming over 3, heading towards 4 at the moment. So he's about to fire the CBR up the hill. Where's Belly? He's just come through Calvin's onto the back straight.
Yep.
I can't see them doing this.
No, I think he's pulling a gap again.
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon Belly's had a plug lead off earlier in the day.
Jaden's just come onto the back straight now, so.
Okay, so again, it was 12.7 last time through. Peter Bellchambers has just crossed the start-finish line. I don't think there's much change. Let's have a look. Jaden about to cross the start finish line now. So 12.7 down to 12.6. It's not enough. And 16.2 it was 16.1. So it's largely status quo.
Yes, maybe Peter got an advantage in a miscalculation on his handicap.
I don't know, but it's showing 3 laps to go, and I didn't think we'd. If there's only 2 laps to go, I called 7. I don't know. Maybe I had a bit of a snooze. Quite possible. So Peter Bellchamber's just firing a GSXR through the chute at the moment. Next lap time.
Jaden is catching him now.
Okay, but all the lap times are almost identical at like a 60.9. I think Jaden did do a high 9. He did. He definitely did do a high 9 earlier in the day, so he's almost a second off that. So this gap's coming down, but nowhere near enough.
No.
And I can only say that I think Belly has running his probably best pace of the day, and the guys behind are probably off a little bit. I'm not sure about John Allen, but I'm sure that Jaden did a 59 earlier in the day. And that's where, this being race 4, it makes it hard, because if somebody else is a little bit more motivated than you, or a bit fitter, or you might have fresher tyres or whatever, this is where it starts to tell.
Yeah, or 30 years older.
Or 30 years older. But without a doubt, Peter Bellchambers has got this race in sight. What's that now? It's still saying 3 laps to go, so not quite sure how that's working. But the gap, more importantly, was 12.3, 12.4, so that's not changing. Back to 16, so Belly's actually not only holding that gap, he's starting to eke it out by a fraction.
Yes. I reckon you might be right. He may have had a spark plug lead off earlier.
Look, I don't know what it is. But I would have thought, given that Jaden seems to be a fraction off his earlier pace, that Matt Allen probably could have chased him down. Now his fastest lap is half a second lap faster than Jaden's, but last time through he was actually slower. So whether John Allen's just fatiguing, I don't know. I can't work it out. It could be because there's only 3 bikes on track. It's a bit harder to get that extra drive and motivation you need. Belly doesn't care.
No. John Krantz is down there waving Belly on to get him to go faster.
So 12.4 last time through. Here comes Jaden. What's this going to be? 12.2. And 16 flat to 15.8 for John Allen. So really, those tenths of a second are not going to cut it.
No, it's got to be seconds. Oh, no, last lap board's coming out, so next time round.
I'm guessing that these guys will be pretty glad to peel the leathers off after this. So Peter Bellchamber's just coming over the hump at the moment.
I think he's pulled away again.
Yeah, he's done this pretty comfortably. To fire the GSXR through the chute. Still running good lap times. And those, what's last time through? 60.8. Yeah, later in the day on an older GSXR, it's still not a bad time at all.
No. And Jaden's
60.8, same time.
Yeah.
And John Allen, 61.1. So Belly, fastest lap last time through, and he's meant to be the guy the other guys are chasing down.
Yes, so he's 12 seconds ahead of Jaden and 16 seconds ahead of John Allen.
Well, last lap board is out, did you say, Sean?
Yes, it was shown last time round,
yep.
So this is a checkered flag.
Timing says 1 remaining, so all things being equal, Peter Bellchambers is about to receive the checkered, and sure enough, starter Danny Moss waves the checkered flag, and Peter Bellchambers, not in any danger at all. The gap between Jaden and John is, I would say, closed up a little bit. Looks like it to the eye. But Jaden crosses the line at a 62.7. Yeah, about a second between he and John in the last lap. So John closed down by a second. So my eyes weren't deceiving me, but can't answer that one, Sean. I don't know. Well, certainly I believe Jaden and John were quicker earlier in the day, and that's the challenge in these handicaps.
Yep, absolutely. And we don't know. Belly may have hidden out the back and put a brand new set of really sticky tyres on. And the other guys might be struggling with the tyres they've been running all day.
Well, all of that's possible, and that's the issue when everyone is judged on the quickest lap of the day. But, I mean, it's fair for everyone. It's the quickest lap for everyone, so you just got to be prepared to go out there and run to that if you want to win it.
Yep.
Not to say you have to. It just means that if anyone else runs their quickest lap, they're gonna beat you. So.
That's right.
Pretty happy about that too.
Peter Bellchambers, a very happy man. He'll be in the pits with his helmet off and leathers undone before the other guys get into pit lane.
So up next, Sean, what is it? Trying to find my program. I keep turning it over to the wrong page. So the over 500cc is what we just had. Tassie Juniors reverse grid. This is always one to enjoy.
Yes, it's the juniors are. There's a few people running around the pits because there was a slight announcing error just then. Poor old Darren Grice has run from the tower up to where his bike is, and just as the correction came in to say it was juniors. Looks like the juniors are. I can't quite see all of them, but like they're coming out now. There's Ava on her bike coming out. And Jet and David Coward. Where's Gus?
Gus would want to be there. He was asking all the questions this morning, how this race works.
Yep, here he comes.
Just a very, very quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Sorry about that, just a couple of the technical things to sort out. But Jet Pryor, I would have thought Jet would be out there. Yes, he's on his bike in the pits, but they're looking at something around the dashboard area. That'd be tragic if Jet can't roll around in this one, because this is one of his favourite events. Everyone working on the bike. Come on, guys, got to let's get Jet out there. Oh, what's it going to be? Let's keep our fingers crossed. What's the go, Damo? Thumbs up or down? No, you can't hear me. Well, I don't know if it can hold them too much longer there, Sean.
No, it looks like Jet's bike's not starting. I think we might have to start without him.
Oh, what a shame that is.
Terrible shame. Yeah, I think we need to move things along. So,
Oh, that's a pity. So that'll mean Ava Connell is the tortoise in this one. She's going to be the one that's being chased down by, it's going to be David Coward from Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, so Ava gets a fair start on David. But I think David and Gus are only about a second apart. Yep, so they're off. We've got Ava out on track, and now David and Gus have entered the track, just going through the top of the S's. Ava's at the top of the hill, heading down Tas Pumping Straight towards Calvin's.
It's going to be interesting to see what Gus O'Halloran can do. First time I think he's been behind David all day. He's got, what would it be, about a 3-second margin to pull David in. And we've got Ava Connell just going over the hump here at the moment on the back straight. So a big gap. It looks like it's almost impossible for the second and third place bikes to pull them in. But Ava Connell leading the field. So she's coming through the chute here at the moment, about to cross the start-finish line. Then we're going to get a bit of a gauge, first flying lap, to know what the margin is back to second and third. So already it looks like Gus O'Halloran has closed down a little bit on David Coward. Of course, he's not only got to catch him, but get past him. But I'd say that at this stage, Gus is looking like he's going to get David. In fact, in one lap, he's just about on David's back wheel. So then the question is, what can they do about Ava? Ava's just charging up the hill at the moment. David and Gus are just going through the top of turn 2. So David's still holding off Gus for P2, but that back straight is where Gus's the straight line speed of Gus's machine really comes into its own. So Ava Connell heading towards the hump on the back straight at the moment, while our other rider's just going over Calvin. So the gap coming down. And I believe this is a 6-lap race, so a little bit longer than what the juniors usually get, being a feature race. Certainly showing us 5 laps remaining, about to be 4 as Ava Connell crosses the start-finish line. So it was 19.7 seconds back to David Coward last time around. Gus O'Halloran has got past David down the back straight, as I thought. So Gus O'Halloran is now 13.7 seconds behind. David Coward 15.2. So Gus is already obviously riding to his earlier form, or David's off it a little bit. But Ava Connell, it's a bit of a repeat of what happened at the 2 hour. She was out there in front. I'm sure she remembers vividly being pipped on the line by Isaac Simmons on the very, very last lap. Just losing what led the race up to the line, and then pipped by Isaac Simmons. But hopefully, from her point of view, it won't be about to happen again. But I'm sure she's got that in the back of her mind. So she's coming down the back straight, about to enter the braking zone. Now we can see Gus O'Halloran coming over the hump. I think this margin's coming down a little bit too quickly. I reckon Gus is going to get past Ava. So let's have a look. It was 13 seconds last time around. Ava's just crossed the start-finish line. Here comes Gus. 13 seconds last time, down to 6. So we're talking about 6 seconds a lap. 3 laps remaining. That's it's about 18 seconds, and there's only 7 seconds behind. So I think on that pace, Gus is likely to do this reasonably comfortably. We've got Ava powering up the hill towards Suckers at the moment, and here comes Gus. He's at the bottom of the hill. So I think this lap is quite likely to be an overtake on Ava for the lead. David Coward not far behind though in third place. He's holding on. It's not going to be enough though. It'd be interesting to see where he finishes relative to Ava. So I'm just wondering if David finishes close to Ava, then they're running very, very similar times to the times the handicap was based on. So I'm wondering if it's actually Gus who's up the ante here. So Ava just entering the chute now. Gus only probably 2 seconds behind. So it looks like it'll be this lap. 2 laps to go, and I think Gus is about to get Ava. Ava goes through turn 1. Gus Halloran just goes through turn 1 now. And David Coward not far behind either. So I'd be thinking that Gus O'Halloran is probably going to get Ava Connell up the hill in the charge towards Suckers. David Coward still probably about 5 seconds behind. So it's going to be interesting between Ava and David, but it's looking to me like Gus O'Halloran has got this one in the bag. Ava still holds off Gus over Suckers. But there, oh no, I thought that was going to be the move. Gus down the inside of Ava into Calvin's, but he thinks better of it, backs out of it. But down the straight now, we're going to see look at that, just blast past Ava Connell down the straight. There's nothing Ava can do about that. So now there's a lead change. Gus O'Halloran out in front, and Ava P2, David Coward P3. So what can David do about Ava Connell for second place? Last lap board being readied now. It's going to be very, very close between David Coward and Ava Connell. 5 seconds between them. I think Ava might do this. She's faster by about 3.5 seconds, so it's going to be very close. Gus O'Halloran really been outstanding today, and absolutely outstanding in this race as well. Ridden beautifully from the rear of the grid to come through and pick up the lead. But David Coward so close to Ava Connell, only a few bike lengths between them now as they go up over Calvin's. I think David is going to get Ava, so he's taken the carrot dangling in front of him. I really thought, given that margin last time through, that Ava might be able to hold on, but they're neck and neck coming over the hump at the moment. David on the outside, Ava on the inside. Oh, David just edges out Ava Connell on the last corner. But David will actually get the better of Ava Connell. Gus O'Halloran is our victor, though. He will get the checkered flag 4 seconds ahead of David Coward, who's 1 second ahead of Ava Connell. So pretty close there at the end. Turns out that Gus found something extra. Over a 6-lap race, if that's what it was, 6 laps, 4 seconds is not a lot. You don't need to find that much if you can do it every lap to win one of these handicap races. So, yeah, certainly pretty close. Unfortunately, but Ava, it wasn't quite a deja vu, but she did get pipped on that last lap, and that's got to be the concern in the mind of the leading bike as to where the chasing riders are, or where they may or may not get overtaken. For most of the race, they're out there with a clear track in the lead, not knowing who's coming when. But that takes us to our next race of the day, which is going to be, I believe, Race Your Mates. Now, this one's going to be interesting, assuming that is next on our agenda. This one is our only bracket race for the day. And the reason they're a bracket race is that unlike a conventional race where everyone's on track to race against each other, while everyone is on track, they're actually only racing the people on their row of the start grid. And that row is actually their bracket. So the only competition is between the two people on the same row as you, even though everyone is on track together. And the grid is organised in your race times from earlier in the day. So ideally, you get somebody or two people next to you who are very similarly matched, and it should provide for a bit of fun and just, again, something a little bit different so that people can experience something new and varied for the day. Sean just rejoining us in commentary. Looks a bit fatigued yourself, Sean. Just a moment, just to get an update from Sean. Okay, so bikes on the dummy grid now for our Race Your Mates, and it definitely is that because we have 24 bikes sitting down there, I believe. So almost a full grid, and as I was saying earlier, the people each rider's racing against or competing against are really only those on their own start row, and there's a trophy awarded to the winner of each row. So it's going to be up to the rider to make sure they're fully aware of who their competitors are. It's going to make it interesting. It's the first time we've trialled this, and as I say, it's really just about now we're at the end of the day, doing a couple of different things so that people can just have a bit of fun, and hopefully in the day with a race where they may be able to pick up a trophy where they wouldn't have otherwise, or something is a bit more casual just to round out the day. And then what we'll typically be doing is firing up the barbecue, but it's, according to Sean, there's pizzas arriving. It's always a good opportunity to have a chat to everyone who's been competing for the day or out there officialing or whatever, and get their take on how things went. There's always a lot of fun stories swapped, and after a good day's racing, such as we've had here today, basketball. So Sean's just had to leave us again for whatever reason. He's got a few technical issues to solve, but I'll try and keep people updated. I'm not going to stand any chance at all of keeping in mind who's racing who in this, because I don't actually have that information in front of me. So it's going to be a case of, for me, just who's where on track and who's doing what. So it looks like the man at the front, the fastest in the group is Wade Schrader. It's a Yamaha R1. He typically runs in Superbike. Then we've got Don Fenton. Then we've got John Allen. Then we're back to Harley Phipps. Jaden Davey Bodell from Dale Madden. Peter Bellchambers. I think that's Jim Abey. Matt Coward. Darren Grice. Ben Aby, Larry Eaton. Yeah, going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this plays out. So, and how each of the individuals, each of the riders, what strategy they run to. They obviously don't want to get too mixed up with people who aren't on their row, but who knows? Maybe just the racer will come out and everyone, it won't matter. But anyway, we'll find out before long. It looks like there's a bit of shuffling of the grid. Given the number of bikes we had, it's probably not a surprise that people are not quite sure of their grid position. Hopefully, looks like there's a bit of a gap there on row 6. Maybe somebody decided they weren't going to be part of it, so that makes it easy for the other two on row 6. They've only got each other to race. Anyway, so looks like the red flag's about to come in. We're finally ready for Race Your Mates. Red light's on. Racing. Waits Raider got away to a pretty good start. It got a bit of a wheel stand, so Don Fenton is right on his back wheel, but it is Waits Raider who will actually lead the pack for the first time. Don Fenton behind him from John Allen. We've got Harley Phipps who's been getting the starts of the day, so he's going to lead Peter Bellchambers from Dale Madden. Dale being headed for the first time today, given he's in a first time out of the over 500 group that he's been leading. But again, who's racing who on track, I have no idea. So Sean rejoining us now, fortunately with a bottle of water for us. Thanks, Sean.
No worries. I thought we might need one up here. It's pretty warm.
It is a bit. So at the front, we have Wade Schrader, who's leading Don Fenton. So Don's been doing a bit of riding today. I don't know if he's starting to feel a bit of fatigue. John Allen, he's going to struggle, but it looks a bit to hold on to these two. They were both a little bit faster. Now, Harley Phipps doing a wonderful job there. He would have been definitely on row 2. He's got Peter Bellchambers behind him, who was also a row 2 rider, and Dale Madden, so nothing much between the three of them. Then we're back to, that looks like Jaden Davey Bodell from, I think that's Jim Aby from Chloe Honeychurch. Julian Winlow, Ben Aby, Matt Coward. Spikes everywhere you look at the moment, Sean.
It's everywhere. It's good to see Larry Eaton, after that shocker of a start, has got back and he's picked up 4 places.
Yeah, he's probably not going to do much about the people he's meant to be racing.
No. So there are bikes everywhere.
There are bikes everywhere.
It's really hard to keep an eye on who's where, and
yeah, particularly this late in the day when I'm already getting a little bit of commentator fatigue.
Jaden's just got past Dale Madden on that lap. We've got Wade Schrader, Don Fenton, John Allen, Harley Phipps, Peter Bellchambers, Jaden, Dale Madden, James Aby, Chloe Honeychurch, Julian Winlow, Ben Aby, Darren Grice, Matt Coward, Graham Cunningham, Anthony Reid, Trevor Renton. You just get tired reading them out.
I know.
Larry Eaton, Hans Delson, David Coward, Eleanor Renton, Leah Renton, Roy Turner, and Mark DeJong didn't start.
Oh, that was the omission from the grid.
Yes.
So, Wade Schrader, our race leader, about to cross the start-finish line with another 5 laps remaining. He's pulling out a bit of a margin over Don Fenton. Now, given Wade was the pole sitter, that's probably no surprise. John Allen back there in 3rd, still holding on to 3rd. But look at the battle behind between Harley Phipps, I think that's Peter Bellchambers. Oh, who's in there? Dale Madden and Davey Bodell. Dale Madden looking for any way through he can. Great battle there at the bottom of the hill. We've got Chloe Honeychurch behind. That's Ben Aby, I think. Then we've got Julian Winlow out there by himself. I don't know who he's meant to be racing, but he's having a ball. It's wonder he's not doing wheel stands by now. Looking coming down through the S's now, we've got Trevor Renton, I think, from David Coward. Then we've got Hans Dadson. So Wade Schrader, he leads the field silk just across the line. 4 laps to go. Big group of riders a little further back.
Yep. Dale's catching up to the group of 3 in front of him. He gets mugged down the back straight every time.
This group going down through the S's at the moment with Harley Phipps, Peterbilt Chambers. We've got Jaden Davey Bodell and Dale Madden. Nothing at all between them. Look at this group coming over the line at the moment. So Trevor Renton, Hans Dadson, up the inside goes David Coward.
That was very tight.
And I think that's Eleanor Renton on the back of them, is it?
Yes, it is.
Great battle for the 4 of these.
And Leah Renton's not far behind Eleanor either. So with a few laps still to go.
I don't know what's happened to Matty Coward. He seems to be off the pace a bit there on his CBR. He usually runs pretty good times around here. 121.3, so absolutely issues there for Matt. I hope he can complete his race. Unless he had a run off somewhere, let's keep an eye on Matt. Now, our race leader, I just saw, where is he?
Nope.
No, he must be up at pretty close to Calvin's, or yes, coming down over the hump at the moment. So it can't be too far. No, he's starting to get into some lap traffic. So the first thing he cites is Matt Coward, who, as I say, was having those issues. Then we've got Leah Renton in front of him. So being on the 1000cc Yamaha and pretty experienced rider in Wade, he should be pretty comfortable then slowly getting past those riders.
He's pulled away from Don Fenton as well.
He has. So good on Wade. He's taking it pretty easy getting past these guys. Look at this battle further up at Calvin's with Trevor Renton, David Coward, Hans Dadson. And look at the top of the S's. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Throw a blanket over them. Who's in that plot?
They're just swapping and changing all over the place.
Oh, so that's John Allen, Matt Phipps, Dale Madden, Peter Bellchambers.
Looks like we have a bike off somewhere. The pickup van's heading towards the end of pit lane. The last lap board's coming up.
I'm not seeing any yellow flags waving from here. Wade Schrader, well done, getting through the lap traffic very neatly, not causing any troubles. Last lap board out. I certainly can't see the parked bike.
No, they may be just taking some water out to the flaggies.
Potentially, yeah. Look at this group coming over here now. So it's John Allen, Harley Phipps, Peter Bellchambers, Jaden Davey Bodell, and I think it's Dale Madden behind him, isn't it?
Yep, that's Dale behind them. Last lap board's out.
It's almost an all powers, but
this is how I imagine the all powers race would be.
Graham Cunningham from Anthony Reid from Larry Eaton. There are just so many close battles around the track.
Yes, it'll be great to see at the end who wins which class. Check your flag out, and
well, I hope someone's keeping track of it because I have no idea. Oh, David Coward, big lunge on Trevor Renton right there at the end there. Hans Dadson right on their wheel. Matt Coward certainly found some pace towards the end, so he must have had a bit of a run-off or something. So good to see Matt round out his day. Look at this, Harley Phipps all over the back of John Allen. Belly, I think, has just had enough. He's just rolling over the line. Then we've got
Chloe Honeychurch and Dale Madden.
Now, what happened to Dale Madden? Oh, red flag. Well, it's the end of the race, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, bike on the crashed on the sweeper. I was looking the other way. So riders hands and knees. So that's good that they're moving, but it's a nasty place to have a fall. I don't know who it is. That's not what we wanted to see at this stage of the day. Yeah, not sure what happened there. We were both looking in the opposite direction, but the race was effectively complete anyway. The checker flag was out, was it not, Sean?
Yep, it was. That may have been why Peter Belchambers slowed down on that last lap.
I wonder if that's Jaden Davy Bodell, is it? Because he was in that dice with Dale Madden.
Yep.
So whether they came together or he's had a high side or something, I don't know. But great to see him on his feet. Probably a little bit winded because, well, the bitumen's pretty hard. So rider on his feet, which is great to see. I think, yeah, obviously hasn't been checked out yet, but it's usually a crash like that. You just take a little bit to catch your breath, particularly if you've been winded, and can become as a bit of a shock to you as well. Sometimes when 1 minute you're out there on track having a lot of fun, the next minute you're smacked onto the bitumen. It can give you a bit of a shock. Anyway, we're looking to get the ambulance out there just to give him a check over and have a bike to recover. So I'll take a quick break and come back as soon as we have a race restart. Okay, so bikes back on track, ready for the start of the next race, which is the under 500 and Formula 3 reverse grid handicap. So once again, slowest away first in handicap order, back to the fastest. So this one will be interesting. We've got a good field of bikes down there. So Tim Robson, the official, is just confirming the order. He's running back to the front now, so I think we're very, very close to having a race start.
We've got Leah Renton off pole, reverse pole.
Yeah, as I was saying before, it's got to be a bit of a disconcerting feeling being the first away, knowing you've got a pack chasing you down. But it certainly lights a fire under some people. There she goes. Leah's the first away. And as we've said before, if you ride to your PB, then somebody's got to do better than their own PB to beat you. So really, it's in your hands. You can absolutely win these races. So there's Leah going down through the S's at the moment. Second away looks to be... Oh, who is that? Is that Michael Regan? I think he's... yes, it is. It's Michael. Then I think... Sorry, Nick Regan, then Michael.
Then Michael, yep.
Then Hans Dadson. He's been having some great battles with Michael. I tell you what, that's a fair old margin back from Michael to Hans, given they've been dicing on track a bit. Then we've got Graham Cunningham, Larry Eaton, Rob Scott. He's managed to muster up some energy for one last hurrah for the day.
Then we've got
Dale Madden
and
Reece Tan. So it's got to be based off qualifying time by the looks of it for Reece, because Reece was the fastest qualifier. But Lee has completed her first lap. She goes through first lap of 1:07. Then we've got Nick Regan.
And this has sort of played out a bit like the other handicap race, because Leah's actually done about the same time in the first lap as what her advantage was at the start.
So 8 laps. Dale Madden being chased down by Reece Tan. So Reece has got his work cut out because Dale has been on fire today.
Yes, it's a long way back from Leah back to Reece.
It's amazing, isn't it? You look at the margin, you think there's no way that can happen. And incredibly, those last few laps, they all start to bunch up. So we've got Nick Regan about to cross the line now, hunted by brother Michael. Oh, now Graham Cunningham has already got the better of Hans Dadson. So I'm wondering if the handicap time has not played well into Hans Dadson's hands, because I would have thought he should be further up the field near where Michael Regan is.
You'd think so.
Did the handicapper have his glasses on, Sean?
Sorry, mate?
Did the handicapper have his glasses on?
Well, yes, maybe.
Anyway, early days. Still got 6 laps to run. Well, I can see Dale Madden just start to get up towards Rob Scott. Unfortunately, Rob hasn't got a carrot in front of him. It's a fair way up the track to Larry Eaton. So I reckon Hans is probably going to get the better of Rob Scott here shortly. Just going down through Calvin's at the moment. Oh, so we've got Nick Regan, Michael Regan not far behind. So a bit of brotherly love about to happen on track.
It's interesting, Chris. I just saw the gap there back to Nick Regan from Leah, and it went up by 2.5 seconds.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Now, Dale Madden looking for a run around the outside of Rob Scott over the start-finish line. Is he going to move into one? Oh, he's going to have to back out of that. Yes, he does. So Rob Scott holds the line, but that's going to be a fair old contest between the two of these two. It's the first time I think Dale's had to get past today, is it? No, I think he was overtaken by Reece earlier and then he got it back.
He was.
This time, very experienced Rob Scott there in front of him, albeit very tired. And look at that. Dale Madden does actually get the drive off the bottom of the hill and manages to get the move on.
Just told Rob Scott out at the top. The Reese Tand's not closing up at all.
No.
On that
no.
group.
Leah Renton, however, is still our race leader. A 12-second margin on the last lap back to Nick Regan. Now, Michael's got the better of Nick. So it's Michael Regan through this time. Gap down to 11.9. Hasn't changed a lot. So
No.
Leah Renton, as we often see, is riding out of her skin there in P1, waiting to be hunted down. It really does bring the best out in people. So Dale Madden now past Rob Scott. Larry Eaton's the next man in his sights.
And Reese Tan is making no impression at the back there at all.
No, he's obviously on the field generally, but not on Dale Madden.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know about Hans Dadson. He seems to be really struggling there. He was going gangbusters there in the earlier races, but he's already been rounded up by a few. So the big question is, with 4 laps to run, what can people do about Leah Renton? Oh,
There's
hang
been
on.
a change.
How did that happen? Is that... She might have run a bit wide or something.
Yes, I think that may have been the case because now both Regan brothers have passed her.
And Michael Regan leads from Graham Cunningham from Nick Regan. Or is that Leah? That's Leah
That's behind him. Yep.
So Reese Tan now past Hans Dadson.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I was wrong there. Chris Lee's still a mile out in front.
Yeah, okay. So look at the timing because she
Yeah.
still shows she's got 11.5 second lead from Michael Regan. As I say, look at the lap time. 106.7 from Leah Renton. 106.3 from Michael Regan. She's doing the same lap times as Michael Regan. I'd be curious to see what her qualifying time was this morning. I'm thinking that she's upped the game significantly.
Yes, she's had a trip to Phillip Island a couple of weeks back. Which,
Well, sorry, just to butt in there, Sean. The grid sheet, Leah Renton, a 1:11.0, and she's just done a 1:06.7.
she'd have to be happy with that.
So there you go. It just goes to show what happens when, Dale Madden up the inside of Michael Regan into turn one. Yeah, what these races can do when people get their go at the front. And she's looking like an established rider out there, knee on the ground, nice clean lines.
Yep. Yeah, that couple of days at Phillip Island did her the world of good.
So Larry Eaton there behind Rob Scott at the bottom of the hill. At this stage, running those sort of times, it's very hard to see people being able to do much about Leah Renton because she's riding 5 seconds quicker than she did earlier in the day. And everyone else has to be able to do 5 seconds a lap quicker than their own best to be able to match that. So it's look at Dale Madden. What a day he's had. He's with 1 lap to go. Race chief flag Danny Moss egging on Leah Renton. 1 more lap. Come on. Oh, Dale Madden just gets the better of Graham Cunningham into 1 on the last lap. Now, look at these riders coming together. We've got Michael Regan now being passed by Rob Scott. Is that Reese Tan inside? Oh, running wide. Was that Reese?
That was Reese, yep.
Now Larry Eaton going back down the inside of Reese Tan.
So this is going to get very close at the end here. Dale Madden's closing up. He's ahead of Graham Cunningham and he's closing up on Leah.
Yeah, it can't be that close, can it? It's only a lap to go. There's Leah coming onto the back straight now, is it?
That's Dale right behind
right. I'll tell you what. I think you're right. It's going to come down to the wire. And look, Graham Cunningham not far behind either. Leah Renton, you need to wind that everything you can out of that throttle. I think she's going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close.
Absolutely brilliant handicapping. Look at this.
Go,
Leah.
Yes,
And she
well
claims
done.
it by a wheel. Unbelievable. Oh, we've got a fall. Is it Graham Cunningham?
I think it is.
I think it is up on his feet. Thankfully, Rob Scott manages to Holdout West Ham from Larry Eaton from Michael Regan. Didn't see what happened there. Same place as Jaden fell earlier. I don't know if it's a high side or he's a bit far up the track to lose the front, but I don't know. But brilliant race finish there from Leah Renton and Dale Madden.
I think Graham's a bit angry with himself.
Yeah, didn't see what happened, but good thing is straight up on his feet, and that's the thing we're always most concerned about.
Yes. So pickup truck's gone out to pick up that motorbike.
So that leaves us with the reverse grid sidecar race for those brave enough to do one more, and then we're into the all powers. So
Yes.
while they're doing that pickup, let's have another quick break, Sean. Enjoy the opportunity to stop talking for a moment, and we're back very shortly.
No worries. Well, Chris, we've got the sidecars coming out for their feature race, which is, did we cut the laps down on this one as well? Because they were a bit tired. So they're down to 5 laps. We've got Lindsay Seabrook will be out first.
Yeah, just looking down there in the pits, it looks like Tom Davis, the outfit's still sitting there, but thumbs up, is it? Yes?
Yep.
Great. They're about to roll out. Fantastic. So I think they'll probably just about get away together.
Yes, very similar times.
Oh, actually, that may have been Terry I was thinking of. Don't know.
Well, Terry hasn't completed a race today because of that clutch issue.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So
We'll find out very, very shortly.
Yep.
So the man doing the chasing will have to be Rob Warren at the back. Not far behind John Wilmore, I expect. Although John, yeah, I think Red's done the quickest time for the day, but very, very similar to John Wilmore. So that's going to be interesting to see these two guys at the back.
Here comes Tom's outfit. It's been hard to get through the pits with that long LCR worm, they call them. So he's coming around the bottom of the tower now, just making sure his transponder's running. Yep, there. Yep. He's gassing it up in pit lane to get up there quickly. So he's got to go out first.
No problems by the looks of it. Nope.
Nope, he's broken. Nope, he's going.
Certainly he's going to get the award for the best burnout in the pits.
Yep. Okay, they're ready now. In Tim's hands, getting ready to start them.
Oh, we're away. Yes, we are. It looks like it fueled up a little bit, but I think he's running.
Yep.
Yep. Excellent. So, oh, no. Looks like it may have stalled again, but he's got it running, has he? Let's hope
yes,
so.
I think so. He's got a big downhill bit there to make sure it stays going.
Not going to help the handicap much.
No. Lindsay's off now. And John Wilmore's coming up to the line, getting ready to start.
So Lindsay Seabrook just at the bottom of the hill at the moment, while Tom Davis goes over Calvin. So there's that gap between the two of them. We still haven't had third place John Wilmore start yet.
He's
there
off
we
now.
go. John's
Yep.
away now. And how far back is Red Warren going to be? It won't be much, I wouldn't think.
He's
Gone. So not much breathing room for John Wilmore.
No, we've got Tom's outfit coming down the back straight now. Coming into turn 7.
Yeah, well, that's good that they're running. I reckon it might need a bit of dyno time at Red's motorcycle repairs.
I think so. Oh, it's slowing. Looks like he might be having trouble getting gears.
It's not sounding very sweet, that's for sure. But it is actually firing, that's one thing.
Yes. I know he does have trouble with spark plugs in it. They foul pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, as I say, it could well do with a trip to Red's dyno.
Can you put a sidecar on his dyno?
Yes, he has.
Oh, he has.
I think it may have been on his dyno. So, but if he beats Red, then it might not have get the opportunity.
That's right. It won't go on there again.
John Wilmore coming over through the start-finish line through the sweeper at the moment. Oh, where's Red Warren? He's just off the end of the back straight now. So I think John Wilmore might have actually extended that gap. I don't know if Red's had a bit of a moment there.
So the gap off the start line was only about 3 seconds. Now it's out to 7.
Yeah, not sure. Red has been complaining about fatigue in the latter stages of the day. Whether that's it or not, I don't know. But at the front, we've got Lindsay Seabrook, who's chasing down Tom Davis. And with the issues Tom seems to be having with that machine, I wouldn't be surprised if Lindsay is on terms with him pretty quickly.
Yes, he's catching him quite quickly.
But it's great for Lindsay, who's been running pretty much by himself all day, to now have someone in front of him to chase down. And of course, he's aware that chasing from behind, firstly, there's John Wilmore. Still giving it the berries. And Red Warren is certainly, I think John Wilmore is probably gapping him pretty comfortably. So
I think so.
Maybe that fatigue is setting in. What's the gap? It was 48 to 39. So Rob's pulled down the gap to Tom Davis, but he's got a bit to do to pull in John Wilmore.
Yes, I think they're all getting tired out there. And
yeah, pass on the back straight.
Pass on the back straight. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. So Lindsay Seabrook has got the better of Tom Davis. So new leader.
And that's a 50-year-old motorcycle going past a 20-year-old motorcycle.
That's fouling plugs.
Fouling plugs. Oh, Lindsay was way wide coming through the sweeper.
He's certainly committed, isn't he? So now the question is, John Wilmore at the end of the back straight now, entering the chute. So with 3 laps to run, 20 seconds was the margin last time through. Let's have a look. What's it going to be? 12 seconds to the leader.
So that's with 3 laps to run?
Well, there's 9 seconds a lap difference in lap time.
Yes, I think catching him might be one thing, but passing him might be a bit more difficult.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough. So there's race leader heading up over Calvin's at the moment. John Wilmore at the bottom of the hill at the same time. So that hill straight difference between them.
So Lindsay Seabrook's down over the hump on the back straight, and John Wilmore's just come on to the back straight. So there's about 200 metres between them at the moment.
And Tom Davis between them.
And Tom in
so
between.
Tom may balk John Wilmore. John just closing up on the back of Tom Davis at the moment. Looking to go around the outside of him. Yep, enough track space there. So Tom Davis is rounded up by John Wilmore. So the gap now is 6 seconds between first and second with 2 laps remaining.
And
6 seconds difference in lap time. So it could well come down to the wire. It looks like it's going to be close enough at the moment for John Wilmore, but Lindsay Seabrook might have something to say about that.
Yes.
Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be close. Lindsay Seabrook going over Calvin's at the moment. Now John Wilmore entering Calvin's. I think he's going to be safe. John Wilmore, that is.
Yes, I think so.
I think we've got someone with their tongue hanging out at the back of the field. Rob Warren, I think he's going to be very, very happy to peel those leathers off. But over the back straight comes Lindsay Seabrook and John Wilmore right behind. So with the last lap board being readied now, it's looking like it's John Wilmore's race to lose.
I think he's going to pass him coming out of the sweeper. Around the outside again.
Is there any room there?
May not be enough room. Yes, there is.
And sure enough, picks him up on the last lap. And probably a fair reward for John Wilmore, who's put in an amazing amount of work and effort
to get those sidecars here.
Absolutely. And clearly, it's a fairly handy steerer as well for these bikes.
Yes, he's pulled a fair gap on Lindsay Seabrook now. And I don't think Rob Warren's going to catch Tom
Davis, no.
I don't think so.
Well, Rob's running around. Well, he's just done a 1:14. He was running 1:10s earlier, so 4 seconds lap off. Clearly, not really feeling it at this stage of the day. But even John Wilmore, 1:11, he's only a second off what he was doing earlier in the day. It's been a great effort. And sure enough, he will claim this race. He's coming through the chute right now, so he's ready to pick up the checkered flag. That's got to be a good feeling for John Wilmore.
He'll be loving that.
Absolutely.
And Lindsay
as he
Seabrook
should.
Coming in second.
Oh, I tell you what, it's going to close up at the rear. Tom Davis only just holding off Rob Warren. There's not going to be much in it between these two at all. It's going to come down to probably a second. Yes, so Tom Davis about to cross the start-finish line. And Rob Warren, sure enough, about a second in arrears. So
I'm surprised Red didn't turn left straight into the pits.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, he wanted to go sidecar racing again, and that's what he got.
Yeah, so, coming up next, we've got our feature race, an all-powers race.
Another feature race, all powers. So, I guess as the name suggests, all capacities. Anyone can enter it. And unlike the others, running over 15 laps, assuming we're still doing that, 4:30, it's probably touch and go. Haven't heard from race control that there's going to be a change to that. If they can get out there soon enough, then it's probably still a chance, but we'll find out very shortly if there's any updates there. As I was saying before, it's easy for fatigue to be setting in at this time of the day, and going into a 15-lap race, particularly some pretty high-caliber riders in there. It's going to test fitness for a few of them. Sean just rejoining us. Any updates there on?
Yes, it's 15 laps.
It is 15 laps?
Yep.
Okay. Because a lot of the time spent in running a day is the time between races, getting bikes in and out. Once they're out there, a few extra laps costs a few extra minutes. So chance there'll be a few coldies consumed at Red's house tonight.
I reckon. Yeah, it looked like he was having trouble holding his head up there when he came in. He might have dozed off for a bit.
Well, nothing else. I expect he's feels like he's put a solid day in.
Yes,
he's put in some great racing. So to all the boys in the sidecar field. But I think John Wilmore been especially impressive.
Yes, I had a look at the bike that John's riding, which is one of Terry Brooks's bikes, and even though it was blown up the other week and it was a bit of a mess, you go down there and you can eat your dinner off it.
Is that right?
Absolutely not a drop of dirt, oil, dust.
Does that
anywhere.
Reflect on how many times it's been apart?
Well, could be.
I know my bikes are cleaner when they're not running well.
Yeah. Yes.
I can hear some big engines revving up down there. So it sounds to me like a few bikes starting to roll out for the all powers.
Just like to remind everybody out there that our barbecue today consists of pizzas, which would be a pleasant change. And for a gold coin donation, you get a a bunch of slice of pizza and another gold coin donation, you get a cool drink. So that'll be happening straight after the
All powers.
All Powers.
Last race for the day,
Yep.
which we can't be very far off at all. So we've got see Chip Sellers down there at the front of the group at Dummy Grid, Jezza Huddleston. We've got
Brad Hughes.
Jason Spencer changed bikes, or at least fairings. He's gone from a red bike to a black bike, so maybe slightly different setup for this race. Don't know. He's just starting to, well, rolling out pit lane now. So who else was there? Brett Simmons, Jezza Huddleston, Chris McGrath, Brad Hughes. As I said, 15 lapper. It's going to test fitness a bit, particularly riding these large capacity bikes.
Jason may have had an issue with his other bike in the last championship race, because he did lose a lot of ground to Brett in that in the last couple of laps. So he may have had some bike issue.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know, unless he's, as I say, unless he's got a different setup in this one, that he's maybe it's got fresh tyres in it or something. Who knows? He did say that that's a newer bike that he's been racing. So maybe this is the older one that has a more familiar setup. I don't know. This, of course, does not form part of the championship. This is just a bit of a fun race and to give the guys a few more laps rather than the standard 8.
And a shiny trophy.
Of course, shiny trophy. 3, in fact, for the first 3. It's been pretty competitive a little further back. Now, why is Jason Spencer at the rear? Maybe because he didn't qualify on that bike. Not that it should matter, because both bikes are eligible, so he should have been able. Anyway, the red flag is about to be withdrawn. John Kranz jumps the fence and the red light is on. Racing. Brad Hughes got away to a beautiful start. I don't know if it's going to be enough to pip Brett Simmons. No, it's not, but who's that? Is it Chris McGrath up there in a second? Shame Scott Honeychurch isn't in this. Maybe he's feeling a bit fatigued as well, but it's Brett Simmons who's away characteristically to a flyer. He's got a nice 2 to 3 second margin already over Chris McGrath from Jezza Huddleston, Brad Hughes,
Chip Sellers.
And Jason Spencer starting from the rear of the grid, still bringing up the rear as they go up over Calvin. So Brett Simmons about to run. Sorry, I said Calvin's and Suckers. Now going through Calvin's is Brett Simmons, opening the taps on the CBR 1000.
Big wheel stand.
You can see Chris McGrath out there heading the field. Chris returning to racing after a bit of a hiatus and showing that he's still pretty pumped. So heading this following group, there's a Huddleston looking for a way through up the inside of Chris, but won't get that done. Got a little bit snaky, the R1, up the inside into turn 2 now. So nice move from Jezza.
I'm surprised that Jason's still behind Chip. It's unless he has an issue with that motorbike as well.
Yeah, look, don't know. Well, these guys in front of Jason are no slouches, so he might just be picking his moment. But the man who's showing a clean set of heels to the rest of the field, Brett Simmons, last time through 3.2 seconds gap. I reckon it's going to be significantly larger this time because there's been a bit of jostling of the field behind him.
Oh, that was very tight between Brad Hughes and Chris McGrath.
Yeah, certainly there's nothing in it in this group. They're all bunched up there into turn 1. Jezza Huddleston getting a bit of a margin now over Chris McGrath with Brad Hughes right behind him. Then Chip Sellers and Jason Spencer. But this race is pretty much done and dusted if Brett Simmons doesn't do anything wrong, because he's already out to, well, it was 5 seconds last time over the start-finish line, but it's the length of the back straight, not the back straight, the run between Suckers and Calvin's. Last time through for Brett, a flat 54. Sprint race pace, really. Second off his lap record.
And the gap now back to Jez Huddleston is
7 seconds.
7 seconds.
So Brad Hughes starting to pull out a bit of a gap on Chris McGrath now. He's got past Chris, but now it's Chip Sellers looking for a way through. Interestingly, Jason Spencer still there behind Chip Sellers, just bringing up the field. So yeah, look what he's doing. Different bike. If he out there for practice, I don't know, but
that pack of three with Jason at the rear there, they're all doing 57. So
yeah, so we've got 57.0, 57.2, 56.98. So yeah, you're right, almost flat sevens. Pretty comfortable pace, really, even 15 laps. So Jezza Huddleston just goes through. He's 56.35, so that explains why he's pulling away a little bit with that following group. Yeah, 57s. Chris McGrath now at the rear. I don't know if he had a run on somewhere, but both Chip Sellers and Jason Spencer have got the better of Chris now.
Yeah, Brad Hughes is closing down on Jez Huddleston. Brad's doing 55.5s and Jez is doing 56.3s. So that gap's closing down. It looks like Brett's lead is extended again by another 3 seconds.
Yeah, well, he's running. He's still running flat 54. He's still almost 2 seconds lap faster than anyone else in the race. But Jezza Huddleston has now got Brad Hughes for company. So this is really interesting. Brad really does love his endurance races. As much as he's been complaining about not being fit enough and hurting a bit, he just always seems to rise to the occasion.
Yes, and he's a good rider. He's good, comfortable rider in a pack, and he carries good speed.
Absolutely.
He's done a 2 hour by himself. Is that?
Oh yeah, he's done a couple.
A couple of them. I thought so.
Yeah, and placed.
Yes.
As a solo rider. Not that you get a separate category for riding solo. So yeah, absolutely. Massive effort. So Brett Simmons just crossing the line. So 54.3 last time through. So he's settled into his groove at the lowish 54.
Brad Hughes has got in front of Jezza.
Yes. So what can Jezza do about this? It's really a great effort from Brad. Like Jezza's been putting in a lot of preparation pre 2 hour last year. And Jez, we know, is a very good rider, but of course Brad is as well. But Brad just hasn't had the, I guess, the race miles.
Or the coaching from Mike Jones.
Yeah. So Jason Spencer just about to, looking for a way past Chip Sellers, not finding it very easily. I think he's largely circulating. I don't know why. He doesn't look to be showing the aggression he usually does. So I think if he were to, he'd be further up the field. We know what he's capable of. We saw it earlier in the day.
Yes. He's still rolling around in 57s. So sorry, that was 56 he did last time round. So Brad's pulling away from Jezza again.
Yeah, I'd keep an eye on that though. Jezza's pretty fit. He's been working on doing high number of laps. He, like I say, in preparation for the 2 hour, he came out here and did several 1 hour sessions. He's no stranger to a longer distance race. I'm curious about Jason Spencer though. Still not getting past Chip Sellers. I mean, not that Chip's any slouch. It's not easy to get past him, but Jason, we've seen the pace he's capable of earlier in the day. Just keep an eye on them down the straight. He's just coming through Calvin's at the moment. So what sort of straight line speed difference is there? Chip much faster onto the back straight than Jason. In fact, who's that sitting up?
Chip
is sitting up.
Yep.
Jason Spence has gone past him, yes. So I don't know what's happened there. Definitely entering the pits, so would appear to be looking down at the bike. So some sort of issue with the bike. That's a bit of a shame. re-entering the pits, unless it's fatigue and oh, what's the matter with the bike?
Yeah, it's missing.
I don't think so, though. I think,
No.
there's something else. I'm pretty sure he's enjoying that little dice he was having with Jason.
Jason? Yeah, absolutely. We'll just see if Jason picks his pace up now that he's out there by himself.
We've got remaining 6 laps remaining. Brad Hughes still pulling out a bit of a gap over Jezza Huddleston. Then it's Jason Spencer with Chris McGrath not too far behind. It's Chris running
58-2.
58-2.
Jason did a 59. So there may have been a coming together between them or something.
Oh, look, yeah, maybe. I don't know, but I think not unreasonably, I reckon Chris is feeling a bit of fatigue right now. Hasn't been on the superbike racing in earnest for any length of time. And as we were saying this morning, when he's capable of running a 53, or has in the past, to be doing 58s is a bit like a stroll to the shop, unless your body is complaining. Then it's not like that at all. Brad Hughes holding down a very impressive second place.
He's dropped down in the 55s now as well. With Jeremy Huddleston 56s, Jason Spencer's dropped back down to a 57 again.
I don't know. So only 5 laps remaining. I think there's going to be a few boys happy to see the checkered flag after this one.
I think so.
Brett Simmons, 54.8. He's only backed it off by half a second. But this is the sort of thing that Brett loves. Getting into his groove and challenging himself to see what sort of pace he can run. Good tyre test as well.
Yes. I do remember him saying one day when we were away in the mainland, after he had a bit of an incident when he was in the lead, because he didn't have very many people to race, he said, I just wanted to see how much I could win by. Apparently 25 seconds wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, you can't fault him for being hungry.
That's it.
It's been there for a long time. A lot of other people tire of it after running at the front for a period of time.
That's it.
Yep, but Brett loves it. But as I was saying earlier, doing a bit of tyre testing at the moment, and we'll be giving some valuable feedback on whatever it is he's running, how it's managing to do 54-second laps end on end with a pretty hot racetrack. I did hear some guys saying earlier that it's become pretty greasy out there this afternoon. But Brett and whatever setup he's running seems to be enjoying it. Brad Hughes goes through at a 56.6, still some quite a nice lap time. Here's a Huddleston 56.5, actually a little bit quicker than the guy in front, but probably a little too much of a gap now to do much about it.
It's a pretty lonely race out there for Jason and Chris McGrath.
And Brett.
And Brett.
And Brad.
And Brad.
Good gap between all of them. 2 laps to go. Oh, Brett Simmons looked like, I don't know, it's just my eye. It looked like he ran a little wide there out of one. Maybe out on the ripper strip a little bit.
Yeah, he looked a bit slow between the corners there.
The next time lap through will tell us if there was that little issue. So still status quo with Brad Hughes and Jeremy Huddleston.
Yeah, last time around Brett did a 54.75, so
last lap board being readied. Brett Simmons just coming through the chute at the moment. So that 15 laps has gone pretty quickly, really. So Brett about to pick up the last lap board. Lap time 55.82. So yes, definitely a second lap slower. So I think I was right in saying that Brett seemed to have got into one a little bit hot. Not that there's any risk of losing his position, but let's say it's not how Brett operates. He's a bit of a perfectionist and want to get the best out of himself every lap.
So we've got Brad Hughes coming through now in second place still. I think everyone might be getting a little tired. The times are just dropping down.
Yeah, well, no one's really being challenged, so they're just... Chris McGrath getting very close to Jason Spencer. There's only, probably 2 or 3 seconds in it.
Yep. Much closer than they had been for the last few laps.
Yeah, look, it's not enough to change the result. Here comes Brett Simmons to pick up the win anyway. Checkered flag waving, so Brett Simmons will take out the All Powers feature race.
And we're just waiting for Brad Hughes. Coming down the back straight now.
Over the hump with the wheel in the air. So to Jeremy Huddleston, in hot pursuit, only a couple of seconds in arrears, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much about that. Brad Hughes riding beautifully there to pick up a very well-deserved second place. Jeremy Huddleston comes through in P3. Looking for Jason Spencer, Chris McGrath. Yeah, much the same. Maybe Chris has pulled that in by another second, but not close enough to challenge over the line. So they're just coming through the chute at the moment. So Jason Spencer will hold off Chris McGrath. Chris rounds out the field. And that, Sean, rounds out the day.
It does. What a sensational day of racing.
It has been absolutely brilliant. Great weather and a really good trial and test for our new format of the SRCT Championship. So we'll be eagerly talking to riders and listening for some feedback to what people think. But certainly from where I've been standing, it's been a pretty amazing day's racing. I think it looks to me like a lot of people had a lot of fun.
Yes, we've only had a couple of incidents today, and nobody's had any serious issues. So that's always a good thing at a race day.
So with the presentation about to happen, food and drinks, we'll wind up commentary and we'll sign off for the day. So thanks, Sean. I know it's been musical chairs up here today, but I think we managed to put together a bit of waffle to keep people, keep the noise going.
Yes.
All right.
No worries.
Thanks for
Chris.
your time, and I look forward to seeing you back here next round. I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I'm not going to be able to tell you when that is, but check the... Oh, look, you're a legend.
I've got one. There we go.
That would have to be the 2nd of April. That'll
Perfect.
be state championship round, no doubt.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll be catching up with you then.
No worries. Don't forget the barbecue, pizza and cold drinks are downstairs now.